Welcome to listening to stories on Kevin Out TV audiobook channel. Chapter 870, Holy Fire Dragon Rider. Arid sliced the T-Rex into small pieces and stored the head as a trophy. The other students all gathered around the massive flames to cook the meat. There was no particular cook. Everyone just sliced what they wanted from the meat with knives and started grilling it themselves. There was that much meat for them to choose from. The drivers, Isdis, and her guards, everyone started eating, and soon they found something. All the T-Rex's meat was as tough as leather and had a strong, pungent smell to it. Most couldn't even get it close to their mouths, let alone try to chew it. Zara took a large bite and stared at them. It isn't considered a delicacy for taste, but for its rarity. Only hunters strong enough to hunt it, or those wealthy enough to pay someone to risk their lives to hunt it, are capable of tasting Deathjaw's meat. He looked at Arad, who was chewing down on the beast's thigh. And Aaron hunted it? One of the students looked at Arad. That's right. Zara sighed. He'll not only be able to survive here, but probably would become one of the richest and most powerful hunters in the Beastland with such power. He then looked at Matilda. Unlike you, why bring me into the conversation? She gasped. A human had surpassed you in hunting, Zara replied. You as well. I've never seen you hunt a Deathjaw. Don't compare Aaron with anyone. He's the outlier, she cried. Aaron, isn't that right? She's right, Arad replied while still munching. It'll be unfair to compare me to most people. Instead of aiming too high, how about tackling what is in front of you first? He looked at her with a smile. Hunt a bison first, and then look at bigger prey. Arad cut a large piece of meat and gave it to Ignis, who was running around his legs and eating. She started munching, and Saren walked away from Mira's side and headed toward him. Diad! She reached up with her arms, and he looked at her with a smile. Want some? He sliced a thin strip of meat and crushed it in his palm to tender it. He then grilled on the flames and gave it to Saren. Saren could barely eat it. The best she could do was nibble and suck on its juices. Arad patted her head. You must eat to grow after eating their fill. Arad pulled the Deathjaw's poison gland and some of its scales to the class to see. He lifted the gland in his palm and approached Lucia. Where do I put this thing? Don't touch it directly, she cried, and rushed to bring a small leather bag and engraved a cold magic circle on it. We're in the middle of a trip. We'll postpone studying it until later. She then quickly pointed at the scales. Keep those. They are used in creating anti-magic armor and weapons. They are quite valuable. Arad nodded. I see. He immediately turned toward Mira. Can you make something with them? Arad usually only had basic armor like leather or steel, as his scales provided all the defense he needed. Wearing his old scales also didn't seem to make any sense. But the Deathjaw's scales are a different thing. If those things can help him negate magic or even reduce its effectiveness, then it'll be a sweet bonus. Mira, are you making another thing? Several students from Mira's class approached her and Arad. Those scales must be hard to work with, one added. Yeah, they are resistant to magic, so they'll be hard to use. And I'm not that good with stuff like this. She waved her hand over the scales. I'm better with wood. How about a chainmail, one added. Link them with metal rings made from something like adamantine to get strong magic conductivity. This would allow the scales to both absorb mana and distribute what they couldn't absorb to nearby scales, effectively chaining their power.
Would that work?
Arad asked, but he quickly turned around and looked back toward Saren. She was standing beside Ignis from the trees. Tens of velociraptors crawled out, growling. Everyone cried, and Ignis stood beside Saren, grunting with fire gushing from her back. Saren, Tina cried, but Arad waved his hand. It's fine, just watch. One of the velociraptors slowly approached Saren, sniffing the air as he growled. Saren lifted her tiny hand and reached forward, touching the monster's nose. They are dangerous. Tina looked at Arad. The hell are you thinking? Zara growled. They'll rip her apart. The velociraptor's tail spiked her up as he opened his mouth to bite, but at that moment, a golden spark flickered in Saren's tiny palm. A blinding flash of light exploded, and when it cleared, the velociraptor's body was stuck to a tree, bleeding. Saren stood in her place, the ground around her smoking. That was a divine smite. She's a sorceress with a divine bloodline. Arad had once tasted that smite of hers, and he knew those monsters would kill in a single hit. For countless days when Arad played with her, he sometimes pretended to be a monster, growling and rushing at her to bite. She just laughs it off, but he has managed to teach her that if someone beside him is acting like that, she'll let her magic out. It was like teaching a kid to slap someone, but this time it's a divine smite. Zara stared at Saren with an open mouth, but he wasn't alone. Everyone else stared at Saren with a shocked face, even her mother Tina. "That's my little girl." Arad smiled. The countless times he got hit with her smite wasn't in vain. Another velociraptor rushed at Saren from the side, and she couldn't dodge. She didn't know how to do that. When the velociraptor opened his mouth to leap at her, his head got crushed beneath Ignis's burning claw. Individually, wyrmlings are far stronger than velociraptors. Ignis grabbed Saren from the back with a bite and threw her on her back. "Hold on," she growled in Draconic. Laughing and giggling, Saren grabbed onto Ignis's back. Divine magic started surging from her and rushing into Ignis's body. Turning her crimson flames, golden Ignis flashed her wings and roared, a golden spark igniting in her throat. Holy fire dragon breath. A golden stream of fire gushed out of her mouth, burning one of the velociraptors and drawing a line on the ground with flames. The velociraptors panicked, running around as the heat reached them. But Ignis wasn't going to let them run. She flapped wings and jumped into a tree, using her claws to climb up, and then glided after them, swinging her claw down. Holy fire dragon's iron claw. She cut one of the velociraptor's necks in a single swing, and quickly followed with a tail strike to drop the next one. "That's Aron's daughter?" one of the students gasped. "She's riding a red wyrmling and fighting velociraptors," Matilda gasped. "Why aren't the flames burning her?" Selena mumbled. Arad looked at them with a smile. "Saren can't control her holy magic. The best she could do is release it. There are two cases. If she likes the target, they would get infused with the holy magic. If she hates them, they'll get blasted in a smite." He pointed at the glowing Saren. "She's now releasing her divine magic into Ignis, and since she likes her, Ignis is getting infused. That doesn't answer my question." Selena pulled her staff. She was ready to assist Ignis and Saren. Saren's clothes are made from red dragon leather, and since Ignis's flames are infused with Saren's holy magic, Saren is resistant to them. In this case, she only feels like she's sitting on a warm stool. Arad explained with a large smile on his face. "I know it doesn't seem like it, but all of Saren's clothes were enchanted with defensive spells. Erin was getting paranoid after she dropped from her bed and got a bump. Mira scratched her head. Even her diaper is made of enchanted demon spider silk. I tested her clothes," Arad smiled. "She won't get hurt even if those monsters bit her, of course, unless they aim for the exposed head." He cracked his neck. "It's about time." Two velociraptors lunged at Ignis from the sides. She can dodge and attack one, but she'll be moving at a rapid pace and Saren won't be able to keep holding onto her back. She has to take one bit on her tail and fight the other one. Arad pulled a sword and took a stance. Everyone stared at him. This was the first time they saw him actually using a weapon. They've heard he's a fighter, but they didn't know just how powerful he is. Action surge, adrenaline rush. Arad simply pretended to use those skills and lunged forward at a blinding speed, slashing all of the velociraptors in the blink of an eye with a thunder clap. Ignis gasped as she saw him standing beside her. She was expecting the velociraptor's attack, but it seemed he had saved her. Arad squatted down and patted them both. "You've done a good job. Sorry for interfering, but I'll not let you two get injured." The velociraptors' corpses fell on the ground, bleeding as everyone stared at him, lifting Saren from Ignis's back and walking with them to the carriages. "It seems this place is a bit more dangerous than home. Please keep her close by." Arad gave Saren back to Tina. "Can I have the ones I killed?" Ignis asked, and Arad nodded. "They are all yours." She rushed back to bring them. "Are you by any chance that strong?" Matilda approached Arad with a confused face. The death jaw and the swarming biters, those are notorious for killing hunters. Aran is the strongest fighter here. Isdis came from behind her. That's why I hired him as our guard. She tapped Matilda's shoulder. That size and those muscles aren't for show. Chapter 871, Iron Snake Lake. The carriages kept moving through the night as the jungle was too dangerous to camp in safely. The drivers alternated while Arad and Merlin allegedly spent the night awake. In reality, he remained awake and she went to sleep. Out of everyone here, he alone didn't need much sleep. Thanks to everyone being sleeping and relaxed, Arad had managed to thinly spread his aura around the caravan and scare most of the predators. The remaining fools ended up as his late-night snack. The caravan reached Matilda's village the next day. The place was called the Iron Snake Lake, due to the countless rivers pouring their iron-rich water into their lake. Everywhere where the rivers turned, beast people gathered to collect iron sand to forge their weapons with. As the caravan approached the village's gate, the tigers blocked their path and roared, "Outsiders, state your names." The largest of tigers jumped forward, thrusting his long steel spear into the ground. "Goran, it's me, calm down." Zara rode forward with his horse. "I've come back. That was quick. And who are all of those?" He pointed at the caravan. "Matilda's classmates. They are here on a learning trip or something. The carriages were provided by the human's Princess Isdis. She's here on diplomatic business." Goran looked at the carriages. "Human politics, I don't like that, but they're fine. It's not for us to kick them out. It's the lion's job, you're right." Zara turned around and waved his hand. "Go in, but you'll have to camp in your carriages for the night. How is Matilda?" "It's been a while. Did she make any friends over there?" "Unlike here." Goran tapped Zara's shoulder. "It's a bit complicated. She did make a lot of friends, and one of them is something else." He scratched his head. You must, as Zara was talking, he noticed Goran's face paling and twisting. Goran pointed spear forward and yelled, "Who are you?" He roared at the top of his lungs the moment he saw Arad walk out of the carriage, glaring straight at him. Arad giggled. "Who am I?" He started slowly walking toward it until he reached the spear's head. None of the students had yet walked out of the carriages. "I'm the one to ask that, if we're already allowed inside." Arad kept walking, pushing the spear with his chest until it snapped. Arad glared down at Gorarin. "What are those bowmen doing all around the caravan? Do you expect me to let everyone out under bow points?" "Gorarin, there are snipers around?" Zara cried. "Tell them to stand down. You don't want to fight him." "I've already sent them the message. They are several hundred meters away. It'll take a while." Gorarin glared at Arad. "Who are you?" "Aran, the caravan's guard," Arad replied with a smile. "He's Aran. This is the one I told you about among Matilda's friends, the special one." Zara tapped Arad's shoulder. "He strangled a damned death jaw with his bare hands," he laughed. He didn't understand a word of what Zara was saying due to his brain refusing to believe a word of what Zara said. Gorarin waved his hand. "The snipers should be down by now. Get into the village if you're happy. We'll talk later." The students slowly walked out of the carriages to stretch and looked around, unlike the jungle. This place was actually guarded by beast people, mainly tigers, but they could spot some lion traders and wolf people drinking in what looked like an outdoor tavern. "You're the second humans that went by in the past year." Goraran smiled. "Your kind are a rare sight here. Is it the same for beast people in your land?" "Yeah, you rarely see our kind there." Matilda was the one to reply. She was walking with Arad, Selena, Mira, and Tina behind Arad, who carried Seren and was followed by Ignis. The tigers seemed to try their best to ignore the red wormling. "Matilda's close friends would be staying at my house for the rest. We don't have any place to house them, so they'll camp anywhere that's empty." Zara looked at Gorarin. "Is that okay?" "Why ask me? Talk to the chieftain. I doubt he'll mind, but it's best to in from him first." Gorarin smiled. "You said another human came?" Arad looked at Gorarin. "Do you know who he was?" "Never asked his name, came in one day, traded some beasts that he hunted, and disappeared into the forest. He had one peculiar-smelling woman, stank like a wet dog." Gorarin laughed. compared to her. You guys smell nice, except you, and that little one. He pointed at Arad and Ignis. She smells of pumice and sulfur burned. You, on the other hand, don't smell at all strange. Gorarin pointed at Arad, and Matilda nodded. He's right, you rarely smell. Arad looked at his arms. Ah, I forget it. With a single wave of his hand, he pulled a ceramic jar filled with oil reeking of pine. What's that? Matilda, Zara, and Gorarin closed their noses as the smell was too strong. Arad pushed his whole hand in the jar and waved it around him. What oil had stuck to his hand suddenly disappeared, and he started to faintly smell like pine trees. He had applied that across his entire draconic body, which made it almost unnoticeable. I sensed magic, and where did all of that oil go? Gorarin scratched his head. Peculiar. This is what you mean, Zara. See, he's one odd cub. Zara giggled. I don't know why, but I usually don't smell like anything. Arad stored the jar. I do need to use some perfumes. That isn't a perfume. It's just pine. Gorarin waved his hand to fan the smell. Too strong for us tigers, but better than nothing. It's extremely weird to us if you don't smell like anything. Imagine an invisible man. Creepy, right? Quickly after that, they reached Zara's house. I'll leave you alone from here. We'll talk later when you all have settled down. Gorarin left and Zara waved to him. Let's go inside. He reached toward the door to knock, but a shadow immediately lunged out of the window, latching onto Matilda's head. Sister, you're back! It was Matilda's little sister. Matilda cried as her sister's claws dug into her head. Let me breath. Arad grabbed the little sister by the shirt and lifted her up like a tiny kitten. Sister? This one? He shook her a bit. Ah. Matilda rubbed the back of her head. She was already bleeding a bit. She's still too young to know how to use her claw. Her name is Sarah. Sarah looked between Arad and Matilda several times and quickly bit his hand like a feral cat as he dropped her. She ran back home screaming. Sister brought a mate. Sister brought a mate. Mom! Mom! You little Matilda growled, rushing after her. freewildnovale.co. Mira approached Arad. She bit you, and you dropped her. Did you get hurt? No, I let her go. If she bites me, she must have wanted me to put her down. He showed Mira his hand, not a single scratch. Zara looked back at everyone with a tired face. Those two were always like this. Sarah used to make fun of Matilda for not finding a mate, but she cried a lot when she left to study abroad. She just didn't want to be separated from her sister. Matilda's mother opened the door and looked at the window. Ara? Did she get inside through there? She looked at Zara with closed eyes. Who are the guests? She smiled. Is that the one Sarah referred to as Matilda's mate? Wait, calm down. He isn't her mate. She didn't find anyone. Zara seemed to start panicking the moment he saw her smile, but he's quite the interesting one. She dried her hands on a small towel she had hanging by the door and opened one eye. Her purple glowing eyes stared straight at Arad. He's a big one, isn't he? In the blink of an eye, Arad felt a sharp pain in his stomach, and when he blinked, he was already flying over the jungle. He growled and glared to the side, seeing Matilda's mother flying after him. What is another of your kind doing here? She asked, with a passive face, clenching a fist engulfed in black lightning. By Maharaja's name, I've sworn to skin your kind if they dared come back to haunt my family. Arad gasped as he immediately shifted into his half-dragon form. That woman was dangerous, and the magic he was sensing from her. He wasn't mistaken. Void magic. You aren't a dragon, are you? I'm a black tiger, just like my daughter that you could say we've got the same blood. She jumped in the air and flew at him, punching him again with her black lightning. As the smoke cleared, Arad caught her fist, a sorceress void dragon bloodline. Arad grabbed her by the wrist. Sadly, I'm not. He threw her to the ground. Crack! She landed on her legs, shattering the ground. Bam! Arad landed behind her, his muscles expanding as the ground beneath his feet shattered. He clenched a fist, a fake one. He threw a punch at her face, and she could see the whole dragon inside him. Arad stopped his fist right before hitting her, sending her flying back just from the sheer impact. Using her claws, she grabbed a tree and stopped, staring at him. A half-dragon? No, a true dragon. You weren't serious one bit. She sighed. Arad stood, sucking his wings back into his back. I'm not even using 1/10 of my power normally. Don't punch me like that. It hurts. He walked toward her. Unlike Matilda, you seem to know about your own bloodline. My grandfather's father was a void dragon. It's been almost a century since he disappeared. She looked at Arad. Why did another void dragon come to us? Not a particular reason. I just happened to be studying with your daughter. Arad scratched his head. Keep this a secret. It'll cause a lot of trouble. She giggled. Is that you're worried about? Don't worry. Chapter 872, A Quick Trip. Chapter 872, A Quick Trip. Matilda's mother looked at Arad with a gentle smile. I'm not telling anyone. I can tell at a glance that you're not here to cause trouble, but I can't be too careful. She lifted her palm, and black lightning rumbled from her nails, reaching as high as the trees. I'm just testing your patience. Void dragons are the most human of dragonkind. I remember those words well. You still want to fight, Arad cried, and she lunged at him, suddenly accelerating as fast as her black lightning. But even such a fast attack wasn't enough. Arad dodged her strike and glared at her. I thought we were done here. Told you, I'm trying to test what kind of person you are. I haven't even used my bloodline yet. She stared at him with a smile. Most dragons get enraged when taken lightly, but Arad didn't seem to reach no matter how much she taunted him. On the opposite, he seemed more concerned about trying to dodge without hitting her. Fine. Arad stared at her, his eyes glowing purple and pink. Let's pretend this never happened. The world around Matilda's mother changed, and she found herself standing back at the front door, Arad looking at her from behind Zara and Matilda. Are you all right? He asked with a smile. She looked around, confused. Wait, what? She gasped. What up with you? Zara looked at her. Did you get sick while I was out? He approached her and touched her forehead. You're a bit hot, probably a fever. Rest inside, I tend to the guests. That isn't it. She looked at her hands. Her mana had dropped almost to half. That fight with Arad did indeed happen. But why was she standing there? Myra blinked twice and looked at Arad, immediately hitting him with her elbow to the liver. What did you do? She attacked me first. He whispered to her. When did she do that? We just arrived. Mira looked at him with a suspicious glare. Our fight barely lasted 9 seconds. I don't like to last any longer anyway. He smiled, and Mira quickly understood. Doma's magic, don't just use that whenever you feel like it. It's confusing. As everyone walked inside, Arad had to walk sideways through the door to fit in, just like Zara. Both of them were just too large and had to get their own couches to sit on. Matilda rushed to the kitchen to make something as her mother was kicked back to her room by her father to rest. Mira couldn't just sit down, so she went to help her alongside Selena. Free Webbenvel. Sorry for the mess. I doubt they expected any guests, Zara said with a smile, looking at Arad. Arad looked around. The wooden walls were covered with beautifully tanned and lined monster leather. The couches and pillows were all filled with cockatrice and a type of feathers that he didn't know, making them extremely soft. Even the cups were made of extremely thin steel and had handles from monster horns. The house might look primitive at first glance, but everything here might be worth more than a horse, especially the couches they are sitting on. The leather on its own shouldn't be cheap. I wonder what Roberta would say. He smiled, but quickly remembered something. Wait, he stood. What's up? Zara looked at him. We forgot something? I'll be back. Arad rushed out of the house and headed to Izdis's carriage. Sitting in the carriage, Izdis sighed. Why can't I go with them? She looked at Merlin. You're the princess. You can't just go to Zara's house with Arad. That'll raise suspicions. Merlin replied. Just sit tight and wait. We'll get back with him tomorrow, Izdis growled, leaning on the table. Why? I don't want to wait until tomorrow. Izdis's carriage door opened up and Arad was standing there. The guards recognized him and let him enter. "Isdis? Where is Roberta? Wasn't she supposed to come with you? I thought she was in a different carriage, but now I noticed that her smell had grown weaker." Isdis looked at him. "Yeah, she was supposed to come with us, but had to stay due to work. Don't worry, she wrote us a ton of papers and guides to follow. They are kept in a separate carriage." She pointed at one of the carriages in the back. Arad sighed. To think that was the carriage from which he smelled Roberta. "I'll go bring her out. She shouldn't be left out. We're almost 2,000 kilometers away. How long will it take you to go back and forth?" Isdis stood. She indeed looked sad when work piled out. "But if it'll take you more than a day, 1 hour at most, even when carrying her, I shouldn't take more than 4 hours." Arad turned around and cracked his neck. "I'll be back. Go tell Mira and Matilda to cook for more people." He jumped into the sky and disappeared. "Got it," Isdis said with an excited face. "You've heard him, Merlin. We're going to stay with them." Merlin sighed. This would cause a lot of trouble. Arad teleported 40 kilometers away and shifted into his draconic form. Taking flight amongst a flock of pterodactyls, with a single bite, he ate one of them, and then another and another, a small snack before the trip. The pterodactyl flock quickly scattered as they started getting eaten by this huge dragon, and they looked back, only to see him about to accelerate. With a single wing flap, a shockwave burst from his body as he flew into the clouds faster than sound. Such a massive creature shouldn't be able to move that fast, but those are dragons, and why they are feared. Back in Alina, Roberta was walking with Lila, Mira's mother, through the large open market of Alina with Sebas guarding them. "The market is doing fine." Roberta sighed. "I'm glad there are no problems. I'd expected more issues to arise with Arad's village opening its own market, but it seems there aren't any." Lila looked at her. "Of course, the people living there aren't from Alina. The market's customer base didn't change." As they walked, Sebas suddenly stopped and gently bowed. "Master, what a surprise. I didn't expect to see you here." Arad was standing there before them. Roberta, Mother, Lila. "It's been a while." He approached them with a smile. "Wait, you're supposed to be in the Beast Kingdom by now." Roberta gasped. "Mother," Lila blushed. "Come on. How is Mira doing?" "Mira is doing fine." He looked at them. "I noticed that Roberta was missing, and I came to pick her up." "What?" Roberta sighed. "I can't go. A new dungeon appeared to the east, and I'm working with the guild and Baltos to deal with it." She shook her head. "Someone had to do the work. I can't just leave." Arad looked at the side of the street. A flower was growing from the cracks in the sidewalk. A tiny fairy floated around Arad and sat on his shoulder. "I'd love it if that dungeon got cleared. It's hurting my back as it's neither fully inside me nor outside. I can't stretch with it on. Losi says the dungeon should be destroyed. Get your thing ready. I'll be back in a few minutes." He disappeared again, and the two looked at each other. "Where is he going to check the dungeon?" Lila asked, and Roberta nodded. "Probably. You two better get ready. A simple dungeon won't keep Master busy for long." Sebas smiled. It might be a 10-layered dungeon, but all it's good for is being a small waste of time. As he said those words, the ground beneath them shook as a pillar of light illuminated the sky. The people cried, thinking it was the spell of some wizard. "That has to be Master Arad clearing the dungeon. You better hurry." He started walking, and the tow rushed after him. They first stopped by Roberta's house, as it was the closet, and she picked some of her things. She already had them prepared for the trip. "Sebas, please head back to the castle and inform the ministers and everyone else of my departure. Since it's with Lord Arad, it can't be helped. They have to finish work on their own." She smiled, and Sebas shook his head. "I'll take you to Lady Lila's house first." Sebas did take them to Lila's house so she could pick up her things, and then left for the castle. Arad should be back any second now, so they aren't in any danger. Unlike Roberta, Lila had no idea about what was going on, so she didn't know what to take and what to leave. Roberta started telling her about how hot and humid the Beast Kingdom is, and that it tends to rain a lot there. With that information, she slowly packed her things crack, As they were inside, they heard something loud. The window on the lower floor shattered. Finally, that old man left. The man who barged inside with a bunch of thugs smiled. "Get them. We can't negotiate with Baron Orion without something to hurt him with. They've been bribing and threatening people to be their watch that way. Even Cebus couldn't notice anything strange." Roberta and Lila rushed downstairs, and they saw the thugs inside. "There they are. Tie them," the man said with a smile, but the door behind him opened. Arad walked inside with dust still dripping from his shoulders as he just finished clearing the dungeon. "Mother, Lila, Roberta," he said, towering over the thugs. "Arad, they are thugs. They said something about tying us down." Roberta gasped, pointing at them, and they broke Lila's window. Thud. Arad grabbed the leader's head. "You'll do what to my mother?" Chapter 873, bringing them back. Chapter 873, bringing them back. Arad lifted the thug's leader by the head and turned him toward himself. "Who'll pay for the broken window?" He glared at him. freewebnonal.com. The leader reached into his pocket and pulled some gold coins. "I'll do it." Arad took the gold and threw him out of the shop. "I don't want to waste time cleaning blood." Scram. He growled at them and they ran away. Cebus leaves for a few minutes and they come. "I guess we need to tighter security." Roberta sighed, looking at Arad with a smile. "That should be a merchant called Demiris, if I'm not wrong." She approached Arad. "Can we stop by the castle to inform the royal guards?" "They'll deal with him." "Yeah, we'll get Bob to fix the window." "Are you all right, Mother?" Lila. Arad nodded and approached Lila. "Yeah, I just hope they won't trash the shop while we're away." She tilted her head with a worried face. Arad nodded. "I see Dorian," he said, and a thin man emerged from his shadow and bowed. He was wearing the clothes of a priest with a necklace shaped like a dragon on his neck. "My lord," the man kneeled. "To think I'll be called," he said, with an excited face, his hands shivering. "Get 10 people and guard the place. You'll deal with a builder and maybe some guards, but I don't want any thugs to trash the place. And don't kill anyone, especially thieves. They know not to attack shops related to me, but newbies might get ahead of themselves." Arad said without even looking at him, "As you order, I shall not spill a single drop of blood. Do I get permission to call the guards to take the thugs to jail?" he said with a passive face. "Of course. I'll inform the guards." Arad turned and gave the vampire priest a bottle of blood. "Use this in case any of you get harmed by the sun. It'll protect for a few minutes if Zia is right." Arad then turned back to Roberta and Lila. "He's a trusted man. We can leave the place." "My lord, your words are a waste on me." The vampire priest smiled. Arad approached Roberta and Lila. "Did you get all of your things?" He looked at the bags they were carrying, and they indeed nodded. Arad walked forward and touched their shoulders. "First stop, the castle. Are you used to this yet? Void Step Zon?" Arad teleported with them to the castle, but they landed alone. "Where is Arad?" Lila gasped, looking around with a surprised face. "We really went there in the blink of an eye. There he is." She pointed at the massive dragon standing beside the castle. Arad was glaring down at the captain of the Royal Knights. Cebus stopped guarding Lila and Roberta for a few minutes, and thugs attacked them. "Do you want me to skin you all alive? Why aren't you doing your job?" "I'd expected at least 10 nights with each of them," Arad growled at him. Lord Arad with Cebus by their side. "We didn't expect they'd need more guards than him, and to think there was some—" The captain started gasping. Getting yelled at by a god-eating dragon wasn't on his schedule today. "Excuses. I don't want to hear them. You're only getting paid because Roberta is managing finances and getting the kingdom enough money to survive. Neither you nor anyone in this castle would get bread to eat if she got harmed." Arad lowered his head, growling with steam gushing from his fangs. "Most of this castle was built by Mira's hand. The beds you sleep on, the stairs you climb, the cabinet you keep your clothes in. Lila is her mother. Why in the 9 hells aren't they guarded at all times?" That, as the captain started failing to even breathe, let alone explain himself. Arad sighed. I'll leave a battalion of vampires to guard the castle. They'll work in the shadows while you knights work in the sun. Arad lifted his claw and moved it above the castle's wall. From the shadow of his arm, Zia emerged. "My lord, what orders do you have for me?" "Take 2,000 vampires and build a base in the castle, guard the place from the shadows, and work with the knights and royal family. Inform me if anything happened through the blood link." He looked at her. "Get anything that you need, my lord." She kneeled. "Can we get heavy armor made for us? We're quite powerful as vampires, so wearing them won't be an issue, and it'll also allow us to fight in the sunlight. As I said, get anything that you need, but don't harm the innocent. If you need blood, hunt bandits and criminals around my domain, but make sure that only killers get killed." He extended his arm out to allow her a safe shadow to the castle. "As you order, my lord, I shall bring the hammer of justice down." She smiled from ear to ear, standing up with a gush of magic sparking around her. "By blood, fire, and metal, the bandits, the thugs, and the heretics all shall burn skewered on spears like pigs. Just don't go too crazy." Arad sighed, and she disappeared into the castle's shadows with the 2,000 vampires. Arad left for her. Arad looked at the castle's walls, and Baltos was there looking at him. "I assume you were listening?" "Yeah. I'll get the guards to work with them for better security." Baltos smiled. "And sorry, I should have assigned more guards to them. Don't worry about it. As long as nothing bad happens, it's okay." Arad looked at Roberta and Lila. "I'm taking them with me for a few days. I guess you can keep things running without Roberta for a few days. Of course my ministers are at least that competent, but I won't dare say she isn't crucial. I hope she'll be back in a week if possible." Baltos smiled with a slightly pained face. "I doubt the trip would last that long, but her getting a week's rest every now and then would allow her to stay in better shape." Arad lowered his palm for Roberta and Lila. He then lifted and put them on his neck, which already had saddles, albeit they almost didn't fit and had to be strapped with gravity magic. "Is this safe?" Roberta looked at Arad's head. "Yeah." He flipped his palm upside down with them standing on it, but they didn't fall. To them, the origin of gravity was his palm. "The same is true for my neck. Once you sit, you shouldn't feel worse than a normal horse, but some get scared of heights, so be careful. Be safe." Baltos waved his hand as Arad slowly trotted into the forest. "You're going to run there?" Roberta asked. "I'm not heavy, am I?" Lila looked at Arad. "I know you're a dragon and all, but don't exhaust yourself." She patted his neck. Arad giggled. "I'm stronger than I look," said the massive, almost 30-meter-tall bodybuilder dragon with enough might to shake mountains. But he was, in fact, stronger than he looks. Arad ran across the forest like a big cat, his wings tucked to his sides. With a single leap, he reached the first mountain and jumped to another, quacking the ground all the way to Alina as he moved at an extreme speed. Roberta and Lila cried on the back of his neck, terrified at how he was moving. In their life, they never expected to get such a ride, a trip that should take days. He was making them in a single leap. A massive flock of wyverns scattered from one of the mountains the moment Arad landed, and they all looked at him, terrified. Seeing the wyverns, Arad expanded his wings and flew into the sky. Behind him they followed, basking in his presence. "Where are you all going?" Arad asked the wyverns. Their leader, the oldest of them, pointed west with his head. "Hunt, food, migrate. Wyverns migrate every several years to fight new hunting grounds, which is why they don't kill. Ecosystems." "It's on my way. Remain close." Arad smiled as he flew, and the wyverns kept close to him as they flew above the clouds. As the wyverns flew with Arad, they sang and roared, chanting to the glory of the dragon they flew beneath. Even monsters had a hierarchy to them, and dragons were at the top almost everywhere. To the wyverns, it was like commoners who always traversed the harsh lands alone, finding a royal parade that allowed them to tag along, enjoying the protection of the king's presence. Lila looked at the wyverns. Even one of them would send cities into emergency protocol. All of those were at least A rank monsters, but all of them flew carefully beneath Arad's wings, and when accelerated to save time, all of them would land on his massive back. Roberta tried to touch one of them, and they all were extremely calm and docile, even though wyverns were known as raging monsters. As nature dictates, the wyverns could tell with a single sniff, those two are females, and since they are sitting on the dragon's back, they only expect one thing. In around 4 hours, Arad delivered the wyverns to their new hunting ground and reached the Beast Kingdom, landing in the forest near Iron Snake Lake Village. Chapter 874, The Jungle's Hunt. Arad lowered Lila and Roberta, shifting back into his human form. The two looked around. "They are big," Lila gasped, as she lifted her head to stare at the massive trees. "And it's hot and warm. Paper won't last long here." Roberta growled. "And those little buggers," she swatted a fly on her arm. "How many of them are here? I've heard of the Beast Kingdom, but to see it for myself." "You'll get used to it quickly." Saren had no problem, Arad said with a smile. "She has natural holy magic. Even if mosquitoes bite her, she won't be bothered." Roberta looked at him. "Yeah, the little girl is also used to Ignis's heat. A little warmth and humidity won't bother her." Lila approached the bushes and looked at them, seeing a pair of purple flowers growing in there. "I wonder if those would sell. They are beautiful." She looked at Arad. "When we're going back, can I pick a batch?" "Yeah?" Arad nodded with a smile, and Lila turned back toward the flowers, reaching with her hand to pick them. From the bushes before her, a massive jaw appeared, glaring at her and growling. A foul gust of wind gushed from the unclean throat, and the beast's teeth were riddled with old, rotten flesh from its meals. The death jaw stared at Lila. He had come here due to the noise, as they always do in search of food. Lila looked like a decent meal, soft and plump, but something was off. Standing behind her was a massive monster in the form of a human. He could clearly see him, Arad staring at him with glowing eyes. Lila sat frozen in place. "Arad?" She pointed at the Deathjaw's maw. "This looks bad," she mumbled, almost crying. "Don't worry, it's not a fool." He took a step forward. "As long as you're close to me, none of them would bother you." The Deathjaw turned away and left without as much as getting an inch closer to her. Roberta looked at Arad. "I see. They can sense you being a dragon." "Yep, I'm far more dangerous than anything this forest has to offer. I'm at the top of the food chain, and they see you as my food. Of course, if they tried to steal from you, they'd get eaten instead." Arad approached Lila and helped her stand. "Be careful around the forest." "I don't want to face such a monster again. It's massive and scary," Lila mumbled as Arad lifted her. "Wait, put me down," she cried. Arad lifted and made her sit on his shoulder. "Come here." He then extended his hand to Roberta. "I don't want to," she gasped. "I'm not walking with you in this forest for another hour." Arad waved his finger and lifted her with gravity magic, putting her on his shoulder. "Hold tight." He jumped forth with Roberta hitting his head with a red face. "Put me down, close to the Iron Snake Lake. The villages were going through a massive hunt. The princess of another kingdom is staying in their humble abode, and they must feed her the best of the best, a feathered beast, the Death Beak. Similar to the Death Jaw, but instead of scales, it's covered in colorful feathers, had small wings instead of arms, and had a massive orange beak. They all rushed around it, a group distracting the beast while the others tried to flank it. All of them kept an eye for two things: the monster's deadly fire breath and the feathers that it could launch from its tail like a porcupine are poisonous, so one scratch is fatal. "Guide it toward the trees. Me and them would stab it with spears," Gorarin shouted. Unlike most days, he was fired up for today. His old friend had returned, and he wanted to show off. As they ran around, the feathered Deathjaw stopped moving, and it swung its tail in a rapid motion, sending a barrage of feathers at them. The hunters were surprised. It had already used that before, and it should still need several minutes to regenerate them. The youngsters were too slow and green to predict the attack and dodge, 5 males and 7 females who were training for hunts. Gorarin could see them before him, frozen as the feathers flew at them. "Move." He yelled at the top of his lungs. "Wash!" from the trees. Arad lunged out, laughing his lungs out, with both Lila and Roberta crying on his back in fear. He was moving so fast they thought they would get smacked by trees several times already. Arad landed right between the youngsters and the coming feathers, sending a shiver down Gorarin's spine. It only took him a fraction of a second to recognize him, the guest of Zara. Arad's purple eyes started to the side in that fraction of a second. Seeing the feathers coming, his boots disappeared, and he kicked at them. 20 lightning-fast kicks, so fast that no one could see him move. All the feathers disappeared, and Arad was standing here on one leg, 4 feathers caught between his toes. "What is this for, chicken?" He glared at the feathered Deathjaw, and then, with a single fast swing of his foot, he threw the feathers back at the beast, piercing him in 4 spots and making him roar. Everyone stared at Arad, baffled. The youngest didn't know who he was, but Gorarin did. "Aaron?" he cried in shock. This human he deflected the feathered Deathjaw's poisonous feathers. No, he shattered them with kicks and caught 4 barefoot and carrying 2 women on his shoulders, no less. Zara said he's a terrifying fighter, but nothing to this extent. The feathered Deathjaw roared and rushed at Arad, bleeding and enraged. One of the youngsters lunged forth, swinging her claws. "Our chance it's angry," she smiled. Arad grabbed her by the tail with his toes and pulled her back, throwing her all the way to a tree behind everyone. "You'll die, cat." Arad then pushed the Deathjaw's charging maw to the side, went beneath him, and hit his lower jaw with a kick, lifting the whole monster 5 feet into the air. The ground beneath Arad's other foot shattered as the Deathjaw took to the sky and fell on the ground, rolling with 2 of its teeth falling off. "Aaron, it's the fire breath," Gorarin cried, and the Deathjaw immediately opened his maw, unleashing a massive stream of red flames. Arad took a deep breath and lifted his right foot up, kicking forward faster than sound, with enough might to form a massive shockwave as his foot broke the sound barrier. The shockwave snuffed the flames out and hit the Deathjaw's head, disorienting him. Arad squatted down, his legs expanding, and he suddenly disappeared, leaving a puff of dust where he was before. He appeared sitting on the Deathjaw's neck and snapped it with his thighs in the blink of an eye. The feathered Deathjaw fell to the ground, motionless, and Arad landed beside him. Lila and Roberta were both terrified and panting, sweating buckets as they had never been in such a fight. Thanks to Arad's gravity magic, they shouldn't feel any acceleration when he moves. His body and magic were the best shock absorbers that this world could offer. "Please, slow down." Roberta gasped for air. "What is Mira feeding you? Why can't you calm down for a second?" Lila looked at him with a sweaty and worried face. "Milk," Arad replied, as naturally as he breathed. Gorarin approached Arad. "Aaron, this is?" He looked at Arad and at the Deathjaw, still trying to make sense of what his eyes just saw. "Weren't you resting at Zara's house?" "Yeah, we forgot them at the camp, so I went and grabbed them really quick," Arad replied, looking away. "The camp?" Zara said, "It's at least a day away." "You ran all the way there in the dangerous jungle alone and came back carrying them?" He could hardly believe him, but he had just seen him kick a feathered Deathjaw to death. "Yeah." Arad tried to look normal. He isn't good at lying. "Anyway, what are you all doing?" He tried to change the subject. "What are we doing?" "We were trying to hunt something decent, palatable for a princess." Gorarin approached Arad. "You know, you people kind of brought one." "We can't feed her, something lacking. I doubt she'd care, and large hunts like this are tough to eat. Something smaller and softer might have been better." Arad looked at the youngsters staring at him. "And look, you almost got them killed. They are far too young for fights like this. The most danger they should encounter is a broken bone, not losing their lives. They are proud hunters." Gorarin tried to speak, but Arad cut him. "Pride doesn't bring the dead back. It doesn't feed the hungry, and it doesn't make a weak fighter stronger. It only makes them more arrogant, a fool that can be easily manipulated and deceived." He yelled at him, "We." One of the youngsters growled she was the girl Arad threw back. "Aren't like her? We aren't cowards like Matilda." Arad slowly turned toward her. What did you just say, kitten? He glared at the tiger girl, his eyes burning with purple flames. Chapter 875, The Dragon and the Tiger. What? She gasped. What's your problem? The beast girl took a step back. Matilda refused to participate in such stupid hunts. He took a step toward her, and she backed away even more. She would be hiding in the bushes and waiting to attack. Large beasts need to be taken down in teams. Sneak attacks are almost useless. You can't deal enough damage. She was almost about to cry, no matter how powerful she was. Arad still towered over her, and he was still carrying Lila and Roberta. I heard she was too loud for an ambush hunter. Arad stopped walking and stared at the beast girls. The ground around him started shaking, but it was only her knees losing power. We ambush smaller prey that could be taken with a single attack like deer and elks. She mumbled, Matilda always charged forward against those. She charges against the weak and hides from the strong, Arad nodded. I see, so she wasn't a failure, but the only one here with a brain over her head. He glared at the feathered Deathjaw corpse. One hit will kill any of you here. This isn't a monster any of you should be fighting, let alone kids. Arad turned. Let's get back. I'll test something. Arad walked with them to the village as Goraren and the rest dragged the corpse of the feathered Deathjaw. Zara was waiting at the gate. Goraren, I've heard you've gone to hunt a Deathjaw. He looked behind them to see the feathered Deathjaw. What a massive catch. To think you caught it in just a few hours. Goraren shook his head, pointing back. It was only then that Zara noticed the two women being strangely taller than everyone, and soon he saw Arad carrying them. Wait, you hunted it? He cried. I came across them about to get wiped out by its feathers, so I killed it. Arad replied. He didn't hunt or kill it. He kicked it to death while carrying those two women, no less. You didn't tell me was that absurdly strong, Goraren cried. Arad puts Roberta and Lila down as they are within the safety of the village. Welcome to the village of the tigers. It's called Iron Snake Lake. Arad pointed toward Zara's house. Everyone else should be there. Father Aaron, what's going on? Matilda approached them. Wait, that's a massive feathered Deathjaw. She looked at them. How did she saw Arad? Yeah, he did it. She approached him. Wait, who are those two? She looked at Lila and Roberta. This is Mira's mother, and this is a friend of ours. He smiled. Zara, please guide them to your house with the rest. I've got something to do here. He looked back at the beast girl from earlier. Come here. She slowly approached. What do you want? I'm not apologizing. Of course not. Your words are yours. Say whatever you want. Arad called Matilda to get closer. You two fight. Let's see how you stack up. Is that what you wanted? She smiled. Of course, let crack. Matilda's fist landed on her face, sending her rolling on the ground. She stood up, bleeding from her nose. You? What hell? But at that moment, Matilda's claws were already around her neck. Enough. Matilda wins, Arad sighed. You really can't fight. Wait, she attacked me out of nowhere. That doesn't count. The beast girl cried. Monster won't care about your rules. The moment you accepted the fight, it had already started. Arad smiled. Matilda took advantage of your meaningless speech and attacked. At that moment, he suddenly swung a fist at Matilda, smacking her in the face. But at the same time, she attacked back with a claw to the face and then jumped away several meters, keeping her tearful eyes at him. Sorry, just a test. No need to be scared. Arad waved his hand, and I'm fine. He pointed at his eyes. Matilda sighed. Bastard, what was that for? She rubbed her face. And that was my claw to your eyes. How are you not blinded? Even though I punched her in the face, she managed to attack back. And that wasn't just an attack. She was aiming to blind me so she could run away. That's why she kept looking at me, to make sure it's safe to turn her back to me and flee. Arad smiled. She already knows she can't win against me, so her best bet is running away. Arad could remember how Matilda picked a fight with him on their first day at school. She wouldn't have done that if she was a coward. That was her way of figuring out if she could win against Arad or not. Seeing him being far larger than her probably is what triggered it. No, she attacked before the fight started. The beast girl cried again. No, the fight had always started. She isn't a coward, but fights with both her brain and body. She's smarter than anyone here. He approached Matilda and gave her a healing potion. You said she ran after rabbits and deer to you. That's a stupid way to hunt, but I'd say it's genius. There is no risk of danger when hunting them, so running down a deer to build stamina or resting a wild elk aren't so bad. You might get hurt, but never killed. Arad looked at the beast girl. You failed to train against the opponents you can and risked your lives against those who could kill you. Arad tapped Matilda's shoulders. You once told me you were failed as a hunter. He smiled. No, you didn't fail. You succeeded. None of them here could win against you. He patted her head and turned toward the rest. So now, he cracked his knuckles. You wanted to face a powerful prey and get stronger. He looked at them. I'm here, you won't die, but I'll break your bones and you'll spend the night crying yourself to sleep. Come. Unlike facing a Deathjaw, Arad was a vastly more dangerous opponent. Everyone there knew it. He was the man who kicked the Deathjaw to death, and they all knew they couldn't win. But something was different with him. There was no risk of death, only pain. For you tiger kids, strength is everything. He smiled. You hunt monsters for food and money. It's your livelihood, everything that you need and care about. So come here. Test your claws to see how far you'll go. He jumped forward and grabbed the beast girl from earlier by the face, starting with you. With a single swing, he threw at the rest, smacking 2 people down. Everyone charged at him and he started beating them to a pulp. Grabbed one by the arm and kicked him in the face and caught the next girl by the leg and smacked her on the ground. When a guy tried gabbing by the neck, Arad bit his arm and started swinging him around like a doll in a dog's jaw. Brother, he's a fucking animal. One of the girls screamed at her brother who kicked by Arad in the face. It wasn't long before she got punched in the guts and sent to the ground crying. Fuck it, one of the guys cried, looking around. Matilda already ran away. Let's get out of this mess. He turned to run, but quickly stopped as the ground shook. Arad had stood on all fours, his fists on the ground. With a deep growl, he lunged forward at a blinding speed and rammed the guy, almost breaking his back. Forget it, he isn't an animal, he's a wild beast, kill him. Everyone started scrambling to form an attack while Arad wiped the ground with their heads. All of them thought that Matilda had run away, but only Arad knew the truth. Behind the fences and the dust kicked by everyone, she's keeping close to the ground, crawling on all fours with her eyes fixed on him. A prowling tiger is using the chaos to her advantage, looking for the best moment to lung at the dragon's neck. With how strong I am, those kids probably won't make her a large enough opening to attack, Arad thought. Let's drag someone stronger into this fight. He lunged at Goraran with a clenched fist. Wait! Goraran lifted his arms and blocked Arad's attack, but the impact sent him flying back. Don't get me mixed in your game. Come on, Arad looked at the adults. Don't you care to show the young ones how to hunt a wild monster? Or are you only good for endangering them? What did you say? One of the tigers growled. Arad appeared right before his face. I said you can't hunt shit without risking the kid's life and using them as bait. He smacked him in the face so hard that he made him spin twice in the air. Tigers were surprisingly durable, so that won't be so bad. Healing potions exist. It only took a few minutes for the brawl to escalate further. Half the village was now trying to kill Arad, everyone ganging on him as if he's a monster that wandered into the village, and they were getting humiliated. Soon enough, Arad started giving them advice and weapons, stopping at once. You can do well at range. Here, use this. He gave him a steel spear. Mana twist strangely around you. Go learn magic. He lifted a girl up and smacked her on the ground. To Arad, this felt similar to how he handled the fighters class, just beat them until they learned how to fight and get real experience. Between all of the chaos and from the rising dust and cries of the beast people, Matilda lunged out from the shadows with a bite at Arad's neck. She managed to get in. Even she didn't realize She had used all of her strength. That bite was intended to kill, all of her put into a single attack. Arad stood in place and started laughing with her hanging onto his neck with her mouth. Out of the entire tiger's village, both adults and the young, the only one to reach me with an attack is the girl they ostracized. It was that Matilda let go of his neck due to sharp pain in her teeth. She had cracked a fang on his hard neck. He caught her in his arms. Good job. If this was a real hunt, you'll be the one coming with the kill, but sadly, I'm not a deer. Chapter 876, The Messenger Lion. Chapter 876, The Messenger Lion. I bite you as hard as I could. Matilda cried, but immediately held her cheek. Her right fang had cracked from how much force she applied. Yet Arad's neck didn't even get a scratch. Here, this should help. Arad pulled a large healing potion out of nowhere. Be careful next time. My skin might look soft and smooth, but I'm in fact harder than most weapons. Steel swords can't scratch Arad's scales. Hitting him felt like punching a steel statue. Put me down first. Matilda gasped as she lunged away from him, still holding her cheek. If my bite can't scratch you, what could harm you then? A lot of things, it seems. I do face a lot of people who can send me to the grave. He smiled, throwing the potion to her. At that moment, Matilda remembered that Arad had spent a few weeks recovering from a fatal injury. In her head, countless images started spinning. What kind of horror is capable of doing that to Arad? She couldn't even imagine it properly. Like when you were recovering before? What harmed you? She asked with a puzzled face. It was a large monster. That's all I can say. Arad smiled. You probably better not get involved. I don't need to tell you that whatever did that to me would probably be more than enough to kill you. Matilda drank the whole potion and sighed. I hope you face such a thing again. I would end up as minced meat if whatever can hurt you hit me. She looked back as she heard her father's footsteps. He was rushing toward the mess to check on what had happened. What did happen? Zara cried as he saw half the village beaten to a pulp. But they all got new shiny weapons, so he was confused. I was training with them. They called Matilda a coward, but I showed them that she just has a different fighting style. Arad smiled with a proud face. Aaron, Mira shouted at him, come here with me. This is just like before with the fighting class. When will you learn? She dragged him away by the ear. You can't just beat anyone that doesn't agree with you. Those were our finest warriors. Zara looked at everyone and then back at Mira, dragging Arad away. She's just pulling him around like nothing. Just like Mom, Matilda giggled. Don't remind me. She's scary when she gets angry. Zara sighed with a scared face. His wife was just as terrifying, even though she doesn't fight that much. We're fine. Goriran barely managed to stand. His bones had cracked, and each hit from Arad felt like getting smacked by a warhammer. The healers should be able to fix us, he grunted. You can barely stand. Don't force yourself. Zara rushed toward him. Drink this potion. I'll go bring the healers. Don't waste a potion on me now. We might need them later. Save the money. Goriran sat down. I can wait even without it. Ah, those aren't mine. Aaron brought a bunch with him, like several full boxes. And he wasn't the only one. His whole class did, including Matilda. Those were the potions they made for training. They might be as effective as certified potions, but they'll keep you alive. He smiled. Aran's potions are 100% of quality. They are only not certified. Mine barely reach 60% of the healing capacity. Matilda sighed. He's extremely precise with his hands and has a lot of mana to use for magic water. Are all of your classmates like that? Goriran looked at Matilda after he finished drinking his potion. Alchemists? Yeah, we're a class of alchemy after all, she replied. No, I meant like him, Aron. Goriran shook his head. How in the hell is that man an alchemist? I've never seen a fighter like him. He's insane. Ah, Aron is a strange one. He's the only one I know with such strength weight. 2 of his wives are just as scary. One is called Eris and the other Merida. Matilda looked back toward her house. In our class, there is this girl called Selena. She came with us here. She's also quite strong, Matilda smiled. She attended school using a fake body that she controls from afar, and she's quite the powerful wizard. She got a great class, even their teacher is amazing. I could tell by the exhausted look on her face that she spends a lot of time on them. Zara tapped Matilda's shoulder, and speaking of exhausted look, you gaying to beaten to a pulp, and only my daughter managed to get a hit in. Zara burst laughing, smacking Matilda on the back. Goring growled, "You know how strong he is. It's not our fault." He then scratched his head as the healers started rushing in. "But what will you do now? That man acts quick." "Let him come. I've already made up my mind." Zara growled, his face twisting. "It's war." Matilda could tell by the grunt in his voice her father was pissed off. "Father, what did happen?" she asked. "Nothing. Don't worry about it. I'll deal with anything that comes." He smiled, the anger in his voice quickly fading. "Let's go home. The healers will take care of Gororin and the rest." When they returned home, they found Arad still getting yelled at by Mira and Izdis for beating everyone in the village. "Let him be," Zara said with a smile. "It was just a mock battle that went a bit too serious. He even gave them free weapons." "Don't be harsh on him. He was right." Zara approached the sad Arad. "It's perfectly fine. Please let him be." He looked at Mira and Izdis, albeit he felt a bit confused at why the princess was also yelling at him. Probably since she hired him as a guard and he ended up causing trouble. That might taint her name. Mira and Izdis looked at each other. "Fine," Mira said. "We'll talk about it later. He can rest now." The two left, and Zara approached Arad. "I too get yelled at a lot by my wife. I'll help you avoid Mira's rage. You also help me if something happens while you're here." "I'll make sure to." Arad smiled. "She probably won't yell at you in front of guests." "Indeed, you understand," Zara giggled. The two husbands started thinking the same, almost sharing the same brain cell. Both Mira and Zara's wife were listening from the kitchen, so Arad and Zara's plan was about to backfire. After about an hour and as the dinner was cooking, a gentle knock came from the front door, and Zara's wife approached the door to see who was outside. She slowly reached the door's handle and stopped right before touching it. The smell outside the door was familiar. "Zara, come here for a second." She called, and the door opened on its own. "You're calling him?" A voice came. "I'm not here to cause trouble." As the door fully opened, a large lion man with a massive and majestic golden mane was standing there. Several females lined up behind him, all wearing heavy armor. Zara lunged to the front door with a single leap. "Why did come?" He growled, glaring at the lion. "You know who I work for, don't you?" The lion smiled. "I've got information that Master Zank's new bride has returned, and I came to pick and deliver her to him. I'm not sending her with you guys." Zara reached toward the door. "Leave." He started closing the door, but the lion held it in place. "I can't have that. Master already knows she's here, and thus I must bring her to him." The lion smiled. "Stop trying to make me trouble." He looked inside and spotted Matilda standing inside the kitchen. "There she is, isn't she? Tell him to come in person, otherwise she isn't leaving." Zara growled at the lion. I said, "She's coming with me. Your opinion doesn't matter." The lion started forcing the door open, but it was then that Arad stepped beside Zara. "That's her father. How come his opinion doesn't matter?" He glared at the lion dead in the eyes. Even though Arad was in his humanoid form, he was still taller than the lion, who stood at 6'5", so he was almost looking down at him. "This explains the stench. A naked ape is in your house." The lion growled, "Get him the fuck out of my eyesight before I burn this whole place to ash. You're making me angry." Arad looked back. "Matilda, what do you say? Does my opinion even matter?" She sighed, looking back at Arad. "Zara said he doesn't want you to leave your mother." He looked at her and she shook her face. "Also says you shouldn't go. All left is you." Matilda looked back at Arad. "We'll back away like last time?" "I've got no reason to. If you say no, not even the gods would pull out of this house." He smiled. "Then I don't want to go. Can you kick him out?" She smiled. Arad turned toward the lion. "You've heard her. Get out. Angry and hairy cat. Get a haircut." He glared at him. "Angry," the lion mumbled. "It's people like you that should stop their habit of pissing me. The fuck off." He tilted his head back and swung a headbutt at Arad's face, hitting him in the forehead. "Get out of my way. Master Zank wants her." Arad didn't even budge, and instead the lion was the one to start bleeding from his forehead. "Zank, I'll make a nice winter coat from his hide. I'll go with you guys." "Make a coat from Master Zank's hide?" The lion glared at Arad, flames gushing from his back. "It's so funny that I'm not even laughing." Chapter 877, An Old Friend Return. Chapter 877, An Old Friend Return. The fuck is up with this human? I've head-butted him, but I'm the one bleeding. Why isn't he budging, and why does his skin feel as hard as stone? The lion screamed internally. He would have already run away, but his wives were all lined behind him. He couldn't back down, not in front of them. What's up with this furball of an inflated cat? I can't fight here. Mira and Izdis would kill me. Arad cried inside his head. The two had just been yelling at him. Destroying Matilda's house would be the worst thing to do now. Just leave. I don't want to fight you here. Just give up and scram. As the two glared at each other in silence, their foreheads still stuck together, each of them waited for the other to back away. Arad closed his eyes, and the lion gasped. What the hell is he thinking? Lock it all up. What I need isn't destructive power. I need controlled might, as sharp as a blade and as precise as a needle. Arad's muscles relaxed. This is it, just like that time. In the labyrinth, lock it all up and only use what's immediately available. Arad clenched a fist and punched the lion in the guts, sending him rolling into the garden. The lion immediately stood back up. His stomach twisted in pain, but it wasn't as bad as he expected. Still confused, he took a stance as he saw Arad charging at him with a clenched fist. "You want to fight, then? So be it." The lion swung his arm, deflecting Arad's punch aside. Rumbling ember kick, the lion used the same motion to spin and throw a burning kick toward Arad's head, which Arad countered with a kick of his own. Fire kick. Who? A fire user like myself. Interesting? The lion giggled. I won't lose in a contest of firepower. He pushed even harder, conjuring stronger flames behind his calves to push Arad's kick away. You furball. Arad growled as his legs started pushing back. He didn't want to use more power than this, as he'd burn Matilda's garden, but this stupid lion is messing everything up. Arad let his kick get thrown away and spun around, kicking the lion in the guts. Stop burning the ground. The lion grabbed Arad's foot. Caught you! Bring her up! He shouted, and his wives rushed toward the house to drag Matilda out. Zara clenched his fist, ready to start fighting, but Arad appeared between the door and the lion's wives. With a powerful back slap to the chest, he sent the first of the lion's wives flying outside the yard with her armor shattered to pieces. The lion, his other wives, Zara and everyone stared in silence as Arad growled, You stay out of the fight. He growled at the other wives. He then walked back toward the lion, ready to finish the fight. It was at that moment that both the lion and his wives realized what kind of monster was standing before them. Aran! Mira looked at him. How fast can you finish the fight? Arad stopped and looked at her with a scared face. Sorry, it wasn't me that burned the grass. I'm trying to keep damage to a minimum here. Mira looked at Zara. Where does this lion live? Zara pointed west, a fair distance in that direction. Mira then quickly looked at Arad. Send them home. You can do that, right? Arad smiled. Got it. You fucker. What are you? The lion shouted, but Arad suddenly appeared standing before his face, smoking with black magic. My wife spoke. Back to your home, cat. He grabbed him by the mane. At that moment, a large wood-cutting axe flew from the streets into Zara's garden, landing right between Arad and the lion, almost cutting their toes. Who is it here? Isn't it a familiar face? From the front gate, a large muscular man wearing a tank top and thick trousers strolled in, a gentle smile on his face. He was almost as large as Arad, but had a bigger stomach. A large smile crossed Arad's face. "Hank, how long has it been?" He let go of the lion man and walked toward Hans, shaking his hand with enthusiasm. Those two giants were almost similar in size. "Another large human?" "No, wait, something is off." The lion gasped as he could smell Hank from afar. The fur on his back stood as his mane spiked up. "Your smell don't tell me." Arad looked at Hank's face and hairy forearms. "Will, I had to get a bit closer to my wife to survive here." He looked at Arad's face, but to think the kid I saved back then had grown this strong. "You've really come a long way off." His eyes slowly shifted toward the lion. "Is that one giving you some kind of trouble?" Hank asked with a gentle smile. Not a single shred of anger or confusion came from his expressions. "He wants to take a friend of mine against her will. I want to stop him without destroying the place," Arad replied, stretching his arms. "Those lionesses are on it with him." Hank nodded, extending his arms forward. "I do not like beating women, but my wife approves of it." He looked at them with a gentle smile. "Missus, stand down or you'll get treated with disrespect. For me, as long as you leave Matilda alone. I don't care." Arad stood beside Hank, extending a fist forward. "My slaps hurt, and you don't want to try me. Die, wolf." The lion lunged forward, aiming straight at Hank. Arad seemed like a danger, but Hank was a serious threat, a beast of the moon. Hank took a deep breath, his chest expanding in the blink of an eye as the lion charged at him alongside his wives. AW00000000000000. Hank howled at them, his voice so strong that everyone had to close their ears except Arad. But only the lions seemed to suffer an effect. The lioness fell to their knees, shaking and stunned in a trance as the lion held his ears, growling in pain. The next thing he saw was Hank's fist coming at his face, crashing into his nose with a blast. As the lion flew back, Arad hit him in the neck with an elbow, sending him straight back to Hank. "Hank, what was that howl?" Arad said, with a smile as Hank caught the lion by the head. "Call of the alpha. It's only usable by a progenitor werewolf or their mate. It causes males physically weaker than the howler to feel extreme terror and paralyze females who are weaker." Hank replied, "It's the same as when your legs refused to move from fear, but I doubt someone like me had felt that." He looked at Arad with a large smile. "You're far stronger than me." "I'm not that strong," Arad smiled, and Hank immediately knew that Arad wanted to hide his power. "Then what will you do with this lion man? What was his name?" Hank looked at Arad. "I don't know, but he works for someone called Zank, one word different from your name." He smiled. "That's funny. But if that's the case, I suggest leaving him alive for future political debate. They might not try anything funny with you around, but it's a different story when you leave." He threw the lion on the ground and kicked him toward Arad. The effect of the howl seems to be strong. Hank's wife was a werewolf progenitor and a strong one at that. Arad lifted the lion from his mane and looked at the sky. "I've got a crazy idea. I hope it works." He looked at Zara. "Got something to write with, like charcoal?" Zara replied that he too wanted to join the fight, but those two seemed to be acting on a different mindset than him. "Wait," Hank called. "I've got a better idea. Use his blood." He approached Arad with a smile. "That's genius." Arad looked at the lion. He was bleeding from his mouth and nose, so he used that blood. "Matilda is with me. Fuck off, furball." Arad wrote on the lion's chest, "You kittens are too weak to be a threat worth killing." Hank added on the lion's stomach, "How should we deliver him?" Hank looked around. "Should I release his wives and let them carry him back home?" "No, I've got a better idea." Arad lifted the lion above his head and covered him with gravity magic and a barrier. "I'll send him right away." From his experience throwing stones with his tail, Arad had become an expert thrower, and this lion was far lighter than the stones he was throwing before. After a deep breath, Arad lunged forward and swung his arms, throwing the dazed lion into the sky. Back in the lion's village, Zank was sitting on his chair, surrounded by his wives, awaiting Matilda's arrival. It was at that moment the wall burst into pieces as the lion flew in, smacking one of the wives down, and landed right beside Zank's chair, unconscious and bleeding. "What is the meaning of this?" Zank shouted as he stood in rage, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Hattie giggled, lying on her large pillow bed with her 9 silver tails dancing behind her. She tapped the magic crystal before her with her long nails, a mischievous smile on her face. "Those lions were getting a bit too arrogant," she giggled, looking at Zank's angry face and rubbing her finger on the crystal ball, changing the view to Arad and Hank talking at Zara's door. Little boy Arad would be their best medicine. Animals shouldn't overstep on dragon's superiority. She switched her legs and turned around, looking at the 2 red fox maidens standing behind her pillow bed. One held a large glass of wine, and the other held a massive bow of fruits. "Wouldn't he threaten your rule as well?" one of the 2 fox maidens asked. "Are you 2 calling me an animal?" "How bold of you today," she giggled, sitting up. "I'm a Fenrir, and he isn't here to fight anyone who doesn't start a fight with him." She stood and approached the 2 maidens, rewub novel. Get the stage ready. I'll be meeting his wife Istis. I want him to remain entertained while we speak." She tapped their shoulders, whispering, "You know what, do you? Chapter 878, Unstable. Chapter 878, Unstable." In the evening, Arad and Hank were sitting in the garden talking over some tea when Hank's wife walked in carrying 1 massive bag. "Hank, so you found him." She smiled, waving her hand from over the fences. "Come in, it's open." Arad lifted his hand and pulled the gate open with gravity magic. "Everyone is inside cooking. We can't cook, so we're waiting here. Did you buy everything?" Hank stood and approached her. She showed him what was inside the bag. Still didn't find some, but that shouldn't be a problem. She smiled and looked at Arad. "How is the little wormling doing? He seems to have grown a bit bigger." "Only a tiny bit," Arad smiled, tapping his head. "Fattened up a bit. My wives are feeding me well." "You do indeed smell different." She looked at Arad and then at Hank. "You sensed it as well. Fresh blood isn't so fresh anymore." She giggled. "He's no more a whelp, but a fully fledged predator, and a vicious one at that. One look and you'll see the beast growling inside him through those burning eyes." Hank tapped Arad's shoulder. "You're far stronger than before." "Did you tell him about the village?" Hank's wife, Selena, asked with a simile. "I did. I even told him how to find it, in case he wanted to come to visit us. The people he saved before are all living there in peace, relatively speaking." Hank looked at the sky. "We still need to deal with the vicious beasts of this jungle. That's the life of a hunter, kill to feed or be killed and fed upon." Selena nodded. "I'm a lumberjack, not a hunter. I cut trees, not run between them and hunt monsters." He shook his head and sat beside Arad. "He's a hunter." "I'm not a hunter and an apex predator. I stand at the top of the food chain of the monsters you 2 hunt." Arad smiled. "So you're well aware that whenever you go, nature itself shifts around dragons." Selena started at him with her eyes glowing golden. "There is no greater hunt than the fresh blood of a dragon. The beasts of this land can't lift a candle to you." "You think I'm free to hunt and live here?" Arad giggled. "Sorry to say this, but you seem to be a bit too Na'vi than me." Arad looked at her, his eyes burning purple. "Don't you sense it? I'm not the apex predator of this jungle?" As Arad's eyes looked over the mountains, he could see the ghostly figure of a massive silver beast, a titanic 9-tailed wolf of great power resting upon the lands, rivaling in her eternal dominion. "The eternal queens of these lands, I've faced some powerful beings, but none of them come even close to their claws." "Are you talking about Hattie? That lazy queen never gets out of her soft bed." "I've seen her once. Her milk jugs are her best aspect. Nothing more, nothing less." Selena shook her head. "And old Queen wait, you said queens?" Her eyes opened wide. "What do you mean?" "I can sense it from here. Whatever insane power the queen has, I can see another faint figure behind her." Arad pointed at the stars. She has 2 souls in her body, and they are both just as strong. The queen had double the power told by her myths and stories. The overgod was right. A gentle voice came from behind Arad, and he rapidly swung with a clenched fist, only for it to get stopped by the queen's hand. "Welcome to me and my sister's land, little boy." The queen standing behind them had a different aura than what they all knew. Her body was reeking of earth magic. "You're the queen's second soul," that was a 10% punch, "and you stopped it so well that there was not a single impact or a shockwave," Arad said, sweating. "I killed the force by diverging it to the ground. I'm the strongest earth element user in existence. Tarask has more innate ability, but she's wild and lacks refined control like myself." The queen's sister took a step back, the moon behind her back growling large. "My name is Skull, Hati's twin sister. I came to deliver you a message: hunt for food, but don't overhunt and destroy the jungle's ecosystem. My land is eternal, and I'll protect that with everything that I've got." Her body turned into dust and disappeared with the wind, not leaving any traces. Around, what was that magic just now? Merlin walked out of the house and found Arad standing with Hank and his wife Selena. Was it her? No, she's. Merlin could sense that Selena was a powerful werewolf. "I just got a message from the one ruling this land, said to not overhunt." Arad smiled. It's usually dragons that rule wilderness, and even cities that fell in their domain, but here it's a bit different. Merlin looked at him with a stern face. "It's the land of the divine beast, Fenrir. That's the eternal queen of the beast lands, Hati." The story runs deeper than that. Arad approached Merlin. "Dinner is ready, right? Let's talk about this later." He looked at the sky. "I'm not feeling that good about this night. It's probably just me being uncomfortable in another's land." But Arad had no idea about the chaos brewing in the world, the creeping madness slowly consuming. Back in Alina, Kane was sitting at his desk, mixing several potions for his customers. Beneath a single candle, his hand raced with his pen over the papers, writing prescription for each of them. His eyes looked dead down, not even blinking for a second as they flickered with magic. From the shadows behind him, a hand approached silently and tapped his shoulder. He jerked back, looking into the empty room, sweating. "Jemima?" The door opened, and Jemima walked in. "Master, did you need anything?" she asked with a gentle bow. "Ah, can you get me a new cup of tea?" He lifted his empty cup. "I've already finished it." She looked at his face for a second and approached. "Are you all right? You look exhausted. You know how strange that is in your case. I'm old and fragile. Writing those is mentally exhausting." He smiled, and she took the cup. "Don't force yourself. I'll tell them to wait when they come tomorrow." "No, I'll finish work in a second and get to sleep," Kane replied as he went back to work, and she left the room. Writing and weighing the doses, Kane stopped mid-work and lifted one of the empty papers. In the blink of an eye, he drew Jemima on it and looked at his creation. "This is beautiful," but in a second, he ripped it to shreds and started giggling. "It looks better like this." The papers burned into ash as he turned back with a crazed smile. "I'll." Jemima was standing behind him. "I've brought you tea. What are you doing?" She looked at him, and Kane paused for a second, grabbed his forehead, and pinched his nose bridge. "Nothing important. I just—" He looked at her, and could only see blood. "I'm feeling a bit exhausted from sitting all day." He took the tea from her hand and took a sip. "I wish it all ends up." Looking at her face, nothing that makes sense came to his mind. 1 second. He was thinking of ripping her apart, and the next he was thinking of what if he gave cows wings and made their milk naturally mixed with chocolate if they were fed cocoa beans. But then the chocolate milk dripped into the ground like mud and quickly turned into humans dancing around a massive pyre. "It doesn't make sense to resist me. You know, I'm a part of you." Kane could hear his own voice whispering in his head. "Tell me, who are you?" "Not you," Kane replied. "Scram, I don't want to hear your vile thoughts in my head." "You mean your own thoughts? We're one and the same?" "In fact, I'm the real you. How dare you pretend to be normal?" The voice inside Kane's head giggled. "You think Arad Orion would grow in time?" No, he won't. You're insane to think that's possible. The voice stopped for a second. Wait, it makes sense for you to think that because you're insane, but that making sense isn't a part of the madness, which makes sense but at the same time doesn't fuck it. Let's kill everyone and start over from the beginning. Another raw start. I said shut up. I've ignored you for thousands of years. What makes you think that I'll listen now? Of course you'll listen. Look before you. When Kane blinked, he could see Jemima ripped to shred, her blood painting the whole room as he stood there dripping red. Come on, you aren't growing weaker but stronger. That's why I'm taking over. I'm your true self. Give up and let me take over. It's already too late for you. Slap. Kane immediately gasped as something landed on his face. He was still in his office, but Jemima was fine, glaring at him with a worried face. She was the one who slapped him. Wake up. Can you hear me? Jemima? He gasped. For your own sake, rest for a bit. She grabbed him by the hand and dragged him to bed. Rest. I'll get Gracie to check you. Eating dinner, Arad looked outside the window at the forest. Some of the trees seemed like laughing faces to him, and for a second he could swear he heard a giggle in the background, as if the world itself was mocking him. He had never felt such a creepy sensation in his life. I indeed don't feel right here. Arad mumbled, thinking it was because of being in Hati's domain. But it was far greater. Chapter 879, A Black Cat Beneath the Night Sky. Chapter 879, A Black Cat Beneath the Night Sky. While Isdis and Merlin got a whole room for themselves, and Selina slept in with Matilda and her sister in their room, Arad ended up sleeping with Mira, Lila, Roberta, and Tina in a separate room alongside Saren and Ignis. While asleep, Arad opened his eyes as Saren woke up and started crying. Using gravity magic, he lifted and started gently rocking her until she went back to sleep. He then looked to the side, noticing that Mira and Tina were also awake, and so were Lila and Roberta. The heat and humidity were just too much. The only two who could comfortably sleep were Ignis and him. You can't sleep? Arad whispered, looking at them. It's too hot. My back is melting. Mira stood and flipped her pillow. And it's far too humid here. Yeah, but at least there are no mosquitoes. Lila smiled. Put your head down and close your eyes. You'll eventually fall asleep. Lila is right, Roberta replied, but I bet that's what woke up Saren. She looked at Saren. She was sweating a lot. Yeah, it doesn't get this hot back home. I bet she isn't used to sleeping in this heat. Tina sat up. I'll fan her a bit. She pulled a hand fan from her bag. You could have just told me. Arad lifted his hand and pointed at the window. Let's see. Isdis's magic works like this, and Ayla and Zephyr use those magic circles. What are you trying to do? Mira looked at him as a blue and green magic circle appeared in the air, floating toward the window. Tiny shards of ice formed from the water particles in the air, and the wind started flowing into the room through the window, thanks to Arad's magic, carrying the cold with it to engulf the room. This should slowly cool the room, but I'll try to make sure it doesn't go overboard. How does it feel? Lila lifted her hand in the air's path. It's cold, but not too much. What else can you do with magic? Roberta stared at him. Is there anything that you can't do? Complicated things. This one is simple. Make some ice and run air around it. But when things get into other territories like force and spells like draining magic, it becomes hard to make them like this. Arad explained. As long as it's a simple effect, he can make it on the fly. I wonder how the others are sleeping in this heat. Mira giggled. Isdis is going to be sad. She wanted to sleep with us here, but sadly couldn't. She can use ice magic. She can cool their room, probably. Arad laid down. Go back to sleep. You can then ask her in the morning. Everyone went back to sleep, and Arad kept looking at the ceiling. He couldn't fall asleep. What worried him wasn't the heat or humidity. It was a creepy feeling of not being in control of his surroundings. Gemini Arad closed his eyes and took control of his clone that appeared right above the house on the roof. He then immediately shifted into a cat and sat there, looking at the village with glowing purple eyes. He jumped down to the fences and headed into the night streets, strolling the alleyways and looking around. This village is quite large, probably twice as big as a human village would be, but it's not large enough to be a city. He looked around and stopped. Tigers are solitary creatures, but when pushed into a civilization, they can't really live alone, so they form small communities like this. He climbed a house and looked around, his eyes stopping at the camping site where the other students were sleeping. I bet social creatures like lions would have even large cities and villages. As he was mumbling to himself, he could see their teacher Lucia sitting beside the campfire with another teacher, Raimi, the blacksmith. She's the one responsible for Mira's class. They are staying guard even in this place. He looked at them. It should be safer than the woods. Why are both sitting guard? He approached and stared at them from the bushes. Lucius sighed. Those ruffians, it's just exhausting, she grumbled. Don't overthink it. It's just kids playing around. Raimi replied with a tired smile. They leave once we tell them off. There's no harm. Arad slowly approached them and kept acting like a cat, rubbing his back on Lucia's legs, and she picked him up, sat him on her lap, and started rubbing his back. Such a beautiful black cat. Look at how large you are, Lucia smiled. For a second, I thought you were a tiger, chunky boy. She lifted him up and showed him to Raimi. They hunt a lot here, so I bet he eats a lot of meat and scraps. And judging by how vicious the monsters are around here, I bet that even cats must grow stronger to survive, Raimi replied. I was looking to get a familiar. Would you be mine? Lucia pointed her finger toward Arad's nose, and a tiny magic circle appeared, a familiar contract. Arad rejected the contract, and the magic circle cracked. The success rate with animals was almost 100%, and for a cat to reject it this easily. Lucia immediately thought it was her who lacked skill and sighed, falling deeper into depression. Damn it, to fail such a basic spell. Am I really fit to teach those students? Of course you are, Raimi replied. And don't forget, you're an alchemist, wizardry, and magic are secondary to you. She smiled. But even with that, Lucia looked away. I feel left out. I don't know about your students, but I've got one troublesome student. His name is Aran, Arad flinched in her lap. Why me? Did I ever do something that angered her? Aran, the one who got hired by the princess as a guard? I've seen him beat the martial class. Raimi smiled. I wonder why did he join the alchemist class? He's quite good at making potions, Lucia replied, and his learning speed is out of the chart. I even wonder if it's for the best if I just showed him all that I know at once and let him finish studying in a day. No one can do that. Even if he seemed to be a fast learner, don't try to push him too hard. You'll end up breaking his rhythm. Raimi stared at Lucia and waved her hand. I too got his wife. Mira was her name. I've never faced such an energetic ball of creation and talent. She spends hours glued to her desk trying to make failed projects work. And she's progressing quite fast. Such talents, no wonder they got married. Lucia kept rubbing Arad's back. There is also something else. I think Aran is far stronger than he shows up to us. I swear he once saved Mira from a point-blank explosion. It was that big one with the refractory freezer, the machine that detonated in the yard. Raimi titled her head, Aran should have been in your class. He was. I could see him rush out of his seat and jump out of the window, and then come back. It all happened in a fraction of a second. Lucia lifted Arad again and looked at his eyes. Freaky, isn't it, to be that fast and still look normal? He even managed to stop all of Zara's claws while sitting on his chair. That only means that Mira found a powerful man to marry the genius little girl. But you say normal, but he's over 2 meters tall and his arms are thicker than your hips. Raimi shook her head. I've seen too many men with muscles for show only, but I doubt his muscles are just decoration. Lucia looked at Arad's face. What do you say, Mr. Nightcat? She already gave him a name. Arad blinked twice, thinking deeply about it. Am I really that scary? I was trying to be a normal human. I had to save Mira. It couldn't be helped. You're asking a cat as if it'll reply. Ramy giggled. He also reminds me of Alcott. Do you remember him? Lucia hugged Arad, almost choking him with her chest. Yeah, that playboy. Ramy looked away. You don't see many men like him, do you? Aran looks awfully similar to him. Lucia rocked her head. They both are big and do ridiculous things. Alcott said something about him possibly being my dad, but the time doesn't line up. Neither I nor him want to shun the possibility, but it's extremely unlikely. Arad remembered his conversation with Alcott. Cyrilla and Jasmine were right. It's best to be thought off as true until proven otherwise. Lucia Moore came again. Ramy stood and pulled her wand. 3 massive tiger men approached the camp. They are of the youngsters that Arad beat up this evening. They were still scratched. The chieftain allowed us to camp here. The area is off limits, as students are asleep. Lucia stood there and glared at the coming 3 beastmen. You aren't the one setting rules in our land. Human female. One of them replied. It's us who set rules, he replied. It indeed wasn't me who set the rule. It was your chieftain. Go talk with him instead. Lucia growled and Ramy stood beside her. They don't understand words. Those only communicate with fists. Now that female understand. One of the 3 cracked his fists. Let's get right into it. It was then when a loud meow boomed across the air. Arad was sitting between the beast, people, and Lucia, glaring with those glowing purple eyes. A cat? One of them gasped. Chapter 880, Breakdown. Chapter 880, Breakdown. The 3 beastmen looked at Arad, a bit confused. As a cat, he wasn't even hissing. He just sat there on the ground staring at them menacingly. What's up with this cat? That was loud. One of them gasped, staring at Arad with a confused face. Kick him away. What are you afraid of? It's just a cat. One of them suddenly rushed in, swinging a kick at Arad. Lucia panicked, waving her wand as fast as she could to form a barrier, but it was incomplete. The moment the beastman's kick hit the barrier, it shattered it and raced toward Arad's small head. Lucia gasped. If she only was a bit faster at casting spells, her barrier would have formed right and the cat wouldn't be about to get kicked in the face. Arad lifted his small paw and stopped the beastman's kick with ease. Do you really want to fight? A deep, growling voice boomed from the cat and the beast could sense a shiver running down their spine. They just realized it, but it was already far too late. This black cat reeks of pine. Lucia and Ramy immediately recognized the voice, and what they saw next made it as clear as day. The cat's body started expanding and swelling. From its small form, a massive, muscular man emerged, standing tall and glaring down at the beastmen, his eyes dripping with purple magic. Aaron? Lucia gasped. You know the law can't save you from me? He glared at them, to them who just got beaten by him out of nowhere this evening. This threat didn't seem like a bluff or a joke. This human before them is an uncontrollable monster. Forget it. One of the beast men turned around to leave. Let's go. It's not worth it anymore. Arad had just gotten warned by Mira about beating people, so he decided to not chase them. In any other case, he would have at least scared them a bit. Aran, wait, you were the cat? Lucia gasped and Ramy looked at him. Since when you can do that, I'm a druid, you should have known. It's written on my papers and I did deal with the beavers, didn't I? He looked at her. Besides, you should have been able to sense my magic, right? He shifted back into a cat and Lucia stared at him. She could indeed sense a faint trace of magic, and now that she was trying to remember, it was indeed there from the start. Lucia fell on her knees and growled. Why didn't I figure it out? It was so obvious. She couldn't be more embarrassed of herself, even though he approached them clearly shape-shifted with magic. She couldn't tell the difference. Am I that stupid? Ramy patted her back. Come on, calm down a bit. Even I didn't notice. It's obvious when you look for it, but probably near impossible to spot without a hint. It's like someone with really long hair and then shortens it by 1 centimeter. You'll never notice, but when you see it, you can't unsee it. Figumnovule.com Arad. shifted back into his human form, and sat beside the fire. "Come on, take a seat. They won't bother you as long as I'm here." Lucia stood but quickly froze in place, remembering how she was patting his back, rambling about what he did in front of him. She turned and ran away, crying her eyes out. She can't take it anymore, the embarrassment of what she just did. "Wait, where are you going?" Raimi cried, calling her back, but Lucia wasn't listening. She couldn't even hear her among her weeping cries. "This is bad. She's running into the jungle." Arad stood. "You wait here. I'll catch and bring her." He lunged after her. "Teacher, wait. Leave me alone." She waved her hand and immediately disappeared in a puff of magic. Damn it, where did she go? Arad tried to track her magic, but he could only learn of her general direction. Strangely enough, due to her emotional distress, her magic turned up to be a bit jumbled up, making it harder to track. Arad knew better than anyone how dangerous the jungle was. Normal humans can't survive there alone, and certainly not while having an emotional breakdown. With a single leap, Arad rushed amongst the tall trees tracking Lucia's magic. "It twists and turns. I know she went this way, but not where she is," he growled. "This jungle isn't just filled with giant monsters. Most of them have a lot of magic after all. It's almost interfering with the magic left by Lucia." It was like standing in a snowy field, trying to track the footsteps of a human in the middle of a snowstorm, while that human's footprints don't look like footprints at all. "Should I use curses? Won't those harm her?" Arad asked as he leapt above a confused raptor, racing across the jungle. "Don't, she'll get harmed. But if you must, don't aim directly at her. Don't use curses at all. Focus on your senses." Mom added in Arad's head, "That woman is distressed. She's crying uncountably and can't think properly. Focus on your draconic senses and try to smell or feel her. With your speed, it'll only take a fraction of a second to reach her, as she's still within your 40 kilometers radius. I can't expand my expansion. I can't use curses, and all I can rely on is my senses. As strange as it seems, Teacher Lucia's magic is extremely powerful in a sense. She's good at making spells work, but that usually would be best for spells she uses a lot, like teleportation." Arad looked around and decided to jump into the sky. Looking down at the jungle, he sighed. The forest was so thick that he couldn't see the ground. A view from above was useless. If this happened in Alina, he would have asked Losi for help, but can only count on himself now. "Fine," Arad growled, landing on the ground. His shirt and pants disappeared as he was left in a pair of shorts, scales slowly covering his body as wings sprouted from his back, and horns from his head. Time. Slow. 99% Arad immediately disappeared. Faced with such a complicated issue, Arad preferred to return to basic. He'll systematically search every square meter in a 1-kilometer radius, one by one, running as fast as he can, and doing his best not to damage the jungle. "Be careful, you're moving at such a speed that you'll blow anything you touch into pieces," Duma warned him. "I know, if Hati and Skull got angry, we're so done." This wasn't his land, and he's well aware of the monster ruling it. He'll try to solve his problems without alerting the beast. Thanks to Mira getting a divine portfolio and becoming a demigoddess, she requires less and less of Arad's mana to raise the child inside her, which allows Arad to draw more of his power at any time. With a single solid step, Arad's muscles contracted as his bones shifted, absorbing the impact of his steps like shock absorbers as he raced through the jungle, searching behind each tree and beneath every stone, straining his senses to the extreme. As he rushed, blood boiled in his veins and his draconic nature rapidly started to surface. If anything was to harm Lucia, it'd be facing a raging dragon, a monster that even a god failed to stop. The ground beneath the village rumbled as Arad searched and Hati sighed on her bed. "Look at this. Now he's still destroying the land to find her." She turned and looked at her servants. "What do you say?" "You can just tell him where she went. That would stop him," one of her servants replied. "Then he'll know I'm watching him. I can't do that." Hati shook her head and leaned back. At that moment, another servant walked inside and she looked at Hati. We received a divine promotion. It's quite urgent. From who? Hati waved her foot. If it's Tiamat, tell her to fuck off. I'm watching something interesting. I'll get back to her tomorrow. It's indeed from Tiamat. The servant looked worried. It says, accelerate. We're losing time. Hati's face immediately twisted and she jolted back up. Wait, what did happen? Is everything fine? She cried. I don't know. That's all we got. And from her voice she seemed angry, the servant said, carefully looking at the stressed Hati. Damn it. She stood and shook her head. I'll get to work, prepare my clothes. We'll get everything done as quickly as possible. Your Eminence, look, one of the servants in the room gasped with a scared face, pointing at Hati's crystal orb. They could see Lucia running in the jungle, chased off by raptors without her knowing, and she stumbled down into a trapdoor arachnid trap. All monsters here were large, and trapdoor arachnids were massive spiders that didn't wave webs but instead created traps beneath the sole to immediately snare targets with their fangs. As clearly as they could see, Lucia got snared in the blink of an eye, bitten across the torso. Arad could smell her blood, and all hell went loose. Chapter 881, A Night to Remember. Chapter 881, A Night to Remember. Lucia gasped, blood dripping across her lips as the spider's fangs sank into her stomach and chest. A painful burning sensation started rushing through her body, but her eyes jolted open, and her mind couldn't lose conciseness. The concentration of wizards and the hard mental training they got through to be able to stay awake and focus on spells even when injured now started working against her. No matter the pain, wizards can't lose consciousness unless they run out of mana. She could see the spider's glowing red eyes glaring at her, the fangs digging into her body, crushing her organs. A slow and painful death was the only thing that awaited. Those monsters are extremely adept at taking down their prey. Even if Lucia were to blast the spider's face with a powerful spell, it'd never let go, and even if the spider died and let her go, she'd instantly bleed to death. This is fear. It's good then. I've forgotten how it felt like. Arad's voice boomed in Lucia and the spiders' heads. From the jungle, a bolt of lightning sparked, hitting the ground as a massive black arm extended and landed right behind the spider. I'll not lose anyone. The last time Arad felt true fear was when Izdis got sniped and almost died. He wasn't afraid for his own life, but to lose people close to him. Lucia's eyes opened wide as she saw the massive black dragon crackling with magic chop down the spider in half. She had never in her life seen such a monster up close, and she could remember this was the one who rampaged a few weeks ago in the swamp beside the university. Arad stood above Lucia and stared at her in his draconic form. She was already at death's door, and now that the spider's grip had waned, Lucia had started bleeding rivers. Arad shifted back into his humanoid form and looked at her, his eyes spazzing left and right, trying to figure out what to do. There was no saving her at this point. She was bleeding faster than what any healing spell could heal. Just from a single look, Arad could tell that her stomach, lungs, heart, and all the organs around them got pierced and crushed by the spider's bite. The only thing keeping Lucia alive in her last seconds was her trained wizard brain, still throbbing with life even with the lack of blood. "Say, do you want to live?" Arad looked at her, his eyes burning red. Lucia's mind was quickly dying, and by that time she had lost the ability to see and hear, leaving her alone in darkness. "I take silence as yes, you could go back from life, but not from death." Arad bent down and bit her neck, letting his blood course through her veins. Her organs slowly climbed back into her body as her flesh regenerated and red magic flashed in her eyes. Up till this point, Arad only turned bandits into vampires to use as pawns and spawns, and this was his first time actually turning someone he knew into a vampire. He gave it his all, watching carefully as he used all of his skill to make sure her turning was perfect, channeling all of his might through her. The pain Lucia was feeling quickly disappeared and became a distant memory. The painful hole in her torso was replaced with a warm, good-feeling tickle as she stood alone in the darkness. She looked forward, her eyes glowing red as a crazed smile crossed her face. Arad was standing behind her in his draconic form. He opened his massive, throwing blood on her. The blood burned her skin as she giggled, her very nature shifting. Zia appeared standing before her, looking at her with a smile. "Welcome, sister." Lucia opened her eyes as she lay on the ground. They burned red with blood magic. She stood. Her robe was torn from the torso due to the spider's bite, and her breasts danged out, but she didn't even care. Something else was racing on her head. "You're alive, relatively speaking?" Arad said he was sitting around her in his draconic form, keeping a barrier up to make sure she was safe and to make sure she didn't go rampaging in a blood rage. Doma had warned him that vampires born with so much power could lose control and rampage. Lucia lifted her head and looked at her. Her deteriorating vision had healed, and she could see far better than ever before. With each heartbeat, she could feel her veins pulsing, carrying blood across her whole body. This feeling, she looked at her hands. "I'm a vampire, I can feel the blood." She looked at Arad, innately knowing he was her vampire lord, and not just any lord. She could sense the depth of the abyss rushing from him, his true power. "You're my vampire lord." "No, something feels off," she mumbled. Zia appeared from Arad's shadow. "He's your lord god and progenitor, the god lord of your whole existence. He is who you serve, pray, and worship." Arad waved his hand and teleported Zia back to his blood. "Forget the hard talks. The important part is that you're okay." He lifted his claw and pointed to her chest carrying a robe. "You're half naked, wear this," he spoke. Lucia looked down. Her breasts were indeed dangling down. Usually she wouldn't tolerate this, but now she didn't feel anything. Since Arad is now her lord, she didn't feel the necessity of wearing clothes around him. She's technically a part of his blood now. "Do I need to cover up?" she mumbled. "Doma, she got brain damage. Can you fix her?" Arad looked into his own soul, and Doma laughed. "That's the hard mentality of a vampire of her power. I can fix her, but that would be a nerf to her mental fortitude." Doma smiled. "Being constrained by human morals is a weakness. Just turn her back like she was before." Arad waved his claw above Lucia's head, and his magic flew into her body. As her brain slowly shifted due to Doma's curse, humanity. Humanity, it grants human emotions and morals to a target, which could cause a lot of mental damage, like making a poor monster aware of himself and falling into an existential crisis. When Doma's curse fully took effect, Lucia's mind raced faster than a horse and crashed down. It was clear why humanity is a curse. First, a flash of her death quickly came to her, sending her into an episode of terror. It was then followed by a jolt of the pain of her own death, the horrid vision of her guts spilling out and the spider's terrifying face. Lucia screamed her lungs out, but that wasn't the end of her suffering. In the back of her mind, she realized she was half naked, and that put even more stress on her brain, followed by the last straw, realizing the extent of her lord's power. For a second, she could see herself, like an ant sitting beneath Arad's foot, about to get stomped down. All of what she saw of him till now was a mere fraction of his true power, and now she could sense and see all of it. Knowing she was sitting between his arms almost ripped her soul out of her body. The horror of being in his presence felt like sitting inside a blender, not knowing when someone would turn it on and turn you into juice. Lucia stopped breathing and moving. Her mind immediately tried his best to avoid getting killed, and the response was natural. She fell face down, unconscious. "Did she die?" Arad gasped. freywibsvel.com. The situation was too much for a human mind to cope with. She lost conciseness. Let her rest, she'll be up and fine later. Arad shifted back into his humanoid form and covered her with the robe. He then lifted her up and headed back. Thanks to being a direct vampire born from him, she shouldn't have a problem with the sun, and stay relatively unnoticed as long as she doesn't use blood magic in public. Arad sighed and stood in his bed. "I hope she won't cause trouble." Mira immediately woke up and looked at him. What did happen? Teacher Lucia almost died. Well, she got her torso bitten off by a large spider. I had to turn her into a vampire so she could survive. He looked at the moon outside. This night is going to be something for her to remember for decades. If that's the case, then you should be able to control her, right? Mira looked at him. Make sure she doesn't use her blood magic and keep her aura down. I'm already doing that. Arid could control all of the spawns in his blood, not just by orders. He could literally take over their bodies and control them. He now was using that authority to block Lucia from using her vampire powers, so she would seem like a normal human. Arid walked into the students' camp where Teacher Raimi was waiting with worried breaths. What happened? We've heard a lot of noise. She got caught by surprise by a large spider monster and got bitten. Luckily, I managed to track her in time. Arid smiled. I killed the monster and healed her with potions. She should be fine. Chapter 8I2, Red Lips of Blood. Rami laid Lucia on her bed and watched her for a few minutes after Arid left. To her eyes, she seemed a bit paler, but that might have been just due to the moonlight drizzling through the tent's thin walls. The night had become suddenly quitter, and not even bugs could be heard. The vicious mosquitoes of this warm jungle have all but ceased to exist. A dreadful silence filled the air, and Raimi could hear water droplets falling outside. Raimi could feel a strange dryness in her throat, like a stone stuck in her neck. She massaged her neck and looked at Lucia's ripped clothes, getting a shiver down her spine upon thinking how gruesome the injury was. Her lips shook in awe and fear, thinking how Arid had witnessed that and still acted calmly. With shaking fingers, she searched Lucia's belongings and pulled her clothes out, quickly changing her before putting her back in bed to sleep. The guard duty of this hot and stuffy night would only burden her shoulders. Lucia can't do her part. Rest well, old friend. She closed the tent and went to sit by the campfire, looking at the dancing flames, unable to stop imagining how badly Lucia had been injured. Just an hour ago, they were sitting here on the flames joking, and in that short time she got gouged and mauled to near death. Raimi couldn't stop her knees from shaking and her hands from shivering, the thought that such misfortune could come precipitous just like that. Humans are unfortunate creatures, too fragile for the world they live in. Fate always laughs at them, giggling at their pain. Raimi's fears almost came true just seconds later, her eyes paled upon seeing it. The 3 tiger men from before came back. Now that Arid had left, and Lucia was bedridden, Raimi alone was left to fend for herself, seeing the large 3 people approaching her with vicious smiles. Her mind couldn't help but race with the thought of her near future. On a silent night, she could hear her inner voice crying, begging for mercy. As a sense of dread washed over her body, her hands naturally moved to her hips, and she pulled down 2 guns. Taking a strange stance, she pointed the guns forward at the 3 beastmen, her eyes stern and focused. Fear wasn't a sin, but a blessing, letting her know when she was in danger, and when she should stop shivering and get ready for blood. With loaded guns and a brave soul prepared for the worst, her hands stopped shivering and her knees held firm. 3 on 1, I'll take lives, she said in a calm voice, glaring at them with sharp eyes. The moment one of the tigers took a step forth, she blasted his right ear and eye out, her guns automatically loading in a fraction of a second. Last warning, back down. The beastman growled, blood dripping across his face and teeth. Her orange fur had turned red, and his one left eye flashed yellow in rage, reflecting the moonlight as a deep growl escaped his throat. This little prey bites back like cubs testing their luck against a porcupine. Those youngsters were fools, unable to gauge the threat ahead of them. With the stern courage of a human facing the foolish boldness of beastmen, their standoff only lasted a second. 2 of the tigers rushed at her. She shot them both in the chest, but the 3rd managed to sneak past, smacking Raimi on the back and knocking her to the ground. She coughed blood as her ribs shattered from the impact, the bones piercing her lung. All white, the 2 tigers she shot seemed fine. The dense muscles and bones had managed to absorb the bullet's damage. Rami lay on the ground, staring at the dancing grass, painted with her blood. She could smell it deep in her head as her vision slowly faded, sending sparks of dull pain across her spine and feet. This seemed to be the end. I wish. I gave Mira the plans. All she could feel was the regret of not giving Mira the schematic for the automatic reloading gun, as that was a weapon. Lucia was in the tent, seemingly asleep. A courageous mosquito flew across from her bed, almost reaching the walls. The bug's body quickly expanded and burst into a rose of blood, painting a red trail on the tent's walls as Lucia's eyes shot open, smelling food. The rancid blood of beasts and the sweet and intoxicating scent of a friend's pure blood. freeonemevel.com. Her body gently floated from the bed. Her arms extended to the sides as she took a deep breath, magic rushing through her body. Arad's grasp on her soul came quickly, clenching down on her chest, pushing her blood magic back to sleep. She gently floated to the ground, and her frozen cold feet landed on the ground, not uttering a single sound. The tigers outside laughed at Rami as they drank potions, healing their wound as they stared at her dying body with amused grins. From the walls, Arad watched in silence. To Rami, he was indifferent, unlike Lucia, the one who taught him a lot, and the woman he had almost driven to insanity. She was but another human, drowning in the back of his mind. Rami hadn't called for help, and neither did Mira tell him any stories about her. If she had gotten even a bit of praise from his wife, even a good word, he might have thought of acting. It would have only taken one word to get Arad to move. A call for help is all it needed. But for a dragon to help another who didn't ask for aid is an insult to their pride. Rami had gathered the courage to face her fate and fight. He'll be stepping on that pride by butting in. That's how dragons think, and it's engraved in their nature. To him, that was like seeing a knight wanting to die with honor. Lucia's tent door slowly opened and a cold gust of wind slowly rushed out, sending shivers in the tigers. They went silent, staring in shock and awe at the dreadful presence approaching. One bare foot stepped on the dirt from Lucia and they could smell their own blood plaguing their noses. One small step after another, she approached them as if in a trance, standing right beside the bleeding Rami, staring blankly forth, still half asleep. Like a hungry human waking at midnight looking for a snack, she was still trying to understand the hunger in her belly. "You're back," one of the tigers roared with a smile, swinging his claw and slashed Lucia across her face, cutting her eyes. Lucia's eyes had already healed before he could even finish slashing them. She calmly took the hit without moving an inch, fully waking up as her blood dripped across her lips. She lifted her hand slowly up and brushed the blood to her mouth with her thumb, tasting it. With red lips painted with her own blood, Lucia finally woke up to her new self, a beast of the night. Those tigers are nothing but mere food, an annoying one that still moves and talks, confused as to how his slash didn't blind her eyes. The tiger went for a second attack, but this time Lucia had already tasted blood, her own blood, but still got her woken up. Even with Arad sealing her blood magic, the unhuman nature of her body took hold, and the tiger's blazing fast attack seemed as slow as a turtle slowly approaching her face. Lucia opened her palm and her wand teleported between her thin fingers, sparking with magic as she drew a circle in the blink of an eye on the tiger's chest, blasting him into the nearest building with a loud blast. All of that happened between the tiger and his second attack, starting and it reaching the halfway point toward Lucia, a horrifying cast speed, only heard of in horror stories. Still not a fraction of Arad's speed, but to the poor tigers, Lucia seemed like a monster they shouldn't have messed with. The students rushed out of their tents in panic, saw the scene, and immediately cried, "Are we under attack?" One girl screamed, "The bastards got Teacher Rami?" A guy roared, pointing a dagger at the tigers, "Make a rug from those cats." The two remaining tigers didn't even have time to listen or notice the students. One of them immediately lunged to attack Lucia, thinking he was on mana burnout after casting such a powerful spell. Most normal wizards must rest for white after casting powerful magic, as not doing so could knock them out, like how an athlete shouldn't do 2 extreme exercises above his own limit back-to-back. With a single swing from her wand, The tiger floated up into the air, and she swung him at the third tiger with magic. The third tiger dodged his friend, letting him hit the ground unsteady. But Lucia wasn't stopping. She kept swinging the poor tiger, trying to hit the third one, even though the one she was swinging was already begging for mercy, his bones all cracked. The last remaining tiger turned to run away. This woman didn't seem like something he could hope to defeat. She's casting extremely powerful magic at an inhuman speed, making it impossible for him to get close. With a heartless cold, Lucia threw the weeping tiger at the running one, following that with a powerful lightning bolt to char their skin in a flash, almost blinding all of the students watching. The poor kids hadn't seen their teacher fight seriously before. They knew she was strong, but they didn't expect to see such an oppressive and unfiltered raw power and magic. Lucia took a step forward, aiming to suck the tiger's blood, but Arad appeared sitting beside Rami. He looked at Lucia as he poured a healing potion on Rami's back. Sit and calm. Those words jolted Lucia back to her senses, pulling her mind out of her blood rage, and she sat down, looking at the blood pouring on the ground beside her toes. Chapter 883, Paralyze Plant. Chapter 883, Paralyze Plant. Lucia looked back at Rami, slowly getting healed with Arad sitting there. She looked at her and then at the blood splashed on the ground. She still couldn't properly control herself. Arad might have managed in seconds, but he is a dragon, not a human. Memories slowly seeped into her mind, remembering how she blasted the 3 tigers just now. Her power even terrifies her. But unlike Arad, she had a deeper understanding of magic due to her long years of study, and she could realize something almost instantly, Ivig Nove. Her casting speed had almost quadrupled, and it wasn't just for any reason. Mana had its own channels in the body, just like blood and nerves, but upon turning into a vampire, her blood veins had also turned into channels to transport mana, increasing her output and speed. Gorin came to check on what happened, and Arad explained everything to him, making it clear that those youngsters were lucky to face Lucia. If he was in their place, death would have been their only end after coming for a second time. The rest of the night went silently, without much trouble. Lucia wanted to stay awake as a guard, but Arad urged her to go and get some sleep. Unlike normal vampires, she shouldn't need to only sleep during the day. She can keep acting like a normal human as long as she keeps her blood magic hidden. She asked about drinking blood, and he explained that it would affect how her power works. If she drinks less, she'll slowly lose power until she's back to her basic human self. But if she drank it regularly, her power would slowly rise, and it might become hard to keep her identity hidden. No matter what the future holds, she can always run back to his blood. Now that Lucia knew that the man she knew as Aaron was in fact Arad Orion, the god-eating dragon and the destruction monster of the desert. As the morning came, the students started studying some herbs in the jungle as Zara and the tigers prepared for the trip to the lion's village. Lucia looked at Arad, who was working with Matilda and Selena, gathering herbs and processing them to make numbing poison. No wonder he was so fast and strong. He's the same dragon who blasted Vlad's kingdom with a single breath. She sighed, but a smile crossed her face. The thing that boggled her mind for the past months had finally cleared. She could clearly see where is Arad's power coming from. Be careful. Don't touch it with your bare hands. You'll get paralyzed in a second, Lucia said as she looked at all the students. Teacher, a guy approached her, his mouth open and his tongue dangling out with droll dripping. Hant phi-ton, can't feel my tongue. He had already tried licking it to see how it felt. Lucia sighed. Are you a fool? She stood and walked toward her bag and pulled a small test tube filled with white paste. She filled a small teaspoon for him. Use this, you'll feel better in a few minutes. Without this, you'll remain like that for days, maybe even weeks. The guy took the spoon and ate it. Lucia stared at him with a passive face. Did the numbness reach your brain? I said use it, not eat it. She snatched the spoon from his hand and filled a second. Rub it on your lips and tongue. Coat all of your mouth so it can take effect. Rami approached with slowed steps. She looked at Lucia and the guy. Is he okay? For now, Lucia replied and waved her hand to him. Go rest for a bit. You'll have trouble later. If he got paralyzed, did you give him that? He'll scream later. Rami smiled. Yeah, pure pain. The paralyzing poison works by putting the nerves to sleep. This paste wakes them by doing the opposite and only results in pain. She looked at the tube. You'll find it a lot in hot chili. What she had was pure capsaicin that she had extracted. I know you made me cry before, Rami giggled. You devil made me taste it. She smacked her on the back. Lucia pointed to the guy who was just leaving. Do you know? He swallowed a whole spoon. Rami paled. He'll be shitting lava. I hope he doesn't die on us. He won't. It's just pain. But that'll teach him not to mess around. Lucia sighed. I did warn them several times before we started, and even through their work. Don't touch it, but he did. She looked aside, seeing Arad munching on a handful of the poisonous plants. Aaron, Rami cried and rushed toward Arad. Did you see you'll get paralyzed? She cried and turned toward Lucia. Bring that paste. Don't worry, he'll be fine. Lucia waved her hand. Let him be. Don't you see he's not affected? Rami looked at Arad, and he looked like a goat munching on grass. I see, don't eat it, she growled again. He's a druid. You don't need to worry about him when it comes to plants and animals. Lucia stood and approached Arad. Use this if you got paralyzed. Don't eat it, and don't let it get into your eyes. She gave him a small tube of the paste. Lucia, Rami sighed. He might look fine for now, but he's... She turned toward Arad. Why aren't you paralyzed? Being a druid means you'll be able to guess that the plant is poisonous and avoid it, not being immune. Arad, in fact, wasn't immune, but his draconic nerves weren't so weak as to be suppressed by the poison. To him, it felt like eating mint candy as the plant was sweet, nothing more. I do have quite a strong body, Arad replied with a smile, showing that his muscles still work. Anyway, if you've got enough, start preparing the poison. You'll need to catch monsters later. Lucia walked past them and tapped her hand on the large table she prepared. I've just got word from the village. We're embarking toward the Lion's Village in an hour. Get the poison ready before that time. Matilda gasped. Wait, is that time enough? And... She looked at Arad. It's fine. We'll get the poison done, he patted her head, but used it to stand. Lions won't do a thing with me around. You beat the tigers, but there are a lot more lions. You'll get overwhelmed, she cried. Teacher, talk some sense into him. Lucia looked at them. Let him do what he wants. He's Aaron after all. That can't be. Matilda looked at Selena. Teacher is right. I doubt Aaron would lose to some lions, and they aren't stupid to risk losing a lot of men. I doubt they'll dare approach you again. Selena smiled. And if they dare do that, she stood. Teacher, can we leave for now? Strangely, Selena looked excited. Aaron, can you do their work? Lucia asked, and Arad nodded. Yeah, no problem. Go, but thank him later. She waved her hand, and Selena dragged Matilda back to her house. I can't believe it, Rami sighed, and then started walking away. I'll go check on my class. They should have made the dart guns by now. Aaron! From far away, Lila approached Arad's class, holding a basket in her hand. Did you finish studying or not? I've just seen Matilda and Selena run back home. Arad was about to start making the poison, and he stopped, looking at her. No, they just had something urgent to deal with, he replied. Come closer. It's dangerous to walk alone in the jungle like this, he said sarcastically after yesterday's accident. Arad had spent the rest of the night going across the whole forest, making sure all monsters knew he'd be eating them and their families if anyone dared attack. But as everyone could expect, wild monsters are still wild monsters, and a large Spinosaurus appeared out of the thick overgrowth, his nose 1 meter away from Lila. All the students froze in place, and Lucia was about to launch a spell. The Spinosaurus froze in place, feeling a familiar scent gushing out of Lila. Lila slowly turned back with a passive face, looking at the monster, and patted his nose. Be a good boy and leave. You don't want to get killed, do you? She smiled. But if you remain, I'll make sure to sell your corpse, don't worry. Before the poor Spinosaurus could turn around and leave, a hole got blown in his skull and he fell on the ground dead. All the students gasped, "Who is that?" They all looked at Lila, thinking she was the one who killed the Spinosaurus, but Lila knew better. She looked at Arad, shaking her head. "That's a mess, right? It wasn't me," he replied. And Lucia paused for a second. Wait. In the tiger village where the artificer's class was studying, Mira sat on a table, pushing her legs on a chair and holding a massive sniper rifle as she had her eyes in the scope. What's Arad doing, letting that monster get close to Mom? She didn't know that Arad already threatened the monsters and that her mother would have been safe. The other artificers were closing their ears. The loud explosion almost deafened them. "It's cracked," Merlin said with a worried face. "It's only good for one shot. It's a prototype after all," Mira replied as she looked at the sniper rifle. "We have muskets, so what if they were longer, bigger, and could shoot further? You get this," Merlin sighed. Chapter 884. The Biggest Hunt. Myra stood and looked at her sniper rifle. "This crack is far too deep. It can't be fixed," she sighed, throwing it into the pile of trash. "We'll see what we can salvage from it later." She looked at the other students. "Back to the drawing board. We need to make sure the barrel can withstand the heat and shock of firing." "I'll help you." Merlin walked beside Mira. "Why don't you just make it like the one you gave Aaron? Then it'll be too heavy for us to use." "He's strong, but I'm not," Mira replied. "Albeit I know that I must make that barrel at least a bit thicker, which would make it heavier." "Mira," Raimi rushed in, waving her hand. "That was a loud shot. Didn't I tell you not to fire that thing?" She looked at the rifle in the trash pile. "What if it exploded on your face?" "It'll be fine," Mira replied with a smile. Even if she didn't look like it, she was still a demigoddess. An injury like that won't kill her. "It won't be fine. I don't want to see you firing anything unstable anymore." Raimi growled as she waved her hand to all the students. "Make sure your weapons are safe to use. The alchemy class is making the paralyzing poison with our guns and their poisonous concoction. We'll be able to hunt this jungle's wild beasts alive to harvest them." The lesson that Betty prepared for the students on this trip was practical, having both classes test their abilities in the joint work of hunting live monsters. The artificer class would be able to make and see their weapons being used, and the alchemy class would be able to observe how different monsters react to their poison. This jungle was indeed far too dangerous for such a stunt, but with Arad being among the students, Betty felt it was safe to send them. He's the biggest monster after all. An hour later, Matilda and Selena returned only to find Arad had made a boatload of poison on his own. The amount was absolutely stunning. While all the students barely managed to fill a wine bottle, he had filled a whole barrel. "How did you even make this?" Selena gasped. "It stinks." Matilda closed her nose as she looked at the barrel. Arad pointed with his thumb at a large steel pot. "I used that. It's not that complicated." He smiled. "Where did you even hide that?" Matilda looked at Lucia. "Teacher, did you give him that?" "No, he had it with him, alongside a whole set of alchemical gadgets." She approached them. He came prepared. Arad reached into his pocket and pulled a doll. "Thanks to her, I never forget my equipment." Those were all Aisha's lab equipment that she had stored inside his stomach. It's that doll again. Selena reached with her hand and patted Aisha's head. "I always wanted to ask." Matilda looked at him. "Why is a big guy like you playing with dolls?" "'Cause it's fun," Arad replied, and stored Aisha as he noticed that she was getting annoyed by Selena twisting her a bit too much. "It's time to leave, right?" He looked at Lucia. "Everything is set," she replied with a smile. "Of course, you aren't riding the carriages. Get before the carriages and line up. Pick your guns and keep watch. I'll give you a list of the monsters you can shoot and those you shouldn't. I guess you're leaving the big ones to me." Arad pulled the punt gun and rested it on his shoulder. "I would rather fight barehanded or with a sword, but we have to test those, right?" "Feel free to use whatever you want," Lucia replied with a smile. You're a bit special. You're far stronger than anyone else here. I'll use the punt gun. Arad looked at it with a smile. It reminds me of a weapon that my father uses. He could remember the new Armstrong cannon that Alcott used. This punt gun was far smaller than that, almost 10 times smaller, but it still carried a massive amount of power. I wonder how he could even use that thing. Even without realizing it, Arad's path had started to resemble a mixture of his father's fighting style and his mother's immense power, switching between countless weapons like Alcott and casting devastating magic like Vasilissa. The royal caravan approached, and all the students lined up, walking beside it as they slowly made their way into the jungle guarded by the knights and Arad. The journey to the lion's village would take 3 hours at this speed, exhausting, but nothing compared to what any of them would see when searching for material on their own. While half the students grumbled at the long walk, the other half laughed. Those were the ones working as adventurers in their empty time. Adventurers are used to walking hours upon hours a day, tracking wounded monsters across the dangerous forests. The first hour passed without any major problems. The caravan moved safely as both the students and knights dispatched any monster that showed up with sheer numbers and firepower. But the countless stops to harvest poison or skin the monster for scales and leather had halted the trip too many times. It seemed that the 3-hour trip was going to turn into a 5-hour trip. After a few more minutes, the caravan stopped upon spotting a massive monster crawling in the distance, a giraffe-like beast covered in iron scales and several times as tall. A 6-footed brachiosaurus that emits so much heat that it's almost setting the jungle ablaze. It's a steam stomper. Zara, who was still accompanying them, growled, "We'll need to change our direction. It's not that aggressive, but we can't get close due to the hot steam." We planned several routes, but none of them is viable from this position. We have to wait for it to pass. Merlin replied as she looked at the titanic beast. That's big, but she looked at Arad. He was bigger. Arad noticed Merlin staring at him, and he smiled, cracking his neck. "Zara, do you hunt that thing? You can hunt it, but it's not worth the hassle. It's usually killed by massive pit traps and spikes. A thing that we only do right before winter if we're short on food, since we can't preserve all that meat, and it'll be a disaster if we let it rot." Zara waved his arm. "Smaller games are better and tastier, too big to be hunted, not worth it for them." Arad approached Merlin. "Can you store such a large carcass? Is it worth anything?" "A crap ton of gold. With the scales, bones, meat, organs, and the skull as a trophy, we're talking about well over 10 platinum coins. And yes, I can store it." Arad was the one who was going to store it in his stomach. She was just a cover-up. Arad smiled and started walking forward. "Very well, everyone stops and stays close to the carriage. Wait." All the students gasped. "You aren't going to attack that massive monster, are you?" One cried, "Yeah, that's mine." Arad rests the barrel of his punt gun on the ground, "The best hunt in my life, and I need the funds." He smiled at them. "Wait, you can't attack it. You're risking our lives alongside yours." "What if it attacked us?" A girl glared at him. "Very well," Isdis shouted from her carriage, walking out with a large smile on her face. "Aaron, do you want to hunt that thing?" "I don't want to hunt it. I'm going to hunt it." Arad nodded as started walking toward the monster. "If that's the case, then wait." She looked at her knights. "Prepare the band. We shall sing him a war song." She was a bard, and her main role in a party was buffing the other members using music. "Hunt it if you can." "Wait, princess." Zara gasped. "That monster is dangerous. One swing of its massive tail and we're crushed like a fly on the wall." "You saw it, didn't you? Aaron easily killed the Deathjaw barehanded. He wasn't his prey. This one, on the other hand, it's massive, a worthy prey." Isdis giggled. "I too want to see how strong he really is. I too want to see it." Lucia shook her head. "Let's give this a try. I'll form a barrier around the carriages with Merlin to keep everyone safe." She already knew how powerful Arad was, and was certain this fight would be easy for him. The only one who understood why Arad really wanted to hunt this massive monster was Mira. She stood behind him with a wry smile. The human portion of food barely fills his belly, so he usually goes hunting at night for food. But even with that, he rarely gets such a massive meal to fill him. Arad will eat the monster's flesh and leave the bones, scales, organs to sell later. Mira patted Arad's back. Go hunt it. Chapter 885, The Alpha Predator. Chapter 885, The Alpha Predator. Arad took a step forward, the punt gun resting on his shoulder with a faint smile on his face. His eyes flashed purple, his back burned with magic as he took a stance, aiming at the monster's neck. The skull should be left as a trophy. The punt gun was loaded with a 0.45 kilograms, or 1-pound steel bolt engraved with a magic inscription by Merlin. It'll gather Arad's magic, infuse it, and release it upon impact. Everyone knew that Arad wasn't using a normal bullet to take the monster down, but none cared as he was the only one who could use such a massive gun. Look, it's Merlin's magic. One of the students pointed as purple sparks started rushing from Arad's back into the punt gun, charging the bolt with magic. But in fact, Arad is the one charging it. As a normal shot might not take the monster down, Izdis and her band started hitting their drums and blowing their horns. A war tune boomed across the jungle as Arad got ready to shoot. The Brachiosaurus looked to the side, seeing Arad standing a fair distance ahead of the carriages, sparking with purple magic. With a thunderclap, Arad shot his shot, releasing a shockwave powerful enough to quake the ground and lift the carriages from the ground. He had infused the bolt with both lightning and gravity magic, allowing it to accelerate faster and heat up to a point where it'll evaporate upon impact, unleashing a devastating blast. The bolt flashed lightning, illuminating the jungle and painting it purple as it raced toward the Brachiosaurus's neck. The Brachiosaurus rapidly tilted its neck, taking the bolt as a mere graze. Even the explosion failed to sever his neck fully. He is a monster, not an animal. Using the same motion, he spun and swung his tail at Arad and the carriage, ripping massive chunks of the jungle. All the students cried as they saw the titanic tail racing toward them like a whip. The first shot failed to kill the Brachiosaurus. As the tail smacked onto the carriages, it stopped. Arad was standing there, blocking with a massive stone blade, the one he got from Doma's father. Half of the students shat themselves, thinking they were going to get crushed. Zara stared at Arad blocking the titanic tail of the Brachiosaurus with a gaping mouth. No wonder I and the Deathjaw didn't stand a chance against him. He's on a whole another level. Arad kicked the back of his sword, which smacked the tail of the Brachiosaurus into the sky, lifting his hind legs and butt into the sky, and the ground beneath Arad's feet exploded from the sheer impact. While most of the students could barely lift their weight, and even Zara could at best carry a bison on his back, seeing Arad kick half of the titanic Brachiosaurus into the sky made their knees give up. The raw and sheer power he was displaying made them aware that if he wanted to, he might be able to lift the whole university and throw it into the ocean. Is he really an S rank? Matilda cried, her eyes fixated on Arad, but in the blink of an eye he disappeared. Arad lunged at the massive Brachiosaurus, cocking his sword back, ready to split the Brachiosaurus's butt in half. It was then that a small monster the size of a dog lunged at Arad, biting him on the face. The monster looked like a limbless purple lizard with wings and massive teeth, and after that one appeared, hundreds flew at Arad, biting him all over and swarming around him like enraged wasps. Arad's eyes looked right between the small cracks of the swarm surrounding him and could see the scared underside of the Brachiosaurus's belly. Those monsters were parasites. They stick onto the underside of the Brachiosaurus's belly, eating his flesh, and in exchange fight alongside him. It was a symbiotic relationship with a violent swing. Arad stored the massive stone greatsword, pulled a steel pole and a quarterstaff. He then spun it like a fan, smacking all the monsters surrounding him. Those small ones can't scratch me. He smiled. Arad gasped as he looked up, seeing the Brachiosaurus dropping his tail down. It was engulfed in flames from how fast he accelerated using his weight. As the Brachiosaurus sat down like a dog, his tail smacked onto Arad and crashed into the ground, sending a massive blast toward the carriages. The storm of dust and debris smacked into Merlin's barrier as everyone screamed their lungs out. The only two remaining calms were Mira and Izdis. While Izdis kept drumming like nothing happened, Mira lay on top of one of the carriages, eye in scope, not even flinching. Arad was standing on the ground, holding the Brachiosaurus's tail above his head with his arms. "You've set half the jungle ablaze. Do you want to get me into trouble with Hattie?" But he almost immediately regretted asking as the Brachiosaurus farted a burst of fire at him like a bombardier beetle. As a pillar of flames reached the sky, Arad flew up in it and looked at Brachiosaurus. "I see. While the death jaw got infamous and was thought of as the strongest predator in the jungle, you remained calm, eating grass and trees while hiding your power. While being an herbivore, the Brachiosaurus was one of the strongest creatures in the whole jungle thanks to its massive size and immense firepower. The only thing distinguishing him from a red dragon is the lack of wings and intellect." The Brachiosaurus lunged back and looked at the fire, trying to find Arad. He might not be smart, but he isn't a fool. He knows that if Arad survived a smack from his tail, he'll probably survive the flames. Tap. Arad landed shirtless on the Brachiosaurus's back, walking unarmed with a large smile on his face as magic gushed from his back. Thanks to the flames, his classmates shouldn't be able to see him anymore. "Time to finish this. I'm starving." Merlin waved her staff and started chanting. Black clouds engulfed the sky as lightning roared and the wind blew viciously across the tall jungle trees. All the monsters living inside ran away and droplets of water started to fall. As the students looked at the sky, it started to rain heavily. The flames were natural, so it's safe to douse them with magical rain. As the rain grew stronger, water vapor engulfed the whole jungle in a heavy mist. The students could only see flashes of red and purple coming from where Arad and the Brachiosaurus were fighting, but Merlin wasn't done yet. She stood above the same carriage where Mira was with her sniper and started floating, her staff orbiting her. "I call a blinding flash from the heavens." She lifted her hand into the sky and sparks of lightning flashed from her arm. With a deafening thunderclap, a massive bolt of lightning fell down and hit the Brachiosaurus's back so hard its bones flashed in the mist. Bang! At that moment, Mira finally shot her shot. The bullet she had in the rifle was a steel bolt filled to the brim with compressed and highly concentrated poison that Arad made and had Aisha refine. That tiny bolt had the equivalent of 5 barrels of the poison the students made. The bolt flew through the mist, sparking with magic. Unlike how it seemed, Mira wasn't aiming at anything. She was waiting for a signal from Arad, and she got it. A faint white spark of his white nova, he wasn't going to blast the place. Just used it as a light beacon right after Merlin's lightning strike. As the steel bolt flew across the mist, Arad teleported to it and covered it with both of his hands, using his gravity magic to change its direction. He guided the bolt to a wound that he made on Brachiosaurus's back and injected the poison directly into his nervous system. The Brachiosaurus growled in pain as its body suddenly grew numb and slowed down. His vision blurred and his legs failed to carry his weight. To the ground he fell, shattering his ribs from his own weight. A fall like this won't harm him normally, but since his muscles can't contract to shield his bones, he got damaged a lot by his own weight. Taking that chance, Arad landed on its back and pulled a massive spear. Time to die. He thrust the spear directly at Brachiosaurus's heart, hitting the major artery above it, and sucked all of its blood out. That was one of his vampire abilities, but he'll tell the other students it's an ability of the weapon. As the mist slowly cleared, the students could see the Brachiosaurus's corpse on the ground, with a massive spear sticking from its back, and a second later, Arad landed beside them, cracking the ground as steam gushed from his back. Matilda stared at him, remembering how he killed the Deathjaw and beat her father and the whole village. In all of those times, Arad wasn't even trying. He was toying with them, and it became as clear as the day. While we and all the carnivores of the beastland strive to become the alpha predators of the lands. He's already there, an alpha predator. A hunter with all monsters sitting beneath his claws. Matilda looked at Arad as he walked toward the carriages, shirtless with purple magic burning from his eyes like fire, and she could feel something twitching inside her. Chapter 886. A Massive Hunt. Wear something. Matilda gasped as Arad approached her and the other students shirtless, still smoking from the fire. I'm wearing my skin. He was about to say scales, but immediately changed it to skin. What do you even mean by that? Matilda glared back at Mira, and she rushed in with a jacket for Arad. Wear this. Arad looked at Lucia. The paralyzing poison did work. It was amazing. Even a small fraction of a second of paralyze could create an opening large enough to finish a battle. He smiled, smacking Mira on the back. She got him good, an amazing shot. He shifted his gaze toward Raimi, who was still half terrified in the back. Mira seems to be learning a lot from you. A.W., that hurts, Mira gasped. She wasn't expecting such a tap. And those were some nice spells, Merlin, both the rain and the lightning strike. Arad waved his hand at her. Did you forget me? Izdis glared at him from where she stood above one of the carriages. My buffs helped as well. Of course I didn't forget you. Arad wore the jacket that Mira brought him and looked at Izdis. We all worked together to take the massive monster down. Suddenly, all of the students rushed at Arad. You blocked that monster's massive tail. How did you even do that? No, forget that. Did he punch or kick him into the sky? How could a human do such a thing? The students started swarming him, asking more questions than he could hear or answer. But then, one of them asked one question. I can understand training. I've seen how you fight several times. But what do you eat? I can't imagine normal food fueling such power. Arad looked at him with a smile. Milk. Mira immediately pulled a gun and shot Arad with a paralyzing dart, and he fell face first on the ground. We need to talk. She grabbed him by the arm and dragged him into the carriage, locking the door behind them. What do you mean by milk? Mira stared at Arad and growled. Arad opened his eyes and sat up. The paralyzing poison didn't work on him. He was just playing along. The dark wouldn't even pierce his scales if he didn't allow it. Calm down, it was a joke. I once heard Alcott call a boaster who could do nothing a milk drinker, Arad replied. He was referring to the fighters who couldn't hold their drink and got milk at the bars. If that was the case, you're the last one to be called like that. Mira grunted, and that wasn't my point. What did you mean by milkfreewebnovel.com? Arad smiled. I see, he giggled as Doma spoke in his head. Breast milk? Mira immediately pulled her gun and loaded it. One more joke like that, and I'll shoot you. Arad giggled. Sorry, I won't joke about it again. He stood. Let's go out. I need to store that monster before we keep heading to the Lion's Village. I bet they could see the fight. I can't wait to see how they'll react to us when we reach them. Arad walked out of the carriage, seeing the students already inspecting the monster's corpse, both amazed and terrified at its massive size. Most of them had never seen massive monsters, let alone got close to one. Standing before the world's large megafauna, they finally started to see how similar to ants they are. Even this massive monster would have been merely a dog to a titan, which calls into question Tempo, the volcanic titan prince who was studying with them at university. That free spirit and hot-blooded guy always yelling each word with a large smile on his face. Aran, Zara approached Arad. When I faced you at the university, you weren't even using a tenth of your power. I'd rather not use it, Arad replied with a smile. Father would laugh at me if I boasted about my strength. I do anything about how I look, but I can at least keep my strength in check. You have power, then use it, Zara sighed. It'll cause a lot of misunderstanding if you hide it. I wouldn't have started a fight if I knew you're this strong. He looked at the dead Brachiosaurus. Arad was stronger than that monster. Strength is a curse, Arad replied with a straight face. It's a spiraling abyss. The deeper you fall, the hungrier you get. You'll either die a monster or live long enough to grow bored. Those weren't Arad's words alone. Doma was already inside him, and she had seen the height of power and felt how unbearable and boring it was, to the point she chose to seclude herself in her hut. I can't understand that. Zara stared at the dead Brachiosaurus and then at the sky. If I was stronger, then I'd be able to hunt bigger monsters and provide more for my family. They'll be safer, wealthier, and none would dare harm them. That's where you're wrong. Arad shook his head. There is always someone stronger than you out there. You'll always seek more wealth and power, and you'll never feel sated. You'll attract stronger and deadlier enemies who will do their best to get back at you. Arad pointed at the Brachiosaurus. Just imagine, what if I lived here and began hunting monsters left and right to grow my wealth? Won't you, Queen Hati, come to stop me? Why would she do that? We too hunt Brachiosaurus, using large pitfalls and traps once every few years. We sometimes fail, but mostly succeed, Zara replied. Those monsters should be a large part of the ecosystem of the jungle. You'll kill one of them every few years. That won't be a problem. The Queen can prevent you from killing it if you wanted. It'll literally take you weeks of preparation and calculating. Arad smiled. If she didn't want you to kill, she'd just sabotage your hunt and protect the jungle for eternity. But I'm an unpredictable disaster to her. I bet she'll send people to stop me if I hunted another one. Since Arad can kill the Brachiosaurus so fast, Hattie won't have time to stop him in a mundane way. From where he stood, he could feel her magic rushing through the ground itself. The Queen is always watching, observing, and planning for her next step. Arad approached the Brachiosaurus's corpse. "Merlin, is the magic ready?" he asked. "Yeah, it is," Merlin replied with a smile. She didn't need to do anything. This was just a cover for what he was about to do. No matter how anyone looks at it, Arad's stomach far surpasses any ordinary storage magic to a terrifying degree. Arad touched the Brachiosaurus's tail, and it disappeared in the blink of an eye, leaving a crater on the ground. Some of the students rubbed their eyes and looked again. It had really disappeared. Now we can keep going without needing to worry about anything. Arad looked at everyone with a smile. It was a short stop, but I think it was worth it. Lila looked outside from her carriage. "He's amazing, isn't he?" She looked at Mira with a smile. "I knew he's powerful, but not like this. You rode him here. He's larger than that monster. Of course, he'll win." Mira shook her head. "It's like comparing a tiger with a deer." Roberta giggled. "I bet that monster would have run away if he saw Arad in his draconic form." "No," Mira smiled. "It'll fight to the death. Most monsters understand that you can't run away from a dragon. They can fly, swim, and dig at a horrifying speed. They are an all-terrain murder monster." "That little one?" Lila looked up. "What was his name?" "Yes, Flatail the beaver. He told me that Arad followed a dimensional demon across the void and ripped everything in his way apart. Yeah, you can't escape from Arad." Mira smiled with a proud face. "He's quite persistent, even when he shouldn't be." She looked away with an exhausted face. "What do you mean?" Roberta looked at her with a puzzled face. "It's nothing." Mira shook her face. At that moment, Isdis opened the door and walked inside. "You'll all hear?" She smiled. "Is Saren still asleep?" "Did the noise wake her up?" Tina, who was sitting to the side watching over Saren, who slept with Ignis. "They are fast asleep." Isdis sighed in relief. Her drumming and Arad's battle didn't seem to wake them up, all thanks to Merlin's magic. "Isdis." Roberta looked at her. "Mira said Arad is a bit too persistent. What did she mean by that? He isn't looking for trouble, is he?" "Why are you asking her?" Mira gasped. "It's not about that." Isdis looked at her. "He's extremely persistent in bed. Only Eris and Merida can spend a night with him without waking up with sore hips." Isdis Mira cried. "Is she so that what she meet?" Lila giggled. "I might have something to help you." She looked at Mira. "Mom, not you as well." Mira was almost unable to withstand the conversation, especially when her mother got involved. Not just that. Isdis looked at Lila. "There is the matter of Nina and Merlin." Chapter 887, Into the Lion's Village. Myra looked at the carriage's ceiling, a deep sight escaping her lips. "It's like playing with a machine that could explode at any second." She slowly turned and looked at Isdis. "Any mistake, and it'll blow in your face. For me, I would say it feels like entrusting my life to someone I can't trust. If a random soldier came and told me the road was safe, I'd find it hard to go without my sword. Isdis sat beside her. If Merlin failed with her magic, Arad could end up dead, crippled, or sealed beside Zephyr for all eternity. Mira scratched her head, and if Arad failed to drag Zephyr out in time, Merlin could end up turning into a deformed monster based on her magic. It doesn't help that neither had tried that magic before. Isdis reached with her hand beneath the seats and pulled a cold water bottle. Arad was just studying the spatial magic, and Merlin is winging it out in her labyrinth. Lila looked at Mira. You told me before, it's trust, right? Yeah. If any of them felt uncomfortable, that could lead to mistakes. Mira lifted both her hands as closed fists. When they are working alone, they can get to 100% of their potential. But if they are working together without trust, the fear of the other messing things up would drop their potential a lot. But Roberta took the water bottle from Isdis. This is not water, it's white wine. Merlin hides it there to cool it a bit, she sighed. She's a drunkard, and Arad needs to trust her. Isdis sniffed the bottle, and it was indeed white wine. But if they trust each other, they could achieve the impossible. Mira leaned back on the seats. That's why they need to build trust before attempting to free Zephyr. It's sad that Ayla isn't here, but having her around would just increase the stress on Arad. She might get emotional about Zephyr. Staying home is better. Isdis finally found the water bottle. Arad and Merlin would fight before attempting to free Zephyr, that so they can show each other what they are capable of. She giggled. I've seen how Arad intends to fight her. She clenched her fists with a large smile on her face. That form is something else. Why can't he wear those clothes each day? Mira looked at her. Eris and Merida also like it a lot. Especially Merida. Mira looked at her mother. It's not that great, too much gold. Is it just his clothes? Lila asked. Well, he wore this weird white robe that wrapped around one shoulder, leaving the other exposed, and added a ton of jewelry that was cursed by Doma. Not to forget that her pink and black tattoos spread across his whole body. That look is too weird for him. Mira sighed. But I guess some find it nice, and he's able to leverage curses a lot thanks to all those enchantments. Mira, Merlin isn't that easy to defeat either. Did you see her truth? Isdis shook her head. Doma called her the witch goddess of the labyrinth. There is a reason why Arad is going full curses to fight her. Betty explained it to us. Mira clenched a fist, just how omnipotent Merlin is when fighting inside her labyrinth. She's basically a goddess ruling her own domain. Remember the mess her labyrinth caused at Alina. It was still Merlin's magic that robbed Arad of all his draconic power. He's going full curses, so she can't do that to him. Divine beings like Jordan might be able to resist her dominion inside the labyrinth, but to mortal, she might as well be a goddess in there. Isdis looked at the confused Lila and Roberta. Nina beat her, though. Don't tell me last time when Lila blinked twice. Yeah, when you came to our house and found Nina and Merlin not getting along, it was right after Merlin tested her labyrinth with Nina. Apparently, Nina's magic reflection works even against Merlin's labyrinth. In the fraction of a second that took Merlin to realize that Nina wasn't affected, it was already too late. Isdis waved her hand, leaning back. Nina instantly kicked Merlin in the guts as the fight started, knocking her out. She didn't eat bread for a week, Mira said with a worried face. And Arad like that. He always talks about how powerful Nina is. She's like a controlled Merida times 10. That would be. As Roberta was about to speak, the carriage started moving. I guess Arad finished the monster. Yeah, he needs to eat before the fight. That's his pre-fight meal, like how Zephyr started bulking up before Vlad's fight. He's taking the fight seriously. Mira looked out the window with a worried face. He needs to trust Merlin's strength. He trusts Nina. He trusts Alva of all people. Isdis burst laughing. He'll trust Merlin. They only need to fight once. You say that. Mira looked at her with a sad face. Aren't we two left behind? Iris, Merida, Ayala, and even them. They could fight Arad while we couldn't. Isdis looked at Lila. Mother Lila, your daughter seems to be a bit worried about the future of her relation with her husband. Care to share some tips, Isdis? Mira cried. Yeah, I got a few. Lila giggled. Arad reminds me of your father. She looked at Mira. While being an angry soldier with a lot of energy, he loves to cuddle down and chill out at home. I only remember him sleeping on the couch or on your lap. Mira titled her head. You don't know what your father's nickname was, do you? Lila giggled. The 100-Man Slayer, the Head Slasher, and some called him the Honey Badger. He was a vicious fighter, a terrifying man on the battlefield. Did you see him fight before? Mira looked at her mother. This was the first time she heard about her father in years. We got attacked by bandits once when we were traveling between the cities with my goods. Lila looked down with a faint smile. We were alone and got surrounded by 50 armed robbers. That's what I counted, but there was more. You survived that fight, Mira gasped. Unlike Arad, her father was a human, a regular man. I saw him slash 5 people in a single swing from his great sword. I had to pull 9 bolts from his back and 3 arrows from his chest after the fight. I even used the threads I kept in the carriage to sew his open wounds shut. But he killed them. All the robbers. He was a powerful man. How did he die? I didn't hear of such a soldier. He might have become a commander with that strength. Isdis looked at Lila. While calm with me, he suffered a lot from anger issues which didn't allow him to become a leader. He remained a frontliner until he died, and I only received his army badge. Lila pulled the steel necklace she was wearing, Rotgar Bellathor, heavy cavalry. I'll check with the kingdom's general and find out what happened. Isdis looked closer at the badge. Silver badge. He served for over 10 years. Is there anything about him that I might use? Like when asking soldiers and generals about him, as sad as it might be, they might not remember the name. He was short and had some dwarven blood in him, stout with long and silky brown hair, and he always carried a guitar with him and used to love playing with it. It calms him down, but he was quite bad. Lila giggled, remembering how Rotgar used to start playing the guitar only for the neighbors to come as him to stop, at which he'd start a fight. Dwarven blood. No wonder Mira came to be such a magnificent craftswoman. Isdis looked at her. I'm not short. Mira giggled as she saw Isdis eyeing her. Don't exhaust yourself. It's already been 10 years at least. I doubt you'll find anything on him. Lila smiled with a hint of sadness. I would have loved for Arad to have met him. I've got a feeling that those two might get along. Don't worry, I'll do my best and find anything about him, Isdis said with a proud face, puffing her chest. After almost an hour, the caravan finally reached the lion's village and it stopped outside. The massive gate opened and a large lion walked out, flailing his majestic mane. Zara, hunter of the tigers, I expected to see you here bringing your daughter to Zank, not a human princess. Zara walked forward with a stern face. Lion King Serba, it's been a year since we've last met, you old bastard. The two stared at each other for a second and burst laughing. You've grown fatter, Zara laughed his guts out. Are your wives feeding you like stuffing a turkey? I'm eating good. Serba looked at Zara with a grin. On the other hand, you seem to have gained a bit more muscles. Isn't your wife working you a bit too much? Come on, you can't blame me. She's scary. Zara and Serba shook hands and looked back at the caravan. Let them in. The queen should come see them later this day. Don't delay or I'll pluck your tails off, Serba growled at the other lions. Chapter 888, Say Your Name. Chapter 888, Say Your Name. As the caravan slowly drove inside, Zara and Serba kept talking as they walked into the front. Did you see that mess earlier? Someone killed a large tall-neck beast? I know that was us, or should I say one of us killed it, Zara said with a smug smile. Guess who was it? That which you spoke about in the letter, Merlin, who guards the human princess, Serba suggested. Half right, she helped a bit. But it was someone else who manhandled that beast. Guess who? He whispered. Serba looked back. None. Look that impressive to me, besides that large human, the one walking in the back. Serba immediately spotted Arad as his head towered over everyone else, even the horses. No, it can't be. Humans don't have that potential. Is he a mage as well? He's a fighter, and he worked that thing up. blocked the tail swipe and smacked him into the air. Zara whispered, "I know you lions are proud and sometimes a bit arrogant, but this is advice from your proud and arrogant friend. Don't mess with him. He'll scale the whole village down to rubble in seconds, and you'll not be able to fight back. I hope Zank won't cause us troubles." Serba took Zara's warning very seriously. He knew how powerful Zara and the tigers were, and such fear won't come out of anywhere. In the Beastland, the lions and tigers are one of the most powerful clans. They are the top of the top, and if they can't fight Arad, there is no need for the lions to risk it. "Yeah, Zank Matilda is with us. I hope he doesn't come roaring like a fool. Aaron did throw his minion back yesterday, didn't he? I hope that was a sufficient warning." Zara looked down, and Serba paled. He's the one who threw him? It wasn't some magic spell? There was no magic, pure and raw violence. Zara shook his head. Arad was too much for them to handle. "Zara!" A roar burst from the other side of the clan, and Serba sighed. "Damn it, he's here." Zara sighed. "I wish Aaron just took Matilda with him. He'll then deal with this idiot." He cracked his neck. "I'm here, Zank. Come, we'll settle this right here and now." Arad stopped walking and stared at them. Hearing what they were seeing, he knew that the lion walking toward them was Zank, the one behind the whole mess of Matilda. "I don't care about you." Zank growled, extending his claws with a growl. "Where is Matilda? Where is my mate? She's here but isn't your mate anymore. Fuck off. Go hump a tree if you're this much in the heat." Zara extended his claws. To the beast people, extending one's claws or baring their fangs is a direct life threat. By pulling his claws first, Zank makes it clear he's coming to kill Zara and kidnap his daughter. Zank roared at the top of his lungs. "Matilda, shield maiden Matilda, come out!" Matilda used to use a shield in the past when she didn't want to get hit by a monster's ranged attack. Matilda looked out of her carriage window, reaching to the handle with her hand. No matter what, she didn't want to see her father fight someone to the death. He might die or get severely injured. "Stop. What do you think you're doing?" Lucia grabbed her hand. "You're staying here? Let me go," Matilda said with a stern face. "I've got a plan." She looked at Selena. "This body is worth a lot, but still expandable. I don't know what you're planning, but you aren't getting out." Lucia sealed the door with a magic lock. At that moment, Arad grabbed the door's handle from the outside and started twisting it. Is it stuck? He ripped the whole door out. Everyone inside the carriage stared at him with terrified faces. "What are you doing, Aaron?" Lucia gasped. "Important matters." He stared at Matilda. "Come out." Matilda smiled. "At least he's on my side." She walked out. "Don't do it," Lucia growled at her. "Aaron, stop her. Don't let her go." "Go where?" Arad tilted his head and looked at Matilda. "I got a plan." "I'll go with him for now," she replied. "Going with him?" "I brought you out to fight him," Arad said. "Can't have Zara fight your fight. Come on." Matilda froze in place. "You want me to fight him?" "I'm nowhere near my father's strength, let alone that lion Zank. Don't worry. Even if you lost, I'll beat him up. I just want you to fight for your freedom on your own." Arad tapped her back. "It's not freedom if someone else won it for you. You must fight back. Don't make her fight him." Serba approached Arad and Matilda. "It'll end up ugly and quickly at that. I'll end up even uglier than that." Arad looked at him. "I'll burn this whole jungle down before I let him take Matilda. Don't worry." Knowing that Arad was the one to massacre the tall neck, Serba had to take his words very seriously. He knew it, this man could raise hell if he wanted. "Zara!" Arad shouted. "Don't bother fighting him!" Hearing Arad's words, Zara gasped and looked back with a confused face. "Ah, a smart human. Listen to him. Give me my mate." Zank giggled, waving his claws at Matilda. "I see you brought her to me." Arad stood behind Matilda and put his hands on her shoulders, leaning forward and speaking right beside her ears. "Relax and contract your muscles. Focus on my voice. You'll have to fight him and win. There is no other way out of this for you. I can't win. Stop dreaming." she whispered back at him. You're beneath my shadow. Calm down and focus. Listen to my voice. Feel my hands on your shoulders. Arad gripped her harder. What do you feel? A bit of warmth, and it hurts. She mumbled. He was indeed gripping her shoulders a bit too hard. You can win. Go for it. If there is a man here that you can't beat, it's probably me, not anyone else. Arad stared at her with glowing purple eyes. Don't bite your tongue. Hey? He gasped, looking back at him, but at that moment a jolt of pain burst from her shoulders, dropping her to her knees, gasping for air. All of her bones growled in pain like rotten teeth, and she could smell her own blood through her heavy breath. What did you do? She gasped. Matilda, Aaron, what happened to her? Zara cried. My mate, you bastard! Don't touch her! Zank shouted. Stand! Arad glared at her, and she barely managed to stand, looking forward with an exhausted face. What's your name? What are you called? Arad asked. Ma Matilda, the shield maiden. She growled, and Arad pulled a shield for her. Go! Remember your own name. Look forward and roar in pride. We do not take mates without blood. When a human is born with a specific bloodline, like a fire elemental bloodline, there are some unfortunate times when they can't manifest their power or awaken it. Those people had found a solution to forcibly awaken what power sleeps in their blood, and that was exposure. Throw the fire sorcerers into great flames to burn, and drown the cold ones in the frozen Arctic Sea, bury the earth sorcerers alive in the dirt, and throw the wind ones above the clouds. Let them fall. Death, pain, and the fear of losing their lives will be the only motivation to push them forward. As Matilda stood with Arad standing behind her, a great shadow could be seen towering over her, writhing invisibly with power. None could sense it besides Lucia and Merlin, the two who knew of Arad's power and could attune themselves to magic. Lucia sighed and sat to watch. Do what you like. She could see it. Matilda was already standing between Arad's claws, supported by him, and resting beneath his shadow. He didn't just grip her shoulders earlier. He jolted her insides with a surge of his void magic, trying to forcibly awaken her bloodline. Despite the heavy internal damage she received from Arad's void jolt, magic could be seen sparkling inside her veins. She might not know it, no one else might know it, but it was a fact that Matilda's void dragon bloodline had slightly awakened. Matilda stood, feeling her muscles aching. She could hear her heart throbbing in her teeth and ears with each breath. The smell of blood rushed through her nose, and her vision slowly tunneled forward, focusing on Zank. Go, fight, win your freedom. Arad's voice boomed in her head, and her muscles visibly expanded, tightening her clothes. The fine hair on her back stood, her ears bent backward, her tail pointed down, and her claws extended outward. The ones on her feet ripped her shoes. A part. A deep growl escaped her throat, and a faint purple spark flashed in her eyes. Chapter 889, Black Sparks. Chapter 889, Black Sparks. Matilda lunged forth, cracking the ground as her father yelled, Stop! Arad flashed to his side, dragging him out of the way. Zank smiled. So you're coming for me, he shouted, pulling his claws back and clenching a fist. Fine, I'll put you back in your place. He threw his fist at her, aiming for the face. Matilda lifted her shield with a passive and emotionless face, deflecting the punch aside as she swung her claws, aiming to rip his side open. Zank dodged to the side and swung a kick at Matilda's thighs. Get down! Matilda lifted her knee and lowered her elbow to block the kick, but due to the weight difference, she ended up getting thrown away with a blast. Zank looked at her as she got thrown over a house. You're lighter than I expected, but to think you blocked that. I heard you were a failure. What was that all about? He jumped after her, lunging into the air, and leaped over the house. Zank landed in a garden and looked around. My little mate, where did you go? Hiding won't save you. He looked around, sniffing the air, but couldn't detect her. Strange, keeping her position and the wind's direction in mind, Matilda was prowling through the vegetation of the garden, keeping her eyes firmly on Zank, looking for an opportunity to attack. The moment Zank took a step, Matilda lunged at his back, swinging her claw at the back of his neck. Due to the large strength difference, she can't hold back and is going for the kill. Zank's eyes quickly turned back. "So you were there?" He stepped aside and avoided her strike with ease. Almost immediately, he swung his foot at her stomach. Matilda lifted her shield to block, but due to her already accelerating forward, this attack would be painful. Zank's foot smacked into her shield and sent her flying back through a window, coughing blood. Zank stopped and started looking at his foot, weirded out. What? For some reason, he felt like he kicked a pillow or something, not a hard shield. And then from the side of his eyes, he noticed Arad standing at the side of the garden, watching with glowing purple eyes. Not having that much time, Zank ignored him and rushed after Matilda, thinking that he was just watching. But what he didn't know is that Arad did jump between them and cushioned the impact with his palm and retreated back to his standing spot without them even seeing him. Compared to them, he was that fast. Zank lunged into the house and looked around. A direct flow? We're on the northern part of the village, after all. The house had 2 windows facing each other, going from one side to the other so the northern breeze could pass through the house, bringing fresh air. Matilda seems to have flown into the house through one window and escaped through the second. He didn't waste any second and jumped outside, not realizing that Arad was sitting on a chair inside the house, watching. The moment Zank jumped out of the window, Matilda jumped down at him from the roof, swinging her claw at his head. He dodged with a single step, looking at her with a smile. "Always going for the kill, I like that." He spun around and swung his fist at her. "But I don't." She blocked his punch with her shield, but ended up thrown away once more. "Like you, sneaking around like that," Matilda flew all the way to where they started fighting, barely managing to stop, thanks to her hind claws. Shards of wood and steel fell from her shield as it cracked. It couldn't block any more hits. Zank's raw strength wasn't something she should block. Thud! Zank jumped toward her and landed with a large smile on his face. "This is how you use tricks!" With a powerful kick, he kicked a stone toward her face. Almost in a panic, as she didn't expect a ranged attack, Matilda lifted her shield and tried to deflect the stone. With a loud crack, her shield shattered into pieces and Zank lunged at her, opening his right claw. Healing exists. He swung his claw at her, aiming to wound her just enough to prevent her from fighting. Healing magic and potions are a thing. One large wound won't be a problem. As his claws approached Matilda's chest, her eyes opened wide and her body relaxed for a second. Black sparks of magic crackled in her eyes as she breathed out. Zank's claw missed. He slashed the air. Matilda was nowhere in his vision. She disappeared in the blink of an eye, leaving him confused, but he wasn't stunned for long. Even if his eyes couldn't see her, his ears and nose still caught wind of her. He knew in a fraction of a second she was right behind him. Zank spun around, his torso accelerating to an insane degree as he used his hind claws for grip, this time swinging as fast he could, with all of his might. Whatever it was, either moving that fast or teleportation magic, it meant one thing. Matilda wasn't someone he could underestimate any longer. Interesting. He roared, swinging his claw. He could see her. She was indeed behind him, and this time he was moving even faster. If it's teleportation, she shouldn't be able to cast it that many times back to back. One cast is the norm. Zon. Matilda disappeared once again, letting his attack miss. This wasn't any teleportation magic. It was Void Walk, unlocked from her Void bloodline. What Merida had was far weaker than what Arad had started with. She could only teleport within 3 meters and to a spot that she could see, while Arad had started with 40 meters and now could teleport up to 40 kilometers. Watching her from the side, Arad could confirm the potency of her Void magic. It was less than 0.0001 of his Void magic, reminding him of where he stands. A true dragon compared to a bloodline holder. She has less than 1/10 of what I had as a wormling. It's probably due to her lack of scales, which limits how much she can release, or is it due to some other limitation? Arad stared at her with a curious gaze while trying to protect her. He didn't waste the chance to learn more about the void and how to optimize it. It took Zank a fraction of a second too long to realize that Matilda had teleported out of his attack a second time, and just like before she was behind him, getting ready to attack, from a long-forgotten generation, the spark of the void left in her blood pulsed. The magic traveled from one person to another, getting strengthened and weakened by their abilities, refined for what will be the form used by Matilda. Matilda clenched a fist, vibrating with the void, sensing the magic surging through her blood, almost seeing her ancestors standing behind her. The hand landing on her shoulder felt familiar, the same hand that raised her. She threw her fist forward with a black spark, hitting Zank in the liver with a booming black lightning burst. The void absorbs, consumes, and stores matter and magic. Besides the basic void walk ability, Matilda managed to tap into the closed power to her that was stored in the void, her mother's black lightning. Zank coughed blood as he got thrown away with a thunderclap. Serba gasped as he saw Zank's massive body flying through the air, and Zara looked with a gaping mouth. He could see her mother in her. Zank grabbed onto a tree with his claws and glared back at Matilda with a growl. "You little girl hiding all of that magic." He jumped back at her immediately. This time, intending to give her a bloody beating, Matilda charged at him, teleporting left and right with sparks of lightning roaring from her claws. He landed on the ground and swung his claw at her while throwing a kick to the back. As Matilda teleported behind him, she lifted her arm and blocked his kick, jolting him with the black lightning at the same time as he cracked her forearm. Matilda landed on a tree. Her left hand had become useless. She couldn't even move it. But the same could be said for Zank. His left foot had burned to the bones, and he couldn't even put it on the ground. She clenched her fist, and the black lightning flashed from her right arm as she got ready for one last punch. Zank leaned forward and stood on all three, ready for a charge. He'll rush her as fast as he could and finish the fight in the coming attack. freewhelmnovel.com. As the two jumped at each other, Arad caught Matilda's fist in his palm. The black lightning didn't even faze him. On the other side, a tall, large-breasted woman with pure white hair and 9 fluffy tails stood blocking Zank's attack with her fan. "I've seen enough," Hattie said with a smile. "I can't have you kill him." She slowly looked at Arad. "He's quite important, you know." In the blink of an eye, she smacked Zank in the face with her fan and sent him flying into the forest.
"Around?"
Matilda gasped, unable to believe how fast Arad was and how he didn't seem to be affected by her black lightning. Arad turned toward Hati and glared down at her as she looked up at him. "I was going to kill him anyway," he said, the magic rushing from his body far surpassing anything that Matilda ever felt in her life, and the same came rushing out of Hati. At that moment, Matilda knew that Arad and Hati were in their own league. Chapter 890. The Nine-Tailed Queen. Chapter 890, The Nine-Tailed Queen, our queen, Serba cried, bowing down, as did all the beastmen who could see her or hear his voice. This was the undying, eternal gem of the Beastlands, a crystal shard of power and eternal glory, one of the last remaining Fenrir's, and a nine-tailed one at that. Her power could rival the gods, yet she remains here in the mortal world for her people, protecting their existence, traditions, and freedom from being robbed by stray divines. While any god or a demigod can freely advertise and preach his religion across the world, that wasn't possible in the Beastlands due to her presence. Only a select few gods could boast of influencing the beast people, and all those gods had to get Hati's approval. The beast people had just heard of the desert's fallacy, where a god fought a kingdom-destroying dragon. Their great battle flattened mountains and almost crippled the kingdom, spreading terror across the whole world. That dragon was even dubbed the God-Eater as he ate that stray god. Such catastrophes shall never befall the beast kingdom. Its people can live in peace, certain that they won't be squashed by such meaningless clashes of the divines. "Aaron," Hati said with a smile, her lips curling back like a cat. "What a funny name. Who came up with it?" She tilted her head. "You can't insult who came up with it. That's all that should matter to you," Arad replied, glaring down at her with magic slowly building up around his body. From the faint rays of light coming down from the sun, 7 women clad in white robes, their faces hidden behind semi-transparent veils of magic, came flying in, pointing spears at Arad's neck, surrounding him in the blink of an eye. "Insolent bastard! You don't bow to the queen?" One of them roared. The magic leaving her body was strong enough to make everyone feel sick. Their stomachs turned and they couldn't even breathe properly. Arad slowly leaned forward. It seemed as if he was about to bow, and even the guards felt strange seeing him actually about to obey. But he instead took a bite of the tip of the spear of the woman who yelled at him, munching the steel like it was a biscuit. The woman froze in place as Arad slowly pulled the spear out of her hand and munched on it like candy. 3 tails. Does that have something to do with your strength? He looked at the woman's butt. Don't even bother, you 3 are making your mother look bad. Our tails are indeed a signal of strength. Hati replied with a gentle voice. They are my daughters, as you said. I hope you won't be smacking them around for acting a bit rude. Why would I? Arad replied with a smile. Good daughters brought their guest a snack, wished it was tea instead of steel and wood, but it'll do. The deep voice, the gentle smile on his face, the massive size of his body, and the tilted head glaring down at the daughters who guarded their mother with their lives. At least teach them to return kindness with kindness. His gaze shifted to Hattie. Last time when she came to visit him in his castle on Zephyr's Matter, he had given them a respectable welcome, only served the finest food and tea that he could find. Greeting him like this now seemed a bit too rude. We can talk at ease in my mansion. Hati looked toward Serba with a smile. Please entertain the human guests. Provide them with the best that you can offer. I'll tend to the princess and her guard. She opened her fan and heal that fool Zank. With her fingers, she made a cutting motion with finger scissors. What? Serba looked at her with a confused face. Don't make me spell it out for you. She kept opening and closing her finger scissors. The gentle smile on her face puzzled Serba, who stared at her blankly. Arad turned toward Serba. She wants him castrated. Hattie wasn't making any effort to hide her thoughts, and as a void dragon, he could clearly hear them. No. Arad paused for a second and held his face. You really? He realized that she made him hear her inner voice so he could speak for her, and he did that without a second thought. She played him well, giving everyone an innocent smile. Hati closed her eyes and tilted her head with a gentle smile grin. Send them to me later. I've sent him a letter to tell him to avoid Aaron and his companion, but he seems to have ignored it. This is his punishment, as your order, our queen. Serba bowed deeply. I shall carry that out. He looked at her, and his eyes slowly shifted toward Zank's unconscious body in the forest. But may I ask something? As at your own risk. She opened her fan and covered her face, only leaving her glowing eyes staring at him. Won't it be possible to give him several years in prison instead? I know the gravity of what he did, but permanent damage is just. Serba looked at her. Didn't expect you to speak for him, but you're right. This is the eternal beast lands. Don't you think eternal damage is quite fitting? It'll not harm him alone, but the countless generations that could come from him for all eternity. This mistake would haunt his blood, she replied with a slow voice, weighing every word as she looked at Serba and the lions watching. But I'm not an unfair queen. This punishment isn't intended to be permanent. Hattie closed her fan. I'll give them back if he cools his head down. He started this whole mess for being too horny. Isn't that what happened? She smacked her palm with her fan. I'm taking out the root of the problem, hoping this would help create a more eternal solution by teaching that fool Zank his own limits. She giggled. I'll give them back if I found him to have turned a new leaf. If not, he can forget about getting them back. An eternal punishment until you say otherwise. I understand. I'll do as you wish. Serba stood. Zara, help me out, he called back. Why me? I'm your guest, Zara growled. Fine, someone else. Come, just help me carry him back. I'll take care of the rest. Serba waved his arm at Zara. Zara was indeed one of the strongest people standing there besides Arad. Little boy Zara. Hati looked at him, and Zara froze in place. How is Maria doing? This loud boy here didn't annoy her, did he? She shifted her gaze at Arad. What? Zara looked at the queen, baffled at how she had addressed him out of nowhere. No, my wife is doing fine, Your Majesty. You know my name. I do. I know all the of my people's names, and I don't forget. My memory is eternal. Even if time were to end, my will shall outlast it. She lifted her fan and smacked Arad on the head. I'm glad you've been a good boy. Arad immediately turned around and swung a fist at her face, but he missed, and they both returned to being standing in place. Doma, did you activate your domain on your own? He gasped. Don't start a fight with her. Mira and the rest would get caught in your fight. Don't make me remind you of that. Hati lifted her fan to hit him, but then stopped. She pulled it down to her face and opened it again to cover her face. I guess I went too far, she giggled. Her eyes looked at Arad from behind her fan. I almost touched your husband. She was pretending to look at Mira, but her gaze was fixated on Arad. Fuck off, sly Fenrir. I'll curse your entire land to the plague and watch your people writhe in pain. Doma's will crackled inside Arad's head. Arad, this bitch is eternal. She remembers what happened in the erased time. She probably sensed our fight with Matilda's mother. My domain is useless against her, thanks to her eternal nature. Really? She can remember that time, but that doesn't mean she could act in it. Or could she? Rewebnovel.com. I don't know. But she's like Cora, but time 100 and with some change. And I don't want to stun you further, but look closer at her tails. Doma growled. Arad took a look and his eyes opened wide. 8 of the tails were mere illusions. It was so potent of an illusion that it managed to trick his void eyes, and he wouldn't have noticed if Doma didn't point it out. She's 100 times stronger than Cora with just 1 tail of her 9 tails. Arad gasped. Cora was indeed a lesser god, but she's supposed to be immortal, right? No, it won't make sense for a mortal to be eternal. Think again, that's 1 out of 18 tails. Don't forget her sister who lives inside her, like I'm living inside you. No wonder the gods can't claim a piece of the beast's lands. She's literally guarding the place and keeping them at bay. Little boy Aaron Hati giggled. I'm married, you know. You can't keep googling your eyes over my rear. She stared at him with a smug smile and quickly glanced at Mira. Arad pointed at Hati's tails. They look fluffy and soft. Can I touch them? He asked. Me too, Mira said with a large smile on her face. No, she replied. Chapter 891, The Overgod's Dead Heart. Yet. Chapter 891, The Overgod's Dead Heart. Welcome to my humble abode. Hope you find it relaxing, Hati said with a grin, lying on her large pillow bed and staring at Arad, Mira, Isdis, Roberta, and Merlin. Tina and Lila were playing with Ignis and Saren in the back. They can't help with the coming conversation, so they are getting the best of their time here. Arad's eyes slowly looked around their room. It was a large wooden building brimming with magic. 20 of Hati's daughters were sitting beside the walls, each holding a strange item in her hands. One held incense, another a fan. One even carried a skull of all things. This is a shrine. Hati said with a smile, her eyes shifting to look at Arad, and I'm its Miko. She waved her hand and a faint whistle surged through the air. Her long nails stopped pointing at the skull held by one of her daughters. The dagger your friend Jack got? The holy wakizashi of Amaterasu. Its first owner was a rogue called Daraku. This is the resting place of that man's wife, the shrine maiden Miko, that's her skull, a holy artifact of the age of the gods. She pointed at the ground. Her body rests beneath this shrine. Amaterasu entrusted her body to me since she still held a massive amount of Amaterasu's divine power. Arad looked closer at the skull. That thing holds power equal to Cora. No, it's even bigger. Arad could sense the bursting divine magic in the skull. Miko was a normal girl, orphaned at a young age. She holed up in an abandoned shrine of Amaterasu, raising other orphans and caring for them. Daraku was a thief, but he stole to feed them. Miko waved her finger, and divine magic started rushing out from the ground. This woman has been dead for over 5,000 years. This woman had kick-started the whole of Amaterasu's religion. Amaterasu had sworn that she'd drop the sun to the face of the earth if someone dared to insult Miko's corpse. She sat up and looked at Arad. It's not just Amaterasu, with me being neutral. A lot of the gods leave their precious artifacts with me to safeguard them for all eternity. We came here to free Zephyr. Arad looked around. Does telling me this relate to that? You should be able to guess. One of the gods had agreed to let you use one of his artifacts, if you can harness its energy. She waved her hand and pointed at the closed window. One of her daughters immediately rushed in and opened it. You'll be freeing Zephyr there. The artifact is sealed at the core of that mountain. She giggled. Can you tell what's in there? Arad looked at the mountain for a second, and he started sweating. The hell is up there? It's like nothing I've ever seen in my life. He gasped, terrified at the massive amount of magic condensing in the mountain. It's the Overgod's first heart. As a divine being controlling the world, he has billions of hearts and brains working as a massive hive mind to calculate all of the universe's needs. We call that the collective consciousness. Her name is Arya, the Archon controlling the system. She and the Overgod are one and the same. She's just his brain and heart. Her eyes slowly gazed upon Arad's terrified face. That heart had long since died. It never beat in the past 5,000 years. The Overgod says you can use the magic still rushing from it to free Zephyr, and, I quote, directly from him. Not mine, don't get angry at me. She cleared her throat, slightly moving her head forward like an old man. Eat it if you can, lizard. Either die or grow older and stronger from it. Me? Eat that thing? No matter how he looked at it. He couldn't digest all of that magic. It'll be like asking a human to consume one of Mira's bombs. That thing puts Kossuth's Ho-White Nova to shame. 3 things could happen. She lifted one finger. You die. Probably explode like fireworks. She lifted a second finger. You survive, but drown in insanity, at which Caden would come and kill you. You'll die. I'm here, Caden said. He was already sitting in the corner, sharpening his sword. Arad couldn't even see or sense him in the shadows until he decided to speak. It's been a while since I butchered a void dragon. They are annoying to the skin. He was talking as if he was about to slaughter a sheep. Third, you fully absorb the heart and gain a lot of power. You'll probably age rapidly. You might even grow to adulthood in a flash, but you'll not gain any divinity from it. The Overgod said that would taint your power. She giggled. So, what do you say? You'll attempt eating it or not? That's the Overgod's heart, and you want me to eat it? Me dying in one thing, but wouldn't I blow the whole beast kingdom with me? He looked at her. They are here too. He looked at Mira. First, that's his old heart. The first heart he had, it's nothing compared to his current heart. It's a dangerous artifact, but you'll need that kind of power in the future. Also, consider that the Overgod isn't asking for any payment in exchange for it. People would go crazy over the dead heart of a god, let alone if it belonged to the Overgod, the god of the gods. Hati turned toward Caden. What do you say? Instead of trying to absorb all of its power at once, seal it within several layers of barrier magic inside your stomach and slowly absorb its power. It's like sucking on a piece of hard candy, slowly letting the sugar flow out. He lifted his blade and looked at it. It was spotless, sharp enough to slice space itself. Get the wind spirit out of the cube first. You can then spend the coming week or month asleep while absorbing the power of the heart. Caden's face suddenly burst with 6 eyes, all glowing red with demonic magic as black veins covered his whole body. And don't worry about this kingdom or your wives. I was the one to rip that heart out of the Overgod in the first place. I've got no problem stopping someone like you who's just absorbing the power. Hattie giggled. I'm surprised you're speaking normally to him. She titled her head. Now that is indeed unexpected. Caden giggled. All thanks to Callie's blessing. He closed his eyes and opened them again. "You're still nothing more than a silver wolf. He's a black Labrador, and a beefy one at that." "Come on, even me," she sighed. "And it's been 5,000 years. Have I not gotten better?" She shook her head. "You did grow stronger, but so I did. The gap between us only grew wider." He sheathed his sword and looked at Arad. "Pick a time to pull Zephyr out of the cube. Until that time arrives, I'll train in the way of the sword and destruction." Caden is the Godslayer. He gained that title in less than 2 years, and had spent the past 5,000 years growing his power. Right now, he stands at a height unimaginable to most of the gods. There is literally no one in the world with deeper knowledge of how to swing a blade than him, and he's the master of destruction. If you seek to destroy things, pure damage and destruction, he's the one to seek. Even Kali, the goddess of destruction, isn't as good at it as he is Frewebovel. Arad slowly turned toward Merlin. "When will you get ready?" "I'll tell you when I am." She looked at her hands. "I need to make sure everything is perfect. It'll be a day or 2. Take your time. Make it a week. We can't mess this up." Arad looked at Caden. "A week's time? Is that enough?" "No," he replied with a passive face. 1,000 years would be barely enough for me to train you on the basics." But he stood. "I'll do my best to make sure you learn as much as possible. Use my training ground. But I'll skin both of you alive if you damage it." Hattie stood and opened her palm, pulling a thin glass-like blade from it. "You ladies can head with my daughters. They'll guide you around and make sure you're entertained. Will Arad be all right?" Mira looked at her with a worried face. "He'll be fine," Hattie replied, but at the same time Caden said no. "Stop scaring her." Hattie gasped. "You're the one who scared them by telling them I was here in the first place." Caden intended to only speak to Arad alone, never to get his wives involved or have them know about this whole thing. It was Hattie's idea to tell them as well. Wives deserve to know what their husband is doing or going through, believe me. I know that best. She shook her head and pulled her fan. Off we go. Covering her face, she slashed the air with her sword and opened a portal. Chapter 892, Baby Steps. Just like Luminous, Haiti had a vast, seemingly endless space that she could retreat to. Her demi-plan was as large as the eyes could see, a vast and endless wasteland of dry dirt and a massive rocky mountain, with very little vegetation growing in the shade away from the burning sun. Caden stood a fair distance away from Arad and stared at him with a straight face, his katana unsheathed beside him. "I'll start easy, the lowest level of swordsmanship that I could still remember." Arad pulled the adamantine sword and took a stance. "You're really thinking that low of me? I'll not fall that easily. I doubt it." Caden breathed in, the veins on his body bulging as he suddenly disappeared. Arad's right arm flew away alongside the adamantine sword. Caden was beside him. He had just finished a downward slash. "I was going for the neck, but went for the arm when I noticed that you couldn't react in time." As Caden spoke, Arad's eyes jolted to the side, a collection of white nova rushing forth, almost 20 of them. Cling. The novas all disappeared in the blink of an eye, sliced beyond belief by Caden. Magic is too slow to harm me. With an upward slash, he cleaved Arad's other arm with ease. That speed, Arad gasped as he regenerated his arms. "Found the first mistake you're making. This isn't speed, it's acceleration." Caden lifted his arm and dropped his sword. "Now I owe Chad a drink. You're useless." He disappeared and punched Arad in the face hard enough that he sent him flying through one of the mountains. "Forget about swordsmanship. I'll have to teach you how to move. You're indeed still a baby that hasn't learned how to walk." Caden started jumping in place. "Keep your body relaxed. Don't tense your muscles. What matters is acceleration, not speed. Speed is what you know, how fast you can move. Acceleration is how much your speed can increase through time." He started, suddenly disappeared as he jumped from one side to another. "My speed is O, then I suddenly accelerate to the speed I need. I go from 0 to 100 in a shorter time than it takes for my enemy's brain to process, which makes my speed seem infinite to them." Arad sat up. the mountain crumbling on his head as he glared at Caden with an enraged face, veins bulging on his forehead as he seemed to be about to burst. His eyes burned purple as magic gushed from his body. He grabbed a massive boulder, and it disintegrated at his touch, totally outclassed. This was the first time in his life that he couldn't sense a path to victory. This attitude, this feeling, it was the same. Arad stood, and the mountain shattered around him. This was the same when he trained with Mira, he holding back so much power that it becomes obvious. Caden's slashes could cut straight through his scales and any defensive magic he had. Arad's most powerful spell, the Ho-White Nova, 20 of them were cut down in a fraction of a second. Even though Caden's fist felt heavier than anything Arad had ever felt before, he knew it, that man wasn't using a single drop of his ocean of power. With a single leap, Arad rushed at Caden as fast as he could. He was angry, enraged at the situation. He had seen this man many times, and not in any of them he had thought of him to be this strong. This man is to the god what Alcott is to the dragons, a monster they can't hope to match. As Arad's fist closed on Caden's face, Caden swung his fist up, hitting Arad's forearm in the blink of an eye. This is how you throw punches, Caden said, and Arad suddenly found himself sucked into another mountain, his jaw broken. And this is how you should be throwing them, Caden said, his fist extended forward. Do you know how to throw jabs? Caden threw a few jabs. Relax all of your muscles and throw your fist as fast as you can. Only tense it up at the last moment if you decide it's an attack and not a feint. Caden stopped throwing punches. This way, you'll reach perfection. All of your attacks start as feints. If the target dodges, they remain as feints, and you could follow with a hard hit. If they didn't, just clench your fist at the last moment, and boom, your feint became a real punch. Free weapons valve, M.A. Caden threw a punch, and it exploded in a shockwave. Now do that with all of your body. Every muscle, every bone, every organ. Accelerate to your top speed instantly and learn how to walk. Void, baby. This is today's lesson. Arad immediately bounced back at him from the mountain, flying even faster than before with a burning fist. Caden deflected Arad's fist and smacked him in the face once more, sending him flying back. Acceleration is the change in your speed through time. You're still far too slow at it. And no, using time slowly won't help you against me. A massive lightning bolt of magic fell from the sky, exploding the mountain where Arad got thrown. From the light and fire, he emerged roaring in his draconic form, a raging vampiric wormwolf. You look more similar to me than I expected. 6 eyes, but only 4 arms instead of 6. Caden compared Arad's vampiric wormwolf form to his true form. Usually, becoming a large target is a stupid thing, but since we aren't focusing on that today, I'll excuse it, as long as you can accelerate decently. Arad stood on his hind legs, roaring as his brain crackled with lightning from how many signals it sent through his gigantic draconic body. This wasn't something that he learned from Caden, but a technique taken from Nina, pushing to the limit of what his ultimate form can perform. It was the same concept that he used when he first realized that his heart could rumble, beating even faster than normal to push his body to the limits, VRO0000000. As Arad's heart rumbled like an engine, he landed on all 6 of his limbs, sparks of lightning sparking from his brain, rushing through his spine, and illuminating his whole body from the tip of his tails to the sharp peaks of his razor claws. Arad's bones twisted, his muscles clenched as hard as they could, reinforced by his lycanthropic flesh. The blood in his veins hardened under the control of his blood magic, contracting like muscles to increase his explosive power. As Arad burst forth with a single leap toward Caden, the ground where he stood burned to ash under the impact of his jump. From full stop, he accelerated all the way to his top speed of over 1,500 meters a second, faster than bullets, and his entire near-mountain-sized draconic body flew forth. Nothing this large should be able to move that fast. It was a horrifying sight that no mortal should ever witness. Arad swung his claw at Caden, pulling all of his might into that single hit. This was the quickest that Arad had accelerated in his life. But it was still not enough. Caden swung his fist, hitting Arad's massive head. Arad's punch naturally missed. Caden needed to jump to reach Arad's face after all. He wouldn't be standing in the same spot waiting to be punched. As Arad's lower jaw exploded from the sheer impact happening at a blinding speed, his body seemed to be flying away just like before. But then his claw that was punching toward Caden shifted to aim at the ground by his side. With the blood flowing out his lower jaw burning, Arad's whole body spun around, using the momentum from his claw strike and Caden's punch, using his extended arm as an anchor to the ground. All of the joins in his spine burned as he used them as leverage to accelerate. Further, from Arad's claw, the punch on his face, his head spun, moving his neck, moving his whole body, the rotation rapidly amplified with each spinal joint, reaching the tip of his tail, which accelerated toward Caden's side like a whip. Caden lifted his forearm to block Arad's strike, but he was still sent flying to a mountain, the same way he did to Arad before Arad stared at the mountain as it crumbled when Caden hit it. Got him at least once. He was already panting in that one strike. He used all of his strength, hopefully. That man is. That was a good one, Caden said, standing beside him. He already returned. It's been a while since someone hit me this hard. I honestly didn't expect you to do it this quickly. Caden's eyes shifted toward Arad. It's been less than a year since you were born, Caden said with a stern face. You're still a baby and an angry one at that. I taunted you a bit, telling you to stand and walk. In a fit of anger, you actually stood and ran a few steps ahead, but immediately fell on your face. Caden cracked his neck. It means nothing if you can't maintain it. Now, to make sure you can walk all the time like you should be, you're a void dragon. You don't move through space. You should be the space itself. Chapter 893, Hati's Twin Daughters. Chapter 893, Hati's Twin Daughters. After a whole day, Arad and Caden walked out of Hati's eternal dimension. While Caden looked perfectly fine without a single speck of dust on him, Arad was tattered beyond belief. Mira's eyes twisted in confusion. Arad never looked so exhausted. She rushed toward him and asked how he was, at which Arad only nodded as he walked toward one of the large pillows that Hati provided them with, and he fell asleep. When Mira asked Caden about what happened, he explained it briefly, saying that Arad had been training over his limit for the whole day, and now he was too exhausted to restrain his powers. If he tried to speak or touch something, he might end up blasting them away at full force. Hati's pillows are specially made so he can lay at them with ease, and so is the whole mansion. Mira did ask how could something be built to withstand Arad's power, as she was a carpenter working on his castle, and that information seemed really valuable. Anything that I touch can become eternal if I willed it, as long as it's an object and not a living or an undead being. She walked into the room and smiled at Mira, quickly shifting her gaze toward Caden. Got a letter from Lily. She says they need you to buy her some things. Caden nodded. Thanks for telling me. He immediately disappeared as he headed back home for the day. Say, can you help make some things eternal? Mira asked, and Hati only looked at her with a smile. I'll consider it if Arad managed to eat the Overgod's heart. She clapped her hands, and two of her daughters walked into the room. The two were identical twins, both having short hair, four tails behind their backs, glowing golden eyes, and long and sharp red nails, but sadly weren't as well endowed as their mother. Astrid and Frida, two of my daughters. Hati looked at the two with a smile. Astrid is an expert on earth magic, while Frida boasts one of the best spear skills that I've seen. But most importantly, I've taught them a lot of things. She pointed at Arad. Recovering after training is just as important. Hati stared at Mira with a smug smile. It's the job of his wives to make sure he gets that. Her eyes turned aside. Isdis, come here. Tina as well. You're his maid, aren't you? She waved her fan, calling them in, but her eyes then turned toward Roberta and Lila. You two, Roberta, come if you want. And you, Lila? I doubt you're like Bella, so you can stay here for now. What do you want us to do? Mira asked. Simple. Give him a decent bath and wash all that grime covering him, and then make sure he's relaxed enough to recover by tomorrow morning. She looked at her two daughters. I don't know if you'd mind, but my daughters are joining you. We're his wives. You're telling us you want to push your daughters in the bath with us, with our husband? Isdis glared at her. That doesn't seem right. It isn't, Hattie replied. But you might be his wives, but can you even carry him to the bath? She looked at Isdis with a grin, covering her face with the fan. You can't even lift him up, let alone rinse his scales or help him recover. If you two alone can't provide for him, more would show up to care for him. What did you just say? Isdis growled at her. Astrid and Frida are going to show you how to care for him. If you don't act properly and learn the right way to maintain a dragon's health, they'll be replacing you two soon enough. She stared at them with a smug smile. You two are the weakest of his wives after all. You're not in such a position that you can stay with any caring skills if you can't even fight properly. I see what you're going for. Lila smiled in the back, slowly standing up. I can't stay silent as you eat up on my daughter. She approached Hattie. Human, you want to fight? Hattie stood facing Lila. Even if the two didn't compare in strength, they compared in another way. Their oppressive talent made all the girls stare at them with a hint of jealousy. Even Mira wondered why she wasn't as talented as her mother. A few seconds later, Mira was standing in her place with a confused yet disappointed face, staring at Hattie and her mother's with dead eyes. This is how you two are going to fight. Her eyes slowly shifted to the wine bottle and the beer bottle in the corner. You don't expect me to wrestle this wild wolf, do you? She'll bite my face off, Lila growled, half drunk. My husband would eat me up if I harmed her, and you know what worse? What worse? Hattie started crying. He'll probably won't care and let one of the other wives scold me. I'm done with being yelled at by them. As she wept, her daughters started consulting her as if she was a little child. Those drunkards, Isdis sighed. What in the 9 hells are they thinking? Look, Lila burst laughing. She's crying. I win. You're mean, and I'm here worried about not harming you. Hattie banged her face on the table, and Lila started consulting her. Here you go. Calm. Mommy is here. You remind me of young Mira. She hugged her head and started patting her. Let's go. Leave Mother and her to their own insanity. Astrid lifted Arad on her shoulder. We must make Arad feel better. Her eyes slowly shifted to look at Arad's face. Sister, can you carry him? Frida asked with a passive face. He only weighs a couple tens of tons with my magic. Astrid threw Arad a few inches in the air and carried him over her neck like a bag of rice. Wait, Isdis gasped. He isn't suppressing his weight. She looked at Arad and then at the pillow. He was asleep over. He is trying, but it's fluctuating. In a moment he only weighs over 250 kilograms, and in another he weighs 100 tons. It's unstable. Her glowing golden eyes shifted toward the girls. In his current state of exhaustion, you might get harmed by being near him. That's why we two are coming in to help. She turned and started heading toward the bath with Arad on her shoulder. Sorry for Mother and Sister's attitude. They might seem rude, but they are trying to help. Frida approached Mira and Isdis. Currently, Arad is severely exhausted. Like how you'll be after training hard for a whole day, you won't even be able to stand properly without your legs giving up. She looked at her sister carrying Arad away. What Mother meant by you two being too weak is this. You don't even have the strength to massage him if he needed it. Her eyes shifted back to Mira and Isdis, but you two have your own unique abilities. Don't feel down about it. While Isdis and Mira can't really fight alongside Arad like how Eris can do, they have their important roles. While Isdis takes care of the political side of things, which is something that Arad would rather never have to think about or deal with, Mira is doing her best to help build his kingdom and invent weapons that would allow people to fight with him and provide him some peace of mind. Let's go. Frida smiled as she started walking toward the bath. Wait, Mira looked at her. You're that one woman that Arad ate her spear? She called her. Your words didn't seem nice at that time either? Frida stopped and looked back at them, a droplet of sweat slithering across her face. You could see my face? The veils she wore were supposed to completely hide her identity. It's a magic item created by her mother Hati. Well, I might not look like it. Mira stared at her, eyes burning with a golden flame. I can see far more things than you might think. That spark Frida blinked twice. You're a demigoddess. Mira froze in place. Wait, how did you know? It's obvious, I can tell at a glance at your eyes. Frida waved her hand. It's not the time or place for us to fight now. Our job is to make sure Arad is healthy by tomorrow morning, so hurry up. As they approached the changing room, they could hear Astrid grunting and growling, panting like an exhausted pup. What's up with you? She growled, wrestling someone. With how strange the sound seemed to be, Izdis and Frida rushed in, kicking the door open. Sister, what are you doing? Arad, I can't, Izdis grunted. But both of them froze in place. Seeing Arad leaning at the wall with Astrid grabbing his shirt from the shoulder, pushing on his face with her foot as she tried to take the shirt off but wasn't able to. Her face burned red as sweat rushed across her cheek and neck, and the veins on her arm bulged, but Arad's shirt wasn't budging. Astrid jumped with both feet onto Arad's face as she pulled on the shirt, intending to rip it off if necessary.
What is this thing made of?
Tina looked at them, walked to the corner, filled a bucket with cold water, and slowly approached Astrid. Move away. She looked at her. Fuck off. I'm busy. Don't you see? Astrid growled. Tina lifted the bucket of cold water up and poured it on Astrid's head, causing her to scream. I said, Move away. Tina stared at her. What did you? Astrid was about to yell at her, but seeing Tina's angry smile made her shrink in fear and slowly back away. Tina approached Arad and squatted by his side, whispering into his ear. Master, I know you can hear me, and if you can't, Doma, I'm sure you're listening. Shift the scales off so we can bathe you. It's hard to clean them when they take the form of clothes. Arad's clothes slowly turned pure black, wiggling around as tiny scales became visible for a split second before slowly shifting back into skin color, sticking tightly to his body. White Arad usually wears normal clothes, but those can't withstand his fighting, so he quickly shifts into wearing his scales. Chapter 894, How many people are needed to bath a dragon? Wait, Astrid gasped. Those were his scales, not real clothes? She looked at Mira and Izdis in shock. Yeah, they act like normal clothes, though he just can't take them off. Mira replied, while Arad's scales are morphed into clothes, they must keep a link to him, which takes form in a spot where they are stuck to his body. The advantage to wearing his own scales like this is that they are far more durable than any armor and would allow him to fight freely without worrying about getting his clothes burned by a fire breath or something like that. What worries me, Tina looked at Astrid with a worried face. Master Arad's scales are extremely tough and durable. I find it hard to imagine someone leaving him this exhausted. Tina is right, Arad should have been able to recover quickly. Mira glared at Astrid. Who really is that Caden? We've seen him before, but is he really that strong? Caden Damon. Currently, he's ranked first among the world powers, but that title is nothing important, it's just what humans started calling him. Astrid looked at her sister. Frida sighed. There are mainly 3 powers that stand at the top of the world. The Overgod, the one who commands this entire world we live in. And then there is the primordial abominable evil Niar. He's an ancient being who lives inside the world and is trying to invade it. The man, Arad mumbled. The man in yellow, his eyes slowly opened up, burning purple with magic. He remembers him well, the person who saved Vorvados from his claws. That was Niar, the one behind all of the abomination, their primordial father. Frida nodded. You're right, that should be him. From what we've heard, he always appears as a slender man with a face that can't be seen, wearing a yellow robe, and gross sound of chewing could be heard when he walks around. The last one of the 3 is Caden, the God Slayer. Astrid looked at Arad. That man fought Niar several times and survived to tell the tales. He also seems to be a close friend of the current Overgod. Caden, he showed up. Arad shook his head and leaned on the wall. When Nyar saved Vorvados, Caden showed up and they clashed for a fraction of a second. You're being taught by a true master. Make the best of this opportunity. Astrid looked at Arad with a smile. And we should get you into the bath. We can't have you naked like this for long. She unbuttoned her robe, slowly dripping it over her shoulders. Wait, you're coming in as well? Isdis gasped. Of course. Astrid replied with a smile as she took her undershirt off, revealing her modest bra and well-toned abs. They were quite stunning, but nothing like Mira's tanned abs or Merida's tight muscles. Do you expect her to wash him in her clothes? She'll get wet, Frida replied from the back, and when everyone looked at her, she was already naked. With a deeply disappointed sigh, Mira and Isdis started taking their clothes off. They better hurry as the twins started carrying Arad to the shower room. At the very least, they didn't want to leave him alone with them. We're going on. Astrid carried Arad above her shoulder after she fully stripped and walked into the shower room, followed by her sister. Mira quickly took her clothes off to rush after them, while Tina helped Isdis take her armor by removing the back straps for her before taking her clothes off as well. The moment the three of them walked into the shower room, they froze in place, looking forward with puzzled faces as they got splashed with a stray stream of water. The room was massive to a mind-boggling degree. Arad lay on the ground in his massive draconic form, getting splashed with rivers of water gushing out of large blue magic circles on the ceiling and walls. Astrid was floating mid-air above him, controlling two massive stone arms with large mops, using them to brush his back. Sister, Astrid shouted, I'm going to the tail. Take care of the back now. As Frida saw Astrid float away from Arad's back, she cracked her neck and did a few stretches. Her toenails grew into massive red claws, and she jumped into Arad's back, using them so she wouldn't slip. Then, using her spear, she started lifting Arad's scales one by one and washing beneath them using a metallic brush while holding all the tools she needed with her three tails. Damn it. She growled and looked back at Mira and Isdis. You useless humans, when it was last time you washed him properly? Yesterday, Mira replied with a puzzled face. Don't lie to me, she yelled at them. Come here right now. Oi, sister her up here. Astrid used her earth magic to create a staircase for Mira to reach where Frida was. Look! Frida showed her beneath Arad's scales. How in the hell did you wash him just yesterday? He took a bath yesterday, and he regularly cleans himself with the void almost several times a day. Isn't that from today's training? Mira was a bit confused at what she saw. Nah, this one is old. Dragons release their magic from their scales, this surface on the outside. It can't hit stuff on the underside. She pointed at Arad's scale. His void can't clean beneath his scales, and bathing him in human form would also only reach to the top of the scales. You aren't flipping and cleaning them, are you? Free-willed novelk? Come. No, we bath like normal humans? Mira mumbled, That is for humans, not dragons. Look here. Those are the marks of a green dragon's spit. This was the last time something cleaned beneath his scales. When Mira saw what Frida pointed at, she remembered when Clog helped Arad in the past. Dragons are like cats. Besides using their elemental energy to clean their bodies, they also lick their scales clean. The rough part of their tongues gets beneath the scales to properly clean. She shook her head. We didn't know it was this bad. Cleaning this would take us weeks at this rate, she sighed. Is there any way to make it faster? Mira asked with a worried face. Like with magic or something. Frida shook her face. The only thing they could do with magic was wash him from the outside like Astrid was doing with her massive stone arms. To go beneath the scales, they must be lifted one at a time and thoroughly cleaned. Since dragons emit their magic from their scales, you'd be surprised by how better he'll feel with them spotless. Then please allow me, a voice screamed from beneath Arad, to offer my body to our Lord. Everyone looked down and saw a nun prostrating herself beneath Arad's wing. She slowly lifted her head. My lord, she said with a smile as tens of nuns rapidly appeared behind her. Zia had come out of his blood. Zia? What are you doing here? Isdis gasped as she saw the nuns appearing everywhere. My lord, I've brought 1,000 faithful sisters from the order, and I could bring out more if must, Zia said with a large crazed smile on her face. It seems our help is very much needed here. Astrid gasped as she sensed the 1,000 vampire nuns appear out of nowhere. Each of them was a monster beyond belief. Even if Arad's body was quite battered and exhausted, the vampires weren't, and they could still access the nuclear engine of his soul through their blood connections. "Where did those come from?" Astrid cried, clenching her giant stone claws as sweat slowly rushed across her back. Even if she and Frida were to team up, she's doubtful they could beat even one of those nuns. A single punch from them and the whole bath would burst into flames. "Don't worry." Mira waved her arms. "Those are Arad's vampire spawns. They live inside his blood and come out when he wants or when they feel like it." She shifted a gaze at Zia. "Why did you come out? And don't lie, I doubt it's to help with cleaning him." "Of course, it's so I can gaze upon our Lord's magnificent body. They are here for the same reason as well. We'll not miss such a chance," she said with a proud smile and puffed her chest out. "Leave it to us." "Our Lord?" Frida looked at them with a shocked face. Something was off about those nuns. They did indeed worship Arad. She could tell from their eyes and how the magic was flowing around them, but something seemed to have gone horribly wrong. With this number of people having such strong belief in someone, a divine spark should appear. But when she looked at Arad, he didn't have any, not a single shred of a divine core being formed. "How many of you are believing in him?" "Only the believers," she asked with a stunned face, and Astrid realized what was happening. Zia looked back at her. "Those of us who actively believe in him as our God. That would be around 12,000. There are even more vampires inside him, but I won't say they actually worship him as a god. With those numbers, it was impossible to believe that he didn't develop a divine core. But no matter where they looked, he didn't have any divine core. It's amazing. To think I'd see it with my own eyes." Astrid gasped with a large smile on her face. "So this is Arad Orion," Frida mumbled. It was clear that on the path where divine magic should flow and be distributed from a god's divine core into his believers, draconic magic was flowing instead, rushing to the vampires. They were indeed blessed by the being they worship, but the blessing wasn't holy magic. It was Arad's draconic power itself. With a single wave of her hand, Zia took her clothes off and threw them into a pool of blood that appeared beside her feet. She turned and looked at the other nuns. "We're getting to work immediately," as she shouted. All of them stripped down, and she began handing off mops and several other things, pulling all of them out of a pool of blood that linked them to Arad's stomach. The nuns all jumped over Arad's body, latching to his scales by extending their feet claws like birds. Zia herself stood beside Mira, looking at everyone working with a large smile on her body. "It's beautiful, isn't it?" "You aren't going to help them?" Mira asked. "I'm the one directing all of them. Speech is a bit slow and inefficient, so we communicate through blood." She looked at Mira. "I've got an idea, but I'm not sure if you'd like it or not." Mira looked at her with a puzzled face. "I can't latch like you. I want to help, but I don't have the power to do it." A mischievous smile crossed Zia's face. "Of course you can help, my goddess. You can use healing magic now, can't you?" "You know, I can't direct it." Mira has been a demi-goddess for a while, but due to her lack of experience with anything related to magic, she still couldn't figure out how to use her powers properly, like casting healing magic. Right now, all she can do is release it all over her body, which is ineffective as she can't direct it toward a target. "I've got a plan. I'm sure it'll work." Zia giggled and dragged Mira away. "You'll sit there." With one hand, Zia opened Arad's massive jaw, pointing inside. "It doesn't matter how the healing magic is released as long as you're inside him." "Wait, you must be joking, right?" Mira gasped, but Zia gave her a single push and closed Arad's jaw over her. "I'll let you out when we finish cleaning." Zia giggled. One of the competitors was out. All that is left is dealing with Izdis, and Arad would be all her. But at that moment an ice sword emerged beside her neck. That smile and giggle. You aren't up to any good. Izdis stared at her with a disappointed face. Chapter 895, Getting a Bit Leaner. Chapter 895, Getting a Bit Leaner. Zia's screams filled the whole bath as Izdis tied her with ice chains inside an ice-cold bath. Albeit Zia was stronger than Izdis, she and all of Arad's vampires are sworn for protection. And if there is one thing they can't do, that is use their power against Arad or any of his relatives. Albeit Zia's countless calls for help. The other nuns had a higher calling on their hands than helping their leader. Their lord, the one who sleeps, the nuclear chaos, had needed their help. Their hands moved and their bodies responded. For the next hour, only on their job they focused. This should feel better to him now, Astrid smiled as she looked down at a clean and sparkling Arad. After polishing his scales, someone would be surprised at how reflective they were. Pure darkness, but a slightly reflective one. Obsidian scales were glistening like fresh paint on a new car. It's indeed, Frida looked at Arad's back, unable to move her eyes away. He looked as if his body was sculpted from a massive gem dripping with magic, powerful yet gentle. This is our lord, we've worked for a lot. One of the nuns gasped as they all started staring at him, entranced. Tina looked around and realized that something was off. Izdis, this isn't right, she cried.
What?
Is there something going wrong? She looked back and immediately noticed it. Why is everyone staring at Arad looking so relaxed? Their eyes fixed forward as their expressions slowly faded. Trying to eat my husband with your eyes? She growled, lifting her arms up. I'll cool you down before you go into heat, you animals, Ice Storm. As she swung her palms down, sparks of frozen snow emerged from her elbow and blew over everyone, jolting them with a wave of cold wind. They all cried at the same time, jumping back with surprised faces. What did happen? Astrid cried. She looked at her hands with a confused face, but couldn't remember the past few seconds, but instead felt a strange feeling rushing up her stomach and into her chest. A faint thirst swelled up in her throat, and a tingle tickled her groin. It felt strange, weird, and quite alarming. Sadly, her feeling wasn't uncommon. Everyone else here besides Izdis, Mira, and Tina was feeling it, a strange feeling that came from looking at Arad. I'm back! Bath's door opened as Merlin walked in, her chest bouncing left and right as she looked for Arad. Arad, where are you? I've heard you're quite exhausted. When her eyes stopped at Arad, she gasped, Wait! The hell is this? She immediately pulled her staff from between her breasts. That's where she had the magic circle for storage drawn, as it's close to the heart. Polymorph, as she cast her spell, threads of magic rushed from the tip of her staff and covered Arad's body, turning his shiny and glossy scales even darker, giving them a matte finish. Why didn't I notice that? She growled, but quickly mumbled to herself, I don't see him like this very often, do I? Merlin, what's happening? Izdis rushed at her, and Mira's voice could be heard calling from inside Arad's mouth, asking to be let out. Zia casually broke the ice chains holding her and went to free Mira. She wasn't really bound by Izdis's magic. She chose to remain chained in the frigid water as that was what her mistress wanted. Merlin looked at Arad as she shoved her staff back between her breasts. Remember how Yuwaku was born from Arad's majestic body and Zephyr's magic? She's a nymph. They are born from sources of great beauty and magic. Now that Arad was growing stronger on his own, boasting even more magic and raw energy, seeing him curled like a cat in his draconic form, such a massive and majestic monster, an obsidian dragon as black as the night sky, sparkling with pure magic like the stars. It was the same as an extremely beautiful woman on the streets, stealing everyone's eyes as she passed by. Arad, sleeping there, emitted a powerful awe aura, putting everyone in a trance as they gazed upon his majestic beings. It didn't help that those who looked at him were either nuns that worshipped him as their god, or two Fenrirs that knew who he really was. Mira rushed toward Izdis and Merlin as Zia freed her. What did happen? You were inside his mouth? Merlin stared at her with a lifted eyebrow, and Mira explained that she couldn't fully control her divine magic, so she was just releasing it in the hope of providing Arad with some healing. We need to hurry. Otherwise, we might have another nymph pop out of nowhere. Merlin scratched the back of her head, the majestic obsidian dragon and the 1,000 mystic maidens sitting upon his back. That's an image that would certainly give birth to a nymph if allowed enough time or magic. She looked at Arad. We're quite lucky he's weakened now. Arad, can you hear me? Merlin shouted, looking at him, and he slowly opened his eyes, staring at her with a faint burning flame flickering in them. Get back into your humanoid shape. That should help suppress the image. And how do you feel now? Nothing changed. Arad growled as he shifted back into his humanoid form, falling to the ground. Zia rushed in to catch him, but he teleported to the hot bath with Void Step and let her fall on her face instead of catching him. That was close. Astrid approached Merlin. We didn't expect such a thing to happen. We'll be more careful and watch the magic around him. She turned toward Arad. Of course you won't be better yet. We still haven't started the healing process. All we did was clean you up so your body can absorb what is to come after this. She pointed back toward 2 pools of water. This massive bath was made since Hati and her daughters needed to wash their massive beast forms. She was a massive wolf, a 9-tailed silver wolf of majestic proportions, reaching the clouds with her head 1 step, and she could crush down several cities. Throughout history, she known by many names. The silver wolf of the end, the divine beast, the 9-tailed beast, queen of the monsters, the holy 9-cloud thunder god, and the jingling bell of the silver moon. Whenever any of those names is mentioned, it's Hati. Through the past 5,000 years, she had discovered several ways to recover, and one of them was the opposite treatment, heating the target in burning divine magic and then cooling them in ice-cold holy water. That exchange allowed the body to absorb the healing faster, which resulted in quicker recovery. You'll go into the sauna, then into the first pool, then back into the sauna, but at a higher temperature, and then into the second pool with an even colder temperature. Astrid smiled, and we repeat until a certain threshold of absorption is achieved. While Izdis and Mira wanted to go with Arad, sadly they couldn't. No one could. The heat he was thrust into wasn't something that even steel could withstand, only he could survive it. Eris might have endured it, but the shock of getting into frozen water right after would kill her. When Arad walked out of the sauna, his body emitted enough heat that he felt like a red-hot metal. The water beneath his feet evaporated, and the frozen water nearly exploded as he touched it. White Arad went back and forth between the sauna and the pools. The girls and the nuns took this time as a chance to wash themselves. They'd been working on Arad for quite a while, and they needed to take their share of the bath. As Merlin scrubbed her arms, she looked at Astrid. This is one massive bath. Is it kept in a dimensional pocket? I sensed some weird magic while coming in. It's a part of the great infinite maze. Millions of cubic white rooms, 100 meters wide each, all linked together and stacked into a single massive cube. All the rooms constantly switch places tens of times each second using teleportation magic, which make escaping it impossible without a key. Frida was the one to reply, and she said that with a proud face. Infinite maze? Are you talking about that one? Merlin had only heard about it in old scriptures. A sacred land, a pathway that links multiple parts of the universe that was built by the over-god from a dungeon to be used as a hub for operation. She only knows about it since her teacher Lilia from the Mage Tower, and as well Betty both pestered her about how her labyrinth magic has the same potential. Yeah, Mother has. As Astrid was about to speak, the water in one of the pools where Arad was cooling down exploded as he walked out, smoking with holy magic. The muscle damage had healed. After several switches, Arad's skin looked to have started taking on a darker tone akin to oak as his scales slowly soaked with the healing magic, albeit feeling much better. He looked a bit leaner than before as the muscles managed to relax even further due to the severe injuries and recovered into a better state. Chapter 896, Cat Fight. Chapter 896, Cat Fight. With one step forth, Arad approached the large hot bath and slowly walked in, finally taking a seat. Now that his muscles have recovered, he's able to move better than before. Rest for a bit, Astrid said as she looked at him from the showers. Warm up your bones a bit. All that you need now is food and rest. Arad cracked his neck and back, looking at his hands. He stood in the water, and Astrid tilted her head. I said to sit up. Arad moved, attempting to take a step forward. His body suddenly disappeared, and his foot landed in the corner of the bath. A shock wave burst where he stood, and it clapped like thunder. Everyone in the bath cried in surprise, staring at what they thought was another explosion. The speed of mana was a third of the speed of light. Teleportation magic seems instantaneous, but it isn't. The mana speed limit is its limiting factor. But what Arad is beginning to grasp now, the art of accelerating instantly, will allow him to surpass that if his base speed allows it. Right now, Arad could accelerate from 0 to 1,500 meters per second, around 1640 yards second or 4,921 feet second in Elvish in 1,000th of a second and stop at the same rate. Arad, don't stand naked over there. Come back here. Mira called him from the hot bath, and he looked back, smiling. I'm on my way. He did the same, accelerating and stopping almost immediately. But this time, there was no shock wave. Using his void, he erased the air around his body to prevent the sonic boom from occurring. It was a single silent step. FrioMidnovel.com. Arad sat beside Mira and leaned on the bath's edge, looking at the ceiling with a deep sigh. He was too strong. But I got a plan to defeat him tomorrow. This training won't last long. He smiled. That won't be happening. Frida started approaching them, and Mira immediately jumped to sit on Arad's lap. She glared at Frida, and she sat on the opposite side of the bath. I'm not getting closer to him. She giggled. Izdis also approached, looking at them. Mira, that's my place. Mira stood and moved out of the way, letting Izdis sit on Arad's lap. Since he and Mira spend a lot of time together at the university, Izdis, who was left home, barely gets any time with Arad, which gave her priority in what little time they got together. You lot really seem to get along. Astrid approached and sat beside her sister, putting one leg on another, and looked at Arad and his wives. Don't they fight a lot among themselves? Oh, they do, and a lot. Arad replied with a giggle. Mira loves to cook meat a lot, and she always gets yelled at by Ayla for not opening the windows. Izdis's sense of cold is a bit off, and she prefers it to be a bit colder, which is uncomfortable to the rest. There are another two. Eris is the opposite of Izdis, and she's always emitting heat. She also occasionally sets furniture ablaze when playing with her magic. The one they don't fight with a lot is called Merida, probably since she makes and fixes all of their clothes. I mean, more like catfights. Astrid shook her face. You really seem to be keeping them well together. It's hard to have multiple wives and have them agree and be on good terms. Mother always complained about it, but she seemed grateful that it seemed to be working fine on her part. There is no need to fight amongst ourselves. Izdis looked away. It's in fact better for us to get along. We can then have some respite. Remembering the nights with Arad, her hips began itching. Even though she looked forward to it, she wasn't that fond of the fact it could last hours. Only Eris and Merida seemed to be able to withstand Arad's full affection. If someone like her got Arad all for herself, she'd never walk again after 3 days. Yeah, the more the merrier, right? Mira agreed with Izdis, a wry smile on her face. They can't even tell Arad to make it shorter, as it indeed takes him hours to finish. That was simply due to the large gap of strength, which made the moves themselves not stimulating enough for Arad unless he ramps up quite a bit, which only Merida and Eris could withstand outside the bath. Lila was sitting with Hattie. They were drinking just seconds ago, and wouldn't have stopped if Hattie's daughters didn't snatch the drinks away. Those two women had even started crying like babies. Their milk snatched away. Can you two get a grip on yourselves a bit? One of the Hattie's daughters growled, glaring at her mother. Don't get drunk. Hattie shook her face, and her expression cleared. Of course I won't. This amount of alcohol only affects me when I'm actively letting it do. How large do you think my liver is? Hattie giggled. It's massive, and will never get damaged. She patted Lila's head. She's been drinking and crying a lot. I had to listen to her a bit about that man. The daughter sighed. Why do we care about her lost husband? He's dead, right? The daughter looked back. What we care about is Arad Orion and no one else. Come on, are you saying that it's bad that he cared about your mother? We can't be unfair to Arad's family. Hattie leaned back, putting her feet on the table. I've called Ereshkigal. She doesn't know anything about a man called Rotgar, at least not the one we're looking for. So, he's lost. That can't be the only possibility. What if he turned into an undead right after death? She wouldn't know about him. In that case, necromancies are plentiful in the world. The daughter replied with a passive face. Looking for him is futile, and we can't waste time with the current condition of the world. You must know that better than me, Mother. I know. That's why I called someone who isn't really that good at following precise orders to help. She's powerful, but can't really help with Arad's case as she lacks the artistic hand. Hattie looked forth, and a hand touched the door from the outside. Wait. Hattie's daughter gasped as sensed the magic coming from outside the door. The door burst open, and a Catwoman with black hair and golden eyes stood there, standing tall with a muscular body riddled with scars. Her eyes looked left and right, stopping at Hattie, and her ears twitched a bit. Hattie Nia. The woman lunged at Hattie, pushing her to the ground. It's been a long while, Nia. Hattie giggled as the woman started rubbing her head on her like an excited cat. Selena, get off me, it tickles. Lila lifted her eyes and looked at the woman in her drunken dream. She mumbled, Matilda? Nia? The woman turned toward her. Matilda, Nia? The girl is a black tiger, Nia. I'm a black jaguar, Nia. She patted Lila's head. Call me Selena, Nia. And you stink of alcohol, Nia. How was the Battle of Alrondo? Hattie asked. Painful, but I managed to push them away. She looked at her scares. Got injured pretty bad, though, Nia. But I'll heal full in a few days, Nia. Mother-in-law is taking care of them in my place now, Nia. Sorry for calling you right after you came back, but I've got a job that only you can finish without causing a massive scene, that is. Hattie looked at her. Can you track her husband? She looked at Lila. Selena bent over Lila and sniffed her. It's old, Nya. But I can do it, Nya, if he's still in this world, Nya. She jumped over the table and went outside in the blink of an eye, immediately landing on the fence of Hattie's house. The students who were moving outside saw her there and gasped, no matter how they looked at her. Such a muscular woman wasn't something you see each day. Selena paused for a second, turning aside, and her eyes landed on Matilda. Nya? She jumped and landed beside Matilda and started sniffing her. This smell a mate? No, you've got blood, Nya. Matilda jumped away. Who are you? She cried. Join the pride as long as you can. If you waste time, you'll be left alone, Nya Selena said with a smug smile. I asked who you are. Matilda clenched her fist and swung at Selena's face. A black spark of lightning burst forth in a thundering clap. As the dust cleared, Selena had caught Matilda's fist with her hand and was looking at her with a smile. The Nye you want, Nye? In the blink of an eye, the two of them disappeared as Selena snatched Matilda and jumped with her far away. Matilda could only feel the extreme acceleration for a second before the two landed in a forging land. Selena threw Matilda away, and she stood with a scared face. It was as clear as day if she could move her this far that quickly. I'll lose, Arun. Matilda immediately screamed, knowing that she couldn't win. Her only option was to call for help from the only person she knew to be far stronger than her. He won't hear you here. Nya. Selena cracked her knuckles. I've got work, Nya, but I can play with you a bit. Nya. She glared at her with glowing yellow as black lightning started rumbling from her back. Black jaguars or black tigers? Let's see who's the best, Nya Zon. Matilda disappeared and appeared beside Selena, swinging a kick at her face. Selena easily blocked the kick. Weak, Nya. You won't be Arad's mate while being this weak, Nya? Selena clenched a fist. If you're in heat, prove yourself. She punched Matilda in the guts, sending her flying to the trees. And bring him a hunt, the first sentence where Selina isn't mewing like a cat, is the first sentence where she's dead serious. Chapter 897, The Black Cat and the Purple Witch. Matilda lunged at Selina with a clenched fist crackling with black lightning. "Who are you?" Selina dodged the punch with ease, and Matilda started swinging even faster. A spark of black lightning roared with each swing as they rushed towards Selina like lightning bolts. Selina dodged all the punches, weaving through the lightning with a smile on her face. Each of her moves was as silent as the wind, yet sharper than blades in a few small steps. She ended up squatting above Matilda's fist. Not even her weight mattered. Matilda angrily swings her fist, pulling it from beneath Selina, and charged forth with rage, chasing her across the open area in the forest they were fighting in. Each time I swing my fist, she already starts moving as if she's seeing the future. I can't catch her. She's always ahead of me. Even though I'd been chasing for several minutes now, her breathing didn't even change. What's more horrifying is that I can't hear her steps or moves at all. It's like I'm fighting a shadow. Matilda started sweating as she jumped all over the place, leaping from one tree to another and swinging as fast as she could. Selina's ear bent back, and she smacked Matilda with an open palm to the face, sending her flying to the side at an extreme speed. Her ears immediately stood back up, and she stared forth with a gentle smile, her eyes still following Matilda's moves. Each time she's about to attack, her ears bend backward. Even though I know that, even though I can see it, and I'm fast enough to reach it, I'm never able to do anything but take the hit. She chose the perfect time when I was already moving or doing something that I couldn't stop. Tap. Matilda landed on a tree, her feet claw finally bursting out and piercing the wood. She sat squatting on the tree trunk as she held to it with both her hands and feet, the muscles on her thighs expanding as a deep growl rushed out of her throat. The woman before her wasn't any normal person, those moves, the fact she wasn't getting tired and the calm aura around her. She was a martial artist, someone at Arad's level. "Black Jaguar, you said I need to present him with a hunt. You'll be that hunt." Selina smacked Matilda once more, sending her flying back to the trees. Each time she attacks, her ears bend back. That moment alone is far faster than anything I could pull, adding the fact that I can't guess with which arm she'll attack. I've got no direct way of blocking or evading her counters. Lightning started crackling between Matilda's glowing purple eyes and her claws. Her steps clapped like thunder as her ears pulled back and the fine hair on her tail spiked. Faint golden strips started showing on her skin as the faint black hair on her forearms grew a tiny bit thicker. The black lightning was a blessing that was granted to all animals who shifted from their main clan, black tigers, black jaguars, lions, and all else. On the same hand, white lighting was granted to the white variants. The two types of magic came effectively from one source, Maharaja, the goddess of the hunt. The woman called the god-eating divine beast, the black jaguar of the apocalypse. One of Maharaja's legends told of how she, drowning in rage after her husband got killed, had gone on a feeding rampage. Eventually, she devoured all life in the world and ended up dying alone of starvation. Matilda opened her claws as she lunged at Selina, roaring with black lightning. Selina, in response, lifted her right foot and laid it on her knee, with both arms wide open. She smacked her palms together, blasting Matilda back with a massive shockwave thunderclap. "Won't you use your beast form?" Selina looked at Matilda with a smile. "You'll be faster and stronger in that form." Matilda had no clue about what Selina was talking about, but she couldn't care less, now that her blood had started flowing and the beast slumbering inside her began to wake up. She was out for blood. Arad had awakened her void bloodline, and Selina was now tickling the beast, forcing it to move. The forest rumbled as the ground cracked, and a storm of dust rose from the ground, crackling with lightning as Matilda kept charging at Selina, each time getting blasted back harder than last time. Inside the bath, Arad blinked as he looked aside, startled by the faint magic that suddenly appeared and disappeared in the blink of an eye. To him, it was like seeing the flash of lightning at the corner of his eye, failing to catch it in time. If it was just random magic, it wouldn't matter, but it was quite shocking. It felt as if Agnar Assem was here, and his magic was several times that of Hattie. It was a horrifying thunderstorm, as if Agnar's warlock patron Maharaja had come to Earth. "You look worried." Astrid looked at Arad, trying to see his face, but immediately got blocked by Mira and Izdis. Arad was sitting inside the bath, leaning on the edge with Izdis sitting on his lap, Mira to his left, and Tina to his right. Merlin, who just finished washing herself, came from the back and sat at the bath's edge, slowly lowering her legs into the water beside Tina. "This magic just now, who was it?" Arad asked. Astrid didn't know what he was talking about. This whole place was locked inside the infinite maze, and sensing past the gate was something that even her mother struggled with for centuries. "I don't know. How did it feel?" she asked. Frida stretched her arms, resting one leg on another. "Wasn't it just one of you vampires?" She looked back at the 1,000 naked nuns sitting in the water behind them like frogs. "The magic felt like it belonged to the patron of one of my friends," Arad replied. "Maharaja," hearing the name. The two sisters froze in place. They knew who he was talking about, and they knew that she rarely showed up in person. But it wasn't strange for her mother to call her. "No clue. I know who Maharaja is. She's our deity here in the Beastlands. But it must have been a powerful warlock that summoned her." Frida shook her head. "Forget about that. It doesn't matter anyway." Astrid giggled with a smug face. "If it was a stupid warlock, Mother must have crushed him so fast that the battle ended in the blink of an eye." Astrid's explanation aligned with what Arad sensed, except that the magic he sensed was bigger than that of Hattie. Albeit, magic tends to spike from time to time when casting spells, and it looks bigger than it really is. Hattie could have really taken care of it that quickly. "Sister is right," Frida smiled. "Let's forget about that and focus on what matters. How was your training today?" Arad briefly explained how he tried to increase his acceleration to make his moves more explosive and showed it to them in 2 punches that he threw in the air. "Your arms are." Astrid looked at Arad's extended arm, bigger than her thighs. She looked at Merlin, the one with the largest thighs in the bath. "They kept growing as I grew stronger and older," Arad replied, resting his arm around Mira's neck. "My wives don't seem to like it, though. In a world filled with danger, signs of power and physical might were considered extremely attractive, especially in men. They are indeed," Nice Izdis grabbed Arad's other arm and wrapped it around her, massive, hard, and reliable. "Vgib novigim. If you're trying to hide him, it isn't working. Your hips aren't as wide as his. In fact, he's far larger than you." Astrid looked at them. "I could help you cover him a bit." "Arad is ours, hands off." Izdis pointed her finger at her, threatening to freeze her. "About that," Merlin said with a grin, wrapping her legs around Arad's neck and holding his head between her hands. "I'm next," she said, resting her breasts on his head. "You aren't getting in before me." Her eyes were crackling with magic. "They aren't getting anything," Izdis added. "Cry as much as you like." Astrid stared at them with a smug smile. "When talking about a dragon, strength is the only thing that matters." She stood and took a step toward Arad. "What do you say? I can fight you for it, right?" Arad smiled. "I don't mind having as many mates or wives as I must, but it's up to you to convince them." He patted Mira and Izdis's heads. "If one says no, I'll kick you away," Merlin giggled, pointing at Astrid with her foot. "I say no until I get my share at least." With a flicker of her toes, Astrid disappeared. Freda immediately stood and growled, "Sister, what did you do?" She lunged at Merlin, at which she got erased as well with a single flicker, sitting around Arad's neck. Merlin extended her foot forward, at which 2 large frogs landed on it. Those 2 were Astrid and Frida. Sparks of magic crackled from Merlin's nails and toenails, sparking purple as her eyes flashed with light. Tattoos spread up from her ankles to her thighs, and from her stomach up to her chest. The 2 sisters gasped in their toad forms, looking at Merlin from her foot. It was then that it dawned on them. Didn't she just polymorph Arad's whole body earlier and suppress his magic from creating a nymph? How could anyone do such a thing? Either behave yourselves, or I'll keep you like this until my fight with Arad ends." With a single move from her leg, she threw the frogs back to the water, at which they turned back. Astrid glared at Merlin with an enraged face. "You're a witch, all that magic, countless bloods and spells all surging inside your body. She's a high human." Frida gasped, remembering that the past overgod started as a high human as well, and he also did countless modifications on his body in the same way Merlin is. "Now, I'll get back to you." Astrid lunged at Merlin once more. She attempted to conjure her massive stone claws, but that spell failed. Merlin was already releasing a powerful anti-magic barrier. Fine. Merlin stopped Astrid with a kick to the face and shifted her back to a frog. "Let her go." Frida charged after her sister, and she got turned into a frog as well. Merlin grabbed the two with her hands and looked at them with a smile. Powerful but quite immature use of magic. She shoved them into the magic storage between her breasts and quickly pulled them back out, now encased in a steel cage. "You'll be my pets for now." She sat them beside her. "Ribbit, Ribbit, Mother will get you. You'll regret this." Astrid growled at her. Merlin giggled as she looked at them. "We'll see about that. But for now, Arad is mine." Chapter 898, The Second Day of Training. Arad is winning. Chapter 898, The Second Day of Training. Arad is winning. Arad lay on his bed, Mira sleeping on one arm, while Isdis slept on the other. Merlin slept on a bed beside them. Ignis curled up on her legs like a large dog, and Tina was sleeping on a bed beside Saren's cradle. Time quickly passed by, and Arad's brain kept going through what happened in the day as he slept. The first day of the week-long training had ended, and the second day was about to start. By the end of the week, would he be able to fully absorb the Overgod's dead heart, or will he fail and get killed by Caden? Arad didn't know the answer to that, but he had his own guess. He'll either fully absorb the heart or fail and kill Caden instead of being killed. He had no intention of dying in a battle that he didn't start. The second day started, and Arad was standing once again inside Hati's training ground, facing Caden, who just arrived. "Did you have enough rest?" Caden asked with a passive face, looking at Arad and immediately noticing that he got a bit leaner. "Or are you starving?" Arad had eaten his full yesterday. He indeed didn't finish the whole tall neck in one sitting. Currently, as he stood, he was well fed and rested, ready to perform at his peak. But that was only physical, as Arad didn't know what kind of training it would be. He couldn't be fully prepared. "Does that even matter? It's not real training if I came ready for it," Arad said, his head slightly tilted to the side as he glared at Caden. "What should we do? Should I just try killing you?" "It's the opposite. Try to not get killed." Caden suddenly disappeared from Arad's field of view. He appeared behind him, swinging a fist. Arad immediately accelerated to dodge, but he was a bit slow to react and ended up having his side blow to bits as Caden's fist scratched him. Arad could easily accelerate rapidly to attack, but it was still difficult for him to do it on instinct to avoid attacks. Caden is trying to push him further to learn to do that. While to most creatures Arad was far too fast for them to face him, which allowed him to dodge all of their attacks with ease, Caden was the first person to far exceed him in speed and acceleration. Arad was forced to learn like an amateur martial artist finally facing a master. He started to notice all of the wasted movements he was doing and started cutting them off. Arad usually dodged punches by running behind his target to attack them from the back, but had a lot of wasted moves and was extremely inefficient. Such moves were useless against Caden, and Arad was forced to shorten them. Instead of trying to run around him, he'll simply duck to avoid the attack, and instead of attacking from the back, he'll counter with a punch right beside Caden's fist, nearly avoiding death by a hair strand to maximize his efficiency. With each dodge, Arad started to realize that this was what Alcott was doing all along, dodging certain death at the last moment to deliver deadly blows to the overpowered dragons. Even now, Arad was already far faster and physically stronger than Alcott. Yet he'd lose to him, all because Alcott had trained to be extremely efficient against dragons and use all of his knowledge to dodge their attacks and counter. Just like how Alcott had trained until he could face the dragon, even though his body was still weaker than theirs. Arad was now doing the same, trying to supplement his lack of raw strength and speed against Caden by improving his skills. The more that Arad adapted, the more power that Caden used, always keeping Arad on the edge, forcing him to adapt even further. The fight quickly heated up as the two figures disappeared, only the thunderclap of their clash remained booming across Hati's training ground, shaking the ground as they leaped from one area to another, leaving a trail of destruction. With each passing second, Arad accelerated even further. His moves grew sharper and got far deadlier. Each time his attacks were blocked or deflected by Caden, they generated a shockwave that shattered the ground, and Arad didn't waste that energy, using it to accelerate even further. Caden blocked Arad's counterattacks with a passive face and kept attacking him with stronger and stronger attacks, forcing him to learn how to dodge and deflect attacks instead of dodging or relying on his regeneration. There was no mistaking it. One punch from Caden and Arad would find himself in the afterlife. This was the demon that halted all of the dragon's armies. Both the chromatic and metallic dragons, all of dragonkind, stopped, unwilling to take a step further toward Caden, and now Arad alone, the small wormling that once attempted to fight them as he woke up terrified, is now standing against that demon. Arad stepped back, a few meters away from Caden, and lifted his hands. Gemini, his body split in half, and another Arad rushed forth. The Arad twins surrounded Caden in the blink of an eye and started swinging at the same time, taking the offensive crow out of the demon's hands. Constellation of the stars, it easily doubles your attack power by giving you a twin. Caden started blocking their attacks with both hands, and it looked like Arad was pushing forward and winning, albeit it's usually accompanied by a severe drop in intelligence. Your brain seems to be able to handle that well. If Arad had learned anything from his fight with Caden, it's that there are always people far stronger than him, and people that he needs to actually think and create plans to fight on the fly. His fight with Caden is a great one, and sadly, he can't use magic since it's physical. Arad had one more trick up his sleeves, and from his hands a long three-part nunchaku quarterstaff, while his clone pulled the adamantine sword. Taurus Arad's mana dropped to 0 as the constellation activated. His physical strength, speed, and durability all skyrocketed into the clouds as he smacked Caden in the face with quarterstaff nunchaku as he tried to block the sword. Arad was going to pay back all of the pain of yesterday 100-fold, and Caden started getting tossed left and right, smacked in the face with the nunchaku, and then slashed by the sword, getting kicked in the guts and had his body thrown through several massive boulders with ease. The fight had changed drastically from facing a single unarmed Arad to facing 2 armed Arads, with both of them being physically enchanted by the constellation of Taurus. Hati, who was watching from far away, could only stare with a shocked face. Arad was really as rabid as she heard. Poke him the wrong way and you'll see a horrifying growth speed. Arad spun around alongside his clone as they threw kicks toward Caden at the same time. But those weren't regular kicks, but instead tuned in the same way Arad had learned to fight from Dala, painful slap kicks chained in with his attacks and extreme aggression. In the span of a day, Arad had learned Caden's acceleration, mixed it with his fighting style, and lastly brought Dala's fighting style that was used by the weak to fight the strong, and made it into a deadly martial art of his own. I see you've improved quite well. Shall we start today's lesson? Caden used one of Arad's attacks to jump back and landed on one foot, his eyes glowing red Frey-Webnoel. Arad had first learned how to accelerate instantly, and now Caden had made sure that he was competent enough to use it for both offense and defense. The second stage of this training could start, and it's about putting that skill to work. Engulfed in demonic black flames, Caden disappeared and Arad's clone got slashed in half across the torso. You can teleport with a move called Void Step or Walk, right? Now accelerate in the middle of that, try to surpass what's possible and use teleportation not as a moving tool, but as a way to fully utilize the acceleration to attack. Arad gasped as he saw Caden holding a black katana in his hands. That blade wasn't made of metal, but out of his own flesh. The god-slaying demon started to reveal fragments of his power, and Arad is now facing a bigger hurdle to surpass than yesterday. Arad's clone immediately regenerated, and he lunged with Arad toward Caden to fight back. But both of them ended up getting slashed as Caden started teleporting left and right, while accelerating and decelerating at a mind-boggling rate. Trying to predict his moves was already hard before, with just the sudden acceleration that left no telegraph, and now it became even more confusing with him accelerating in the middle of teleporting. Caden's training isn't over yet, and Arad is only starting his learning journey. The path to fully utilizing the power of his own body and void, Chapter 899, not following the lesson. Chapter 899 not following the lesson, as Arad saw Caden teleporting while accelerating, he wanted to mimic him so he could keep up, but using Void Step at this level while still under Taurus was easier said than done. 1 fraction of a second of latency and he'll get sliced apart and die. Arad took a stance as his body flew back in the air. With one finger he pointed at Caden, a large smile on his face. "This is what you think, demon." Pink tattoos started spreading across Arad's arm as a faint giggle escaped his mouth. Caden flew after Arad, ignoring the clone for now as he had already sliced him in half. What he wanted was to land a strike on Arad to knock him out. But at this moment, he could sense the curse swelling up inside Arad. It only took a fraction of a second, activating faster than Arad's acceleration. Curses always come with a benefit and a bad effect. The one Arad used was suggested by Doma, and it was quite a simple curse. Blind Runner. As the name implies, you'll be able to move twice as fast, but you'll be blinded while you move. Arad kicked the air with his foot, flying back toward Caden at double the accelerating and top speed. In a fraction of a second, he had broken the sound barrier several times, reaching a top speed of around 6,000 meters per second, 1968.5 feet second, 1,500 meters per second base speed, doubled by Taurus and then doubled again by the curse. In that 1,000th of a second, Arad had already reached Caden and was standing on his back, swinging a kick at his neck at full force. Caden looked up, turning his blade upside down to slash Arad's foot before it hit him. Due to his demonic vision, he had already noticed that Arad was blind, but something seemed off. The young man he was facing no longer looked young. Arad had hair growing on his arms, chest, and legs. Even his face had developed a thin beard. He looked more and more like Alcott by the second, but that hair wasn't just there for no reason. Now that Arad had become blind, he used his lycanthrope curse and partially transformed, leaving him with more body hair. That sensitive hair was growing on his already sensitive scales, allowing him to use a powerful and very accurate sensor. When objects move, they move the air around them, and his hair can pick that up, allowing him to effectively see while blind. Caden teleported behind Arad while swinging his sword. He aimed once again to cleave Arad in half. With a deep grunt, Arad twisted his back and caught Caden's katana with his hand. When someone teleports, they leave an empty spot in the air that his hair can sense. And the opposite happens when they teleport. The air around the area where they are about to appear expands, and this is how Arad managed to know where Alcott was teleporting even when blind by. Quadrupling his top speed and accelerating to it in the blink of an eye, Arad's moves had begun to reach an unhuman level, allowing him to even surprise Caden. The limits of his power were still unknown, and Caden could only keep pushing Arad harder and harder, trying to force him to draw more power. Caden stared at Arad, who caught his blade barehanded. If this was a real fight, he would have already sliced off his fingers. But now he's trying to push Arad beyond his limits, and thus is limiting his own power to Arad's level. He can't pull the katana from Arad's iron grip. Arad looked at him, standing tall with his head slightly tilted back. "As I expected, you're trying to match me in physical power to show how I can use that same amount of power." The veins on Arad's fist bulged as his bones creaked like twisting metal. Cling with his thumb, Arad broke Caden's katana. To move faster, the muscles must push the body forward. That means they need more power. He looked at Caden with dead, glowing purple eyes, his thin beard dancing with the wind as the sun flashed behind him. For Arad's speed to increase this much, the curses and constellation primarily affected his strength. Right now, he was almost 4 times stronger than before. Almost immediately, he swung the nunchaku quarterstaff at Caden's face, trying to smack him down. But that move immediately failed as Caden let go of the sword, spun down, pulled another one, and cleaved Arad's arm that held the nunchaku quarterstaff, a dragon's cub trying his best. "Unless you stick to the lesson, you aren't beating me today," Caden said as he disappeared from Arad's vision, slashing him 5 times at the same time. By hardening his flesh into the broken blade, he fixed it, and by teleporting his sword while rapidly accelerating it during the attack, his slashes seemed too multiple, as the blade could almost exist in different places at the same time. But that wouldn't have been enough to suppress Arad's rampaging violence. Using his severed arm, he swung at Caden's chest, but when the attack was supposed to land, it missed, as Caden had already teleported away in the middle of dodging. Caden's techniques easily surpassed Arad's horrific speed and strength, putting him back on the defensive. Even when Arad's clone joined in with the same power, the two of them still couldn't keep with Caden without teleporting with him. The absolute demon of destruction wasn't going to let a dragon less than a year-old derail his lessons. In a few minutes, Taurus and Gemini timers had run out, and Arad's body couldn't maintain the curse enchantment on his body any longer, so his base speed dropped back to 1,500 meters per second. Caden noticed the sudden drop and immediately went for a deadly blow. The best way to force Arad to learn is by pushing him into a corner and forcing him to adapt. Caden's katana hit Arad's neck and slashed down, cutting the spine, and the blade turned up, aiming at the brain. In the fraction of a second that the katana started accelerating, Arad's brain went into panic. Death was coming, and there wasn't much that it could do. There was no time to form magic, and even Void Step was useless. There wasn't enough time to teleport the body away into a safe spot. This was a checkmate, and Arad didn't seem to have a way out. Re-Webnovel. But at that moment, it clicked. This wasn't the first time he faced a situation like this. He had already found a solution, and he should have already had it ready. The blade blazed through Arad's skull, cutting it with a splash of red blood. Caden's demonic eyes looked at Arad's body, taking him only a fraction of a second to determine that he didn't kill him. To anyone else, that might have been a surprise with such a fatal injury. But Caden knew he knew what kind of being he was facing now. "You and this fucker always put me through hell." The body of a thinking kid emerged from Arad's open skull. Chizuke stared at Caden with a twisted, angry face, pointing his fingers forward as his eyes sparked red. Bang! Arad's body exploded into a massive fiery explosion, conjuring a massive mushroom pillar of crimson fire. Like a splatter of blood in the sky, Arad's brain fell from the heavens, regenerating back into a full body in the blink of an eye. If he could teleport his whole body, he'll just teleport the brain and stomach, and use that to regenerate, all while leaving his body as a dummy and a bomb. Arad stood naked in the air, his body covered with the eyes of the vampires inside him, dripping with blood as Zia emerged and sat on his shoulder. He looked down with a passive face, exhaling the burning hot air inside his legs into a massive gust of smoke. "My lord, that was a close one," Zia said with a smile. "What in the hell is that demon?" "An absolute demon. This is fear. That's good then. This is what it feels like to be a normal man facing a demon," he said, looking as Caden appeared to be still standing in the same place. The best this nuclear explosion could do was shirred his kimono. It didn't even leave a scratch on his skin. And even the curse of death, radiation, didn't seem to be harming him in any way. "How did you resist it? The curse of death is what I'm talking about," Arad asked. "I cut it like everything else." Caden replied with a passive face as if it were normal. "Those small things flying in the air, I cut them all." He lifted his arm up. "Let me fix a misunderstanding. Do you think your sneak explosion did this to me?" "You're wrong." 6 arms emerged from Caden's torso, and another pair of heads appeared out of his neck. My kimono merely tore apart since I momentarily shifted back to my true form. Unlike you, I don't have scales to wear. Blood Lord Arad is facing off the demon of absolute destruction who shall come on top. Chapter 900. Blood Lord Arad vs. Caden. Chapter 900. Blood Lord Arad vs. Caden. Arad's body started dripping with blood like it's a coat over his shoulders. He glared at Caden with glowing red eyes, a smile crossing his face. So, this is your true form. It's even uglier than mine, I guess. We're both monsters unfit for this world. Caden shifted back into his humanoid form. That's why we're here fighting. This fight would have already ended if one of us wasn't a monster. His sword disappeared. If Arad is unarmed, he'll fight him unarmed. The fight immediately resumed as Arad used Void Step to teleport straight to Caden's face and swung his fist down, swung his fist to counterattack, and immediately teleported behind Arad, dodging he attack and bracing to counter in a single move. Caden's fist hit the empty air as Arad teleported again, and just like Caden, he was aiming at the back with a punch of his own. Caden turned around and blocked Arad's fist with his palm. I see you're starting to master it. Keep going. Don't stop. Teleport and accelerate at the same time. Blend your offense and defense. One swing after another, the two exchanged fists as they teleported everywhere. Now they weren't flying to each other at high speed like they did before. They teleported to attack and only accelerated their attacks, resulting in a far more efficient fighting style that's several times more unpredictable. At one point, Caden managed to slip behind Arad and swung a fist as he did before, waiting for Arad to either turn around and block or teleport away to counterattack. But Arad's draconic brain wasn't thinking anywhere near what a human or a demon would. Arad accelerated backward toward Caden's fist, smacking him with his fist for a fraction of a second. Caden seemed confused, and that was enough for Arad. Arad's arms twisted backward at a painful angle that they shouldn't be able to. His shoulders cracked loudly as he hugged Caden to his back. "Ha ha!" Arad gasped, as his head turned back 180 degrees, glaring straight at Caden. "Caught you!" Caden teleported away, but Arad teleported with him, not allowing him to get out of his hug. As the two phased through space and teleported everywhere, Arad's chest turned red with blood. 10 vampire spawns crawled from there, lifting their fists up as all of them glared at Caden. All the vampires threw their fists down, showing Caden with punches, putting all of their might in it, trying to kill him. "You fight like Vlad? Did he have an influence on you?" Caden growled, and Arad's body suddenly split in half across the torso. Arad's body fell toward the ground. I see stabbed my torso with his open palm and ripped me in half. What stupid strength. When Arad's body hit the ground, he exploded into a pile of blood and quickly disappeared into the dirt without a trace, as if he evaporated. Caden landed on his feet and looked around, finding himself surrounded by an army of vampire spawns, all armored but none of them carrying a weapon. It didn't take him a second to smile. Arad had learned how to teleport mid-acceleration and is now evolving it with his abilities. The vampires charged at Caden and he started smacking them around. As strong as they were nothing close to Arad himself. It was as clear as the day that Arad was using them as a distraction. The only way he could get past Caden's teleportation was a sneak attack, and those spawns were covering up for him. Crack. A woman wearing black plate armor stepped forth, lifting a black flag with a purple dragon drawn on it. She growled. "Blood for the Bloodlord," with her roar. All the vampire spawns seemed to get stronger and faster. The army charges at the command of the flag bearer. Caden zapped across the vampires and rushed toward her with a clenched fist. It was Wide to Kill who was buffing the army first, and Caden didn't waste a second, swinging a fist at her. The woman didn't move an inch as Caden's rumbling fist approached her to the last second. She kept the flag raised before her chest, standing tall. Caden's moves seemed to be too fast for any of the spawns to respond to him. The moment when Caden's fist was about to smack into the flag's pole, the woman's arms turned around, pinning the fist with the flag as she swung a punch at Caden's face, stopping him in his tracks. Caden was surprised at how fast she moved. No, that wasn't just speed. She accelerated, as well as Arad did. Did he teach her at night? So he had some of his spawns trained. How many layers is he hiding? Caden took the woman's punch and swung back at her, hitting her in the chest. She didn't even budge and grabbed his wrist. She threw the flag into the sky and started swinging at Caden's face, smacking him with several punches at once. Caden tried to teleport away, but she kept chasing him, putting even more pressure. Finally, Caden got a solid punch in her face, and her helmet flew into the air, spinning like a top. Her body flew back, but she landed on her feet, looking forth as she spat the blood out of her mouth. Freebnaval.co fam. When Caden looked at her, he saw the face of a young woman with fair skin, long black hair with strands of purple, glowing amethyst eyes, and a giant smile over her pink lips. He lifted an eyebrow, confused. The woman caught the flag as it fell back to her hand. The ground beneath her feet shattered as she accelerated forward. "Arad?" Caden gasped as the woman smacked him with her arm to the neck, sending him flying back. It was already too late, with Caden topping his strength and speed to match Arad. He now couldn't get a step ahead. Even Caden, the God-Slayer, couldn't see past Virgo's shapeshift. Thanks to that, Arad managed to take back the lead, throwing Caden left and right, as he is now always one step ahead when it comes to teleportation. Caden flew back in the defensive, and Arad flew after him, clenching his fist as he pulled a longsword out of his stomach. He had learned this the hard way, pushed close to death several times by her, the burning strikes of her who faced death head-on and survived. Divine Cleaver. Back in the university, Eris gasped and smacked her head on her desk as she got jolted with a headache. Arad had absorbed quite a bit of holy magic from her in an instant. Mira, who was walking around Haiti's house, felt a light headache, stinging her for a second by it wasn't anything worth thinking about, and she forgot about it a second later as she got called by Merlin. Caden had pulled his sword at the last second and was blocking Arad's burning divine smite, his feet digging into the stone ground like it was made of chalk. I should have expected it. 2 of your wives are demi-goddesses. You can worship them for free holy magic. Caden's skin burned as the divine magic started reaching him. You're a demon, right? Holy magic should still hurt you. Arad growled. A smile crossed his face as his long hair sparked with holy magic. He had never used a divine cleaver before, but seeing Lydia use it many times had given him enough experience to at least make it work. Black flame engulfed Caden's sword and rushed up to push on Arad's divine cleaver. The demonic and holy magic spiraled into the sky like snakes and exploded in a massive burst of fire, ripping the ground apart like a massive pillar of inferno. Arad landed back, his body smoking from the fire, and Caden landed on the opposite side of the fire pillar. A normal demon would have died. Caden smiled. I'm impressed at how fast you learn. Let's keep going. Arad stepped forward. I want to throw another smite. Haiti was sitting far away watching them. She sighed while scratching her head with one of her tails. Using Virgo to confuse Caden wasn't a plan anyone had ever thought about. That constellation indeed can't be detected. Cain is the one who made it like that. Arad isn't just fighting with raw power, but he's using his head as best as he can. At this rate, he'll make it in a week. She smiled, clapping with her feet once as she jumped, landing on her 9 tails, sitting with her legs crossed. We'll need a massive feast for him tonight. Hunt him a tall neck. You'll find one in the southern part of the jungle, she said, and 2 of her daughters emerged from a door behind her. The tall neck that been burning the Emerald Mountain? One of the daughters asked. Yeah, the troublemakers die first, and don't forget to get some deer and elks for the other guests. Hattie looked at them with a grin. Arad is growing faster than I expected. The 2 daughters looked down and then back at their mother. Arad, where is he? No, who's that woman brawling with Caden? She's Arad. Hattie replied, and they froze in place.